good. It's good that they're turning my mic on. I'm glad you can hear them. Whenever Carly gives me that thumbs up, I'll be excited. Oh, they can? Wait, she won't give me a thumbs up, but they can hear me. They can hear me saying, "Give me a thumbs up, Carly." I want to see a thumbs up from Carly, and I can't get a thumbs up from her, but she can hear me. I feel hurt.
All right, tell us when you're ready, and I'll signal Kyle. I'll give you a thumbs up.
Day number 2 here at the Masters Fitness Championship, and things are heating up. We're going to get started off with the CrossFit Pairs Championship. First time in history that we're going to crown the fittest pair in the world, and it is truly worldwide. We've got teams from France. We've got teams from Brazil, all of them competing, throwing down right here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. We've got an entire day's worth of action as it's moving day here at the Masters Fitness Championship. Make sure you check the Instagram to get the full schedule of the broadcast. I'm Kyle Shipp. I'm going to be with you all day long. Welcome to the Masters Fitness Championship. Good morning and welcome to the CrossFit Pairs Championship hosted by the Masters Fitness Championship right here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Boy, as we have the top pairs in the world vying for the title of the fittest pair in the world. Getting started early on with our 50 to 54 women and our 50 to 54 men and 55 to 59 minutes. Early for me too, as we're going to get started off in lane number 1, FAAO with the team of Jennifer Gatz, Tracy O'Connell, Pardoctus with a team of Darcy Resch, Stacy Powell. In lane number 3, Rain Man and Blackout with the team of Mark Koransky, Woody Queen. Lane number 4, the deputy and the retiree, Warren Jennings, Patrick Haverty. Lane number 5, QFE Masters, James English, Terry Lowry. Lane number 6, No Regrets with the team of Dave Bullimore and Joe Winterscheidt. And lane number 7, running miles to pay the bills with William Coates and Miles Van Pelt. As we've got a fun-filled day, an exciting-filled day. Hey, here, let's let you know what triple threat holds for these pairs in the 50 to 54 division. 4 rounds, 20 or 16 Echo Cows, 20 box jump overs, 20 dumbbell bench press, and 20 box jump overs. You can split the reps as you choose, but it is going to be a choose your own adventure throughout this. Hey, in our older division of the 55 to 59, 4 rounds of 16, 13 Echo Bike Cows, 16 box jump overs, 16 dumbbell bench, and 16 box jump overs. On the floor for the fellows is going to be a 50-pound dumbbell. For the ladies, a 35-pound dumbbell. As teams already making their way through the movements, as both ladies on the box got a hand in the air for Pardoctus. As Pardoctus looking to make up a little bit of ground on FAAO today. And so far, so good. Still have several rounds to go. Early on, these teams making the dumbbells look really light. On the men's side, really moving through this quickly and well. Lane number 5, QFE Masters, but moving back to the box already. Leading the way is the deputy and the retiree. Now joined on the box by the other 2 teams in the division. Keeping in mind, lane number 7 is running miles to pay the bills. They're actually in the lead of this heat as they have moved back to the bike. Moving on to their second round, as each team now, 3 men on the bike. Team in lane number 3 of Rainman and Blackout, the 50 to 54 team. And so the 50 to 54 team are the guys that have the 20 of each movement and the 20 cows on the Echo Bike. The 55 to 59 in lanes 4 through 7, 16. As Rainman and Blackout in lane number 3, continuing to move through. As they're approaching that 20 mark on the dumbbell bench. Remember, once again, everybody can switch as they need. Teammate not having to stand too far away. So it does make a big difference in not having to stand too far away. You're not wasting a ton of time in transition as long as you're communicating. Communication becoming key in these, knowing when you're going to switch. So that way you're not losing valuable seconds. Boy, a near miss in lane 4 from the deputy and the retiree. Kind of bounced off the front edge of that box. Came backwards, though. Luckily, okay. Didn't hit shins or anything. I think for anybody who's done CrossFit, just the thought of slipping and hitting your shin on the edge of that box will send shivers down your spine. As these teams on round number 2, a 12-minute time cap here. 4 rounds to get done in 12 minutes. Moving to the bench, joining the deputy and the retiree and QFE Masters is No Regrets. We saw No Regrets have some really special moments yesterday. They want to continue that, as not necessarily out in front here, but boy, really making up a lot of ground on the dumbbell bench press. Back to the box jump is the deputy and the retiree, and boy, really moving through those quickly. You can tell some of these, boy, a little bit of a slip and a no rep on QFE Masters, getting a little bit out in front of themselves on these box jumps. It's one of the things that can happen in competition is you get moving faster than your body actually allows it to move. In lane number 7, running miles to pay the bills, still in lead and ripping at that Echo bike. Boy, I hurt just watching that, as he's going to coast in. He got that bike revved up, and he's going to coast in. Got to get that last cal. There it is. And then they're going to get back to the box jump overs. And boy, the athlete who did the revving on the bike, he's going to go ahead and take a knee. It looks like probably going to turn it over and just let the box jumps be handled by his partner, as that's quite the fatiguing element. They're here on round number 3. And with one athlete on a knee, choosing not to switch out. They're letting him go a long time on that bike, as now seeing the 3 other teams in the division all on the bike. The ladies still moving through. FAAO moving really quickly on those box jump overs, flying through them. As now they've transitioned athletes. Maybe we're going 10 and 10, but transition athletes. First athlete really moving quickly on the box jump overs. Pardoctus is trying to move through as well. Nice and smooth, staying low on that box. You see, you don't have to stand all the way up on the box jump over. So keeping those hips low, it's a really nice movement. FAAO in the lead, though, as they're back onto the bike. Now Pardoctus is going to join them. And running miles to pay the bills continues to build a large lead, as now they are back on the box trying to get into their 4th round. 6:37 on the clock, 12-minute time cap. Boy, just a couple minutes left to go. As now 3 of the 4 men's teams on to the bench press. No Regrets trying to do what they've been doing and make up a lot of ground on the bench press. The deputy and the retiree, though, really smooth onto the box, and they are really moving in lane 4. You can see in the Invictus shirt, that bright green shirt, staying low. He's got a quick turn on the box, steps down, and just right back to it. He's taking the bulk of the reps right here. You can kind of see why, as he's actually going to take all of the reps on the box. They're going to switch over and then head back to the bike. Now the larger athlete's going to take the bike, as they're trying to close out on running miles to pay the bills. Running miles to pay the bills once again leaves the larger athlete on the bike. He's going to take all 20 cals, as, boy, it looks like his job is, I'll do the bike and the bench press, you do the box jump overs, and everybody's pretty happy about that distribution of work. Slowly coming to an end now. No hand in the air just yet for the deputy and the retiree. And now running miles to pay the bills onto the box jump overs with the athlete that just finished the bike on all 4s, as he has now done 80 cals on that bike. If he's done all 20, I didn't see early on if he did all 20 in the first round, but since then he's done all 20. On the lady side in lane 2, Pardoctus trying to make up a little bit of ground. FAAO on the bench. They're going to come off the bench back onto the box with some really quick box jump overs. Running miles to pay the bills onto the bench press and moving through these bench press very quickly. They're just going to have one set of box jump overs remaining, as the deputy and the retiree also on the bench press as well. These athletes starting to get hit with a few no reps. You start to feel the fatigue from how much work has happened, as the deputy and the retiree going to switch out, and a no rep again, not locking out. Right now in lane number 4, having a little bit of trouble with that left arm. You can see that right arm is really locking out. He's got some strength. The left arm, a little bit of trouble. Boy, are they going to switch? Did the deputy and the retiree just take over the lead as running miles to pay the bills, leaving the same athlete on the bench press? He's starting to struggle a little bit, having a hard time locking out. He's got one more to go. That was a long rep in rep number 15. Can't get rep number 16 as, boy, those elbows just won't lock out. Thought that maybe with a fresh athlete they were going to switch out, so they're not switching. They're continuing to not switch. The deputy and the retiree are going to take the victory. Boy, as they had a huge deficit for a while, and then they take the victory. Now all of a sudden is running miles to pay the bills going to fall from first down to fourth, as he's got to get one more rep, gets that rep, and they're going to turn it over to the box jumps now. Running miles to pay the bills, who's had the lead the entire time, has left their athletes where one athlete is doing the box jump overs, one athlete is doing the bike and the bench press. And hands in the air for QFE Masters and No Regrets. Who's going to come across first? As a no rep as No Regrets jumps off the box. You've got to step off the box. And so QFE Masters finishes ahead. And now running miles to pay the bills. Well, as running miles pay the bills came out hot on the ladies' side, still on the bench press. Now on the bench press, FAAO is FAAO trying to get back to the bench press so they can wrap up their workout. 12-minute time cap. We're at 11 minutes here. Pardoctus is moving to the bench press themselves. They're going to try and wrap this up. They probably don't have time to finish the workout, but they're certainly going to try and get as far into it as they can. FAAO moves on to the box as they're just trying to make sure that if Pardoctus gets to the box jump overs, they're not going to get caught, and they certainly are not really fast box jump overs. With just 15 seconds remaining, a no rep on that box jump over as Pardoctus makes a tag, and one athlete was heading to the box. They said, no, we still have some bench press to do. 5 seconds remaining as an exciting race to get things started off here at the CrossFit Pairs Championship. Stick with us here on the Bear Complex stream as we got events for you all day. Coming back at you here momentarily with the 45 to 49 women and 45 to 49 men. .30 seconds before our 45 to 49 men and women pairs take on triple threat, 4 rounds, 20 or 16 cows on the Echo Bike, 20 box jump overs, 20 dumbbell bench, 20 box jump overs, and they're going to do that 4 times. The dumbbells at 50 pounds for the men, 35 pounds for the ladies. Hey, we're going to set up the floor for you. In lane number 1 is going to be Storm Surge. Lane number 2, Milk. Lane number 3, NCC Buddies. Lane number 4, G-Slay. Lane number 5, Low and Joe. Lane number 6, Ponytail Express. In lane number 7, We're Okay. Lane number 8, Zero Proof. Lane number 9, Angel and Rudy from California. Lane number 10, the Double Unders. And lane number 11, the Jersey Classics. As heats have been rearranged, so teams in the middle of the floor are going to be at the top of the leaderboard and moving outward. G-Slay is the top leaders, followed by NCC Buddies, Angel and Rudy from California, followed by Zero Proof on the men's side. As a hot start in lane number 10 for the double unders, and now joined by all of the men. Everybody's on the box. First onto the box for the ladies, and lane number 6 is going to be the Ponytail Express, as now all of the ladies move at the same time. 12-minute time cap. Partners can switch as they choose, and so back and forth they go. If one partner wants to do all the work, they most certainly can. Each partner has to tag out. Partner has to stay outside of that white line in the middle of it. Continuing in the lead, the Jersey Classics, and now joined by the double unders. On to the bench press in lane number 6. Ponytail Express onto the onto the bench press. You know, it's not really fair having a team called the double unders, as that movement gets stuck in your head. Boy, judges watching these bench press, making sure, upholding a standard of locking out the elbows and touching the chest. Certainly, as you move through with what feels light at first to these athletes, it's easy sometimes to move too quickly. All men back onto the box jump overs. Not seeing any separation just yet. Don't really expect to start seeing separation until round number 3, these first 2 rounds. Everybody feels fresh. Everybody's excited. And now it's not until we start seeing the effects of the fatigue. Boy, the Jersey boys, though, off and running already onto the bike. They're going to get that bike revved up. Who's going to be our first ladies team onto the bike? All of these teams in the same divisions, both 45-49. They've got their closest competitors next to them, all men onto the bike. Jersey boys with a pretty good lead here on this bike, though. But in the middle of the floor, lane number 9, Angel and Rudy from California, starting off on a full sprint. They're going to back off now. Lane number 10, the double unders have quite a cadence on the bike, as 3 of 5 ladies teams onto the bike now, just waiting to get on is Storm Surge and Milk. Making a switch, both in lane 4 and 6. G-Slay in lane 4, Ponytail Express in lane 6. As Jersey boys continue to stay in the lead, starting to close the gap a little bit, though, as double unders. Big lead for Jersey boys. They started out hot on the bike, left one athlete on the bike the whole time, and now they're going to switch over. Jersey boys going to have one athlete doing the bike, one athlete doing the box jump over. Going to see where they go on the bench press. The last heat we saw one team had the same distribution of work and wound up struggling at the end on the bench press. And so right now, heading back to the bench press, Jersey boys, we'll see which ladies team moves to the bench press first, but the Jersey boys, smaller athlete and a larger athlete, they're allowing the larger athlete to do the larger athlete things with the weight and the bike. Is he going to try and do all 20 and see if they continue to move through that? Continuing in the lead for the ladies is going to be the Ponytail Express. Boy, the Ponytail Express saw this workout and got excited about it, as they have continued to lead the whole time. Jersey boys off to the box first, but boy, making up quite a bit of ground is Rudy and Angel from California, and the double unders now joined by We're Okay. Well, and seeing lots of no reps starting to show up on the floor, both for box jump overs and for the bench press. How are the athletes going to respond? Physical, obviously tested here, but mental as well. Anybody who's been not just in a CrossFit competition, but anybody who's been in a CrossFit gym doing a high-intensity workout knows that it tests your brain as much as anything. Can you stay focused? Can you recover? Only team still waiting to get on the box in the men's division is Zero Proof. Otherwise, everybody else onto the bike. For the ladies, hand in the air as G-Slay. And so G-Slay going to head off. And so they're going to send him back. She was standing on the wrong side, so that she's got to go back, make the tag, and now G-Slay can get onto the bike. That's going to cost him some time with Ponytail Express. The judge, a nice job trying to tell him to get back where she was supposed to be for the tag. She wasn't. They made her get off the bike and go all the way back. And so G-Slay just a little bit behind Ponytail Express. Jersey Classics continues to be in the lead. But the double unders and Angel and Rudy from California starting to close the gap a little bit. You see a lot of hands on knees on that men's division trying to catch their breath. Who's going to come off the bike first for the ladies? It's pretty consistently been Ponytail Express. Ponytail Express now with a hand in the air on the bike. Communication from the judge with G-Slay. Good job from her. She's trying to let G-Slay know and communicate. As all these athletes have been briefed, but the judge continuing to communicate on the floor. Jersey Classics, boy, very quick on the box, so a little bit of a lead as they're now going to make a switch on the bench press. Really smart of them as the larger athlete starting to fade a little bit, going to turn it over to the smaller athlete and let him finish out on the bench press. As they're they've been losing ground on the bench. So they're going to make a switch, and now the athlete that finishes on the bench press heads over to the box jumps. Really moving well here and moving quick. He's got a very quick cadence. He's got a great rhythm. Both feet don't stay on the box very long. Both feet get on the box, but as soon as that second foot hits, it's a tap and back down onto the ground. G-Slay now moves to the bench press at the same time as Ponytail Express. Ponytail Express starting to have a little bit of struggle on those bench press. G-Slay moving through it well. I think we're going to see a lead change here very momentarily. As G-Slay's been threatening, it was just one small slip up that actually prevented them from getting to the bike first in the last round. Now revving up that bike again is Jersey Classics. Boy, and that is a large human. You can see the back muscles really pushing and pulling on those handles. Double unders heads to the bike. They got to try and catch up. Boy, as we got, oh no, an unfortunate medical issue. Looks like maybe a knee injury from Rudy and Angel from California. That's your current leaders, as they actually had a pretty significant lead after just one day. Down on the ground, he was holding his knee for a minute, and now he's covering his face. He's in pain. Boy, that is unfortunate, not just from a competition perspective, but just from a human perspective. Really hope that he's going to be okay. As any athletic competition, these are always something that can happen. And on the bike, here comes G-Slay onto the bike, as well as Lowenjo. Now Ponytail Express on the bike. NCC buddies trying to join them here in lane number 3. The race continues to heat up in lane 10 and 11. They're trying to get the athlete off the floor to safety. They check him out. Now they're gonna help him off. Got a great medical team. As they're gonna just get him onto the box. Great medical team here at MFC. Thanks to them and their volunteering, their assistance, taking care of athletes. We've seen them for years be a massive help. As the Jersey Classics with the bench press trying to move through as we're here in the last round. In lane 7, We're Okay. Boy, We're Okay is trying to make a late push. Now onto the box is Jersey Classics. Boy, this athlete has been incredibly fast on the box jump overs. Not sure anybody's going to be able to catch him, as he is really fast. Boy, and looks like an athlete had got a Boy, an athlete it started to go back to the finish line for We're Okay. I guess he thought the tag, he thought it was 20 box jump overs, didn't realize he still had to do some box jump overs. Jersey Classics trying to hold off We're Okay. We're Okay. Not going to make it as Jersey Classics going to finish off in 10 minutes and 5 seconds. Jersey Classics with a nice race, held on to it all the time. We're Okay. We're Okay now, trying to hold off the double unders. 5 reps left for We're Okay. We're Okay really just kind of worked down here on the end of the floor and continued to chip away. Now We're Okay is going to take second place, comes across, followed by the double unders. Well, it's the athlete from the Jersey Classics that was doing the bike. Well, he's got the my quads don't work waddle, as he's going over to check on Rudy and Angel from California. So for the ladies, waiting to see who moves back to the box. Low and Joe. So Low and Joe have moved into the lead, followed closely by G-Slay. Ponytail Express have fallen back a little bit. Who's going to have the faster box jump overs? Right now, the faster box jump overs come out of G-Slay. G-Slay was about 2, maybe 3 reps behind on the box jump overs. Are they going to be able to close this gap? Waiting to see hand in the air. We're going to make a switch from G-Slay. Hand in the air from Low and Joe. Hand in the air from G-Slay. Looks like Low and Joe is a little bit quicker here on the box jump overs. As, boy, and crossing the line first is G-Slay. Low and Joe did an extra box jump over that they didn't have to do. Judge was yelling at him to go. Not sure. They're going to take a look at the time. So head judge is going to step in, takes a look at the time to make sure everything is aligned from both judges. And now Ponytail Express is going to come across. Ponytail Express takes a third place. So it's going to go Low and Joe, G-Slay, Ponytail Express, or excuse me, I think from up here it looked like maybe G-Slay, Low and Joe, Ponytail Express based on when they hit their finish mat. So G-Slay, Low and Joe, Ponytail Express. And Jersey Classics followed by We're Okay on the men's side. Hey, coming up next, we've got our men's and women's 40 to 44. We're going to step away for a moment. We'll be right back here on the Bear Complex live stream. Ask the security guard at the security desk to let you up, period. There's a key and an unmarked door that lets you up here, period. 30 seconds before we head into the next heat of 40 to 44 men and women pairs here at the CrossFit Pairs Championship. As triple threat is going to be 4 rounds, 24 or 20 Echo Bike cows, 24 box jump overs, 24 dumbbell bench, and 24 box jump overs. For these groups, we're going to up the weight, as the dumbbell bench is going to be 70 pounds for the men's, 50 for the ladies. We're going to set up the floor for you on the ladies' side in lane number 1, CrossFit 970. Lane number 2, Little Giant. Lane number 3, Canadian Bacon. Lane number 4, Blacklisted. For the fellas in lane number 5, we have the meats. Lane number 6, Overkill. Lane number 7, Gator Boys. Lane number 8, OG Relentless. Canadian Bacon, your leaders in the ladies division. Gator Boys, your leaders in the men's division. As one day down, and it's moving day here at the Masters Fitness Championship. 3 of the 4 teams onto the box jump overs in the men's division. Waiting for our first team off. Canadian Bacon is the first team off. Tell you, Canadian Bacon, maybe not always the prettiest team to get it done, is the reps sometimes, boy, they have really been fighting it with the deadlifts. They still got them done and really have done a good job with just a high work rate for these ladies. Continuing to move through this workout very quickly, very well. 3 men's teams on the bench press. Overkill off to an early lead. We've seen that story before. They've taken early leads throughout this weekend, but the Gator Boys have just been so consistent. They have just continued to move well. Keep an eye, though, on OG Relentless in lane number 8. OG Relentless has really shown some power and strength. A bike and a bench press, that could really play into their favor as this event goes on. Looks like OG Relentless is actually going to come off of the bench press first, followed very closely by Overkill, but Overkill goes right to the box. OG Relentless started to move back to the bike. It's the little things that can really make a difference. As on the bench press with these 50-pound dumbbells, taking a look at how the ladies are moving these. Meg Garrett in lane number 2, moving it very well, very easily, as Canadian Bacon struggling just a little bit more with the dumbbells. This is going to be a really big advantage here for Little Giant with the strength of Meg Garrett being able to fly through these dumbbells. She's going to give way. She's going to let Joy Rodriguez hop in for the dumbbells. Blacklisted starting off with their second athlete on the dumbbells. They're going to make a switch. Boy, the dumbbells really putting a slowdown on this workout for the ladies as all men's teams are back onto the, 3 of the 4 men's teams back onto the bike. We have the meets is going to head on to the box. Canadian Bacon gets onto the box jump overs. Boy, so I thought that Little Giant was going to have the opportunity to make up some ground. Canadian Bacon now flying through the box jumps with these athletes. Joy Rodriguez going to hop onto the box for Little Giant as they're trying to make up some ground. Canadian Bacon can fly through these box jumps. We've seen that they are a hard work team. An engine is not their problem at all. So the only 2 teams that are still on the box, Little Giant, Canadian Bacon, back to the box jumps. It's a 3-horse race. OG Relentless in lane 8. Gator Boys in lane 7. Overkill in lane 6. A no rep for Gator Boys as they were switching off because the athlete jumped down off the box. Again, it's a step down. CrossFit standards, so that step down, got to make sure that you don't hop off the box really fast from Gator Boys on the box jump over. OG Relentless, though, still in the lead and moving these 70-pound dumbbells very well. Ryan Anderson on to the bench press in lane number 6 for for Overkill. As OG Relentless makes a switch halfway through, Ryan Anderson going to make a switch halfway through now over to Kevin Jones. Gator Boys makes the switch as well. 3 of the 4 ladies teams all on the bike. Canadian Bacon about to move off of the bike and move on to the box. Canadian Bacon continuing to fly as Canadian Bacon, the team of Megan Apostolaris and Amelie Vere is moving very well. The Texan in me is not wanting to function with the possible French pronunciation of Amelie. I apologize. Again, if you're watching, I want to make sure I'm getting names right. If you're watching at home, do me a favor, shoot me an Instagram message at Kyle Ship. Help me out with pronunciation. I want to do these athletes justice. That's why we're all here working. Make sure these athletes have the stage. Boy, and a problem here as Kevin Jones hops onto the bike. He goes to adjust the bike seat, and it falls underneath him. Ryan Anderson, and a good teammate, moves the seat up underneath him, but really had a near miss there as that the bike seat started to fall down. Canadian Bacon going to make a switch as Canadian Bacon is going to start using small sets on the bench press and moves to the larger athlete. Boy, a really good job now as on the larger athlete has the ability to move through these bench press. Meg Garrett on the bench press, very quick on these though. Halfway into the 12-minute time cap. Third round for the men as Gator Boys have one athlete on the ground. OG Relentless, both on the box with Gator Boys. Overkill just now gets to the box, so Overkill falling behind a little bit after the bike. Boy, these athletes continuing to really rip through the bike. I've been impressed with Gator Boys and OG Relentless at the rate at which they're pushing through that bike and ripping through those 24 cows. Bench press as Canadian Bacon on the bench press. They're trying to move through 24 reps for Canadian Bacon. They're going to move to the box jump overs, and they are creating a massive lead. Little Giant moves to the bench press, but Canadian Bacon now is starting to really space that lead out. Three men's teams on the bench press. OG Relentless moving through quickly, got a no rep, but just continues to work. These guys got to make sure that they lock out their elbows at the top. Judges holding to those standards. OG Relentless, though, onto the box. Gator Boys going to make the switch as Gator Boys make the switch from hand to head. Box jump overs now. Gator Boys with a little bit quicker cadence on the box jump overs. Canadian Bacon in lane 5, back to the bike already. As Little Giant trying to catch up and make the same adjustment as, not adjustment, but trying to catch up and get to the bike. A little bit slower now on the cadence for the bike from Canadian Bacon, but steady. Slower does not mean bad, just means steady, as now trying to find a pace that they can hang on to. Joy Rodriguez is going to tag off in Little Giant, and they're going to move to Meg Garrett to the bike. We're going to see, has Little Giant paced this in such a way that they're going to be able to make up ground as Canadian Bacon makes a switch halfway through the bike and way faster in the cadence now. Looks like they're pacing this pretty well. Blacklisted has one more rep Blacklisted has to get the dumbbells back in the lane before they can move on. So a little bit of a mishap on throwing the dumbbells down after the bench press, but they're back up and working again. OG Relentless continues to lead after the box jump overs and the first round of bike. The Gator Boys had an athlete laying on the ground. He gets up and he's moving around now. Gator Boys once again with a faster cadence on the box. Well, actually now it's about exactly the same. They're rep for rep. OG Relentless actually, I say that every time I say that, they switch who's got the faster cadence. Gator Boys, well, you saw the Gator Boys athlete look over at OG Relentless and picks up his pace now really fast and a really great cadence with the Gator Boys in lane number 7. You just see that tap and go, and he's down onto the other side. 4 reps left for OG Relentless. Now 4 reps left for Gator Boys. On the ladies' side, Canadian Bacon back onto the bench press. This is their last bench press. Little bit slow here. They're just trying to find a way to keep ahead of Little Giant. Canadian Bacon has an advantage because their box jump overs are just so fast. Little Giant, if they're going to get ahead on the bench press, has to get way ahead because of the speed of the box jumps for Canadian Bacon. We got a race, 2 minutes left. We got a race shaping up in lane 7 and lane 8. Gator Boys and OG Relentless. Gator Boys make a switch. And their second athlete is moving through. Boy, sweatpants and no shirt. He's a large athlete, and he is very powerful. Gator Boys have now taken the lead. We've seen this from Gator Boys. They just kind of hang in the middle of the pack, and then at the end they close hard. Really quality team here as the Gator Boys are in the lead onto their box jumps. They've got 24 box jumps, and then they're going to call it a morning as they've got a significant lead. Nobody else has even gotten off the bench press yet. Overkill's now just trying to catch up to OG Relentless. Not sure that's going to happen, though. The race now becomes between Little Giant and Canadian Bacon. Canadian Bacon is going to have to switch off onto the bench press once again. So they're going to bring their initial athlete that was on the bench press back to the bench. Joy Rodriguez is going to switch over to Meg Garrett in lane number 2. Can Garrett make any ground up? Boy, a no rep as the feet keep coming off the floor for Canadian Bacon. They got to switch. They've got 5 reps left. Little Giant, how close are they? 4 reps left. 45 seconds left to work as it looks like Canadian Bacon starting. Boy, got that rep. They're going to get handed over to the next athlete. They've got 2 reps left. I'm not sure there's enough time. We're going to see how this, as feet aren't on the floor for Canadian Bacon, so they're going to come back. Gator Boys followed by OG Relentless have finished. Starting to get some no reps here for Canadian Bacon is Little Giant. How close are they? We've only got 20 seconds left as they still can't quite get the rep. Oh, and failed, and is Little Giant. And Little Giant is going to take the victory. Boy, as Canadian Bacon giving the judge a hard time as they weren't real happy with that last no rep. And so Canadian Bacon takes second, Little Giant takes first. And Gator Boys first in their division, OG Relentless first in their division. So we're going to move it over. We've got the 35 to 39 teams coming onto the floor. We'll step away for just a minute, and we'll be right back. As we're about to get started here with the 35 to 39 teams on the floor for triple threat. They've got 4 rounds, 24 and 20 Echo Bike cows, 24 box jump overs, 24 dumbbell bench, 24 box jump overs. Weight for the dumbbell bench is 70 for the fellas, 50 for the ladies. As seeing that be a hard stop for the ladies at times as the 35 to 39 going to change that. Going to set up the floor for you in lane number 1, Team Principal Problems. In lane number 2, SM, your current leaders. Lane number 3, Las Gorditas. In lane number 4 for the fellas, Double D. Lane number 5, Raw Training. Lane number 6, B CrossFit. Lane number 7, Team Terrano. Lane number 8, Biggie Smalls. And lane number 9, Kazak. Kazak, very fast off of the bike, already onto the box jump overs. They're going to be followed in lane number 6 by Raw Training as now Biggie Smalls onto the box and all of the men onto the box. Still waiting for our first ladies team to get onto the box, and it's going to be Las Gorditas. Las Gorditas onto the box jump overs first, followed by Team Principal Problems. Team SM is going to be last to the box. A 12-minute workout here, though, and so for the 12-minute workout, got 4 rounds. Again, testing not only your physical capacity, but your mental capacity. Are you going to come out super hot, expecting to hold on to that pace? As we've seen, there's not much holding on to a pace. But some of the teams have done a great job of making wise transitions, switching as they need to, and really just kind of being steady and consistent. Gator Boys showing that in their last workout. They just continue to chip away and chip away. We've seen that all weekend from them. Team Kazakh is going to be first to the box jump overs, thanks to Max Ospinov. Ospinov ripping through the bike and ripping through the bench press. A big, strong athlete. The fittest 35 to 39-year-old in Kazakhstan. Now the only team left on the floor, or on the bench press still, is Team Tyranno. But again, a 4-round workout. Being behind early on is not always a problem. Taking a look at the ladies' side, these dumbbells certainly moving slower than on the men's side. So this is a little bit different workout, creates a little bit more of a strength issue here for the ladies on the upper body pushing. As they continue to work, gonna wait and see a hand in the air. Hand in the air for Las Gorditas. Las Gorditas make the switch, and they're off onto the box quickly, followed by SM. So SM made up a lot of ground on the bench press. Team Tyranno, the only team not on the bike for the fellas. Tyranno, your current leaders. We've seen this from Tyranno, is once again very similar to Gator Boys, just staying steady. As Kazakh with a quick switch. Kazakh actually gets to the box at the same time that your overall leaders, Team Tyranno, get to the bike. Hand in the air for Las Gorditas in lane number 3. Now they move to the bike. Team Kazakh, is Team Kazakh going to get off of the box before anybody else gets to the box? As now most of the men move to the box. Biggie Smalls, B CrossFit, Raw Training all go to the box. But Kazakh moved to the bench press now. Can Kazakh keep up this pace? We're just in round number 2 here, and they are really at a breakneck pace. As a couple of no reps here for Team Kazakh. They're having to, really having to check. As making sure, they're telling me his hips have to stay on the bench. His hips, trying to make sure that everybody's upholding that standard of your back flat on the bench. Team Tyranno has closed the gap a little bit, as now we're starting to see them speed up. And it's going to be interesting to see, does Team Kazakh come off of the bench with as much of a lead as they built up initially? For the ladies, everybody on the box jump overs. Team SM with a really quick pace, as does Team Principal Problems. Team Principal Problems very fast on the box jump overs. Team Kazakh on the bench now, on the box, everybody else on the bench. Double D's gonna join them on the box. Double D really making a heavy push here, made a good push on the bench press. Now the only team left on the bench is Team Tyranno. Team Tyranno staying very consistent and pacing out these bench press. They're not really ripping through them the way that we've seen other teams rip through them. Let's see if that pays off for them as this workout goes later into the day. Team Kazakh onto the bike, hand in the air for Double D though. Kazakh is flying on that bike. Boy, somebody strap that bike to the ground, make sure it doesn't take off. I think we're seeing now why Team Kazakh has such a lead. Max Ospinov just destroying the bike, as now he's going to move to the box jump overs. Ospinov, boy, does Ospinov have the juice in the tank to do that one more time? Does he have the juice in the tank to have to do anything else after a couple of rounds of that? Bench press for all of the ladies teams. Las Gorditas with a hand in the air. SM with a hand in the air. 6 minutes, 15 seconds down in this workout. As Ospinov is going to take over for Team Kazakh. He's going to take over from Yerlin Akhmetov. Now all three ladies on the box jump over. Everybody with a really good pace. Las Gorditas staying low on the box. The other two teams, as they jump a little bit higher with the hips. Team Kazakh on the men's side in lane number 9 back onto the bench press. When is anybody going to join them, and are they going to be able to continue this pace? We're here on the back half of this workout, seeing a little bit of a slower pace on the bench press than what we've seen from Team Kazakh. Multiple hands in the air from the fellas. Excuse me, I've been saying Double D. It's been Raw Training that is pushing the pace of Team Kazakh. Raw Training in lane number 5. As Double D on the bike, trying to get back in range of everybody else. Team Tyranno, not sure if Team Tyranno is going to be able to make the comeback. As Team Kazakh, boy, how does Team Kazakh continue to keep up this crazy pace? Now they're on the box, no hands in the air yet for the fellas. Everybody else is on the bench that is within range of them, but Team Kazakh is just continuing. Here's Raw CrossFit. Boy, Raw Training ripping through the bench press, as does B CrossFit. B CrossFit and Raw Training trying to catch up. And here's the big question. Does Max Ospinov have it in the tank to do one more round of bike the way that he did the last round? That may be about the only way that they're going to hold off these other two teams, is the other two teams that are chasing him moving a little bit quicker. 3 reps, left for Ospinov and Team Kazakh. No hands in the air otherwise for the men's teams. Yerlin Akhmetov heads to the bike, getting it revved up. We got hands in the air from everybody else, though. So Team Kazakh needs to get some space. B CrossFit and Raw Training are going to join, and they are within striking distance now. As can Team Kazakh hold them off? Biggie Smalls in lane 8 trying to get to the bike to push as well. Las Gorditas have dropped into 3rd. Principal Problems and SM are in the lane. As they are in their lanes doing their bench press, Las Gorditas join them. Team Kazakh on to the box jump overs. Final round for the fellas. Kazakh are going to be joined by B CrossFit. A little bit of a miscommunication from Team Kazakh, as one athlete was trying to switch out. The other one was saying, hey, I still need to breathe, as he just came off of the bike. Kazakh trying to hold off, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to, as they're going to make the switch. And they are pretty slow on these box jump overs now. I think the sprints on the bike are testing the juice. Principal Problems. Principal Problems trying to get off the bench. SM, they've got one more. Team Kazakh getting to the bench, but B CrossFit is going to be first. B CrossFit has taken the lead. Starting to see from some of the ladies teams that they're actually, before they get a full rep, they're trying to come down and finish off. So getting a lot of no reps on final reps because they're not locking out before they stand up. It's what we saw last round. We've seen it a couple of times this round. Biggie Smalls moves to the bench press. Team Kazakh, boy, is Team Kazakh going to be able to hang on? Team Kazakh, not a hand in the air, a hand in the air for B CrossFit. Raw Training, moving these dumbbells like they're nothing. Boy, are those things filled with helium. As Team Kazakh is going to have to make a switch. B CrossFit goes, and it's a box jump race now between B CrossFit and Raw Training. Who's going to get there first? Raw Training is moving on these box jumps. Raw Training And Raw Training's not going to switch athletes. They're just going to keep going right here. And I think Raw Training is going to wind up taking this as they are really fast on these box jump overs. B CrossFit trying to keep up. B CrossFit with a hand in the air, hand up in the air. Boy, are they actually, B CrossFit maybe with enough of a lead. And B CrossFit is going to take the victory. Raw Training right behind them. Wow, I didn't think that B CrossFit was going to hang on, but they certainly did. Credit to them. Kazakh still on the bench as Team Taranto now have moved into third place as Taranto are going to finish off, Taranto getting to the bench. Thought they were on the back part of that workout. They were on the front part of that workout. So B CrossFit and Raw Training in a great race. We'll see for the ladies who takes the victory. I believe it was SM, but not positive. So next up is going to come our 18 to 34-year-old teams. They're going to be taking on Triple Threat. We'll be right back when we get the floor set up for you. Athletes making their way to their starting mats here in the 18 to 34 CrossFit Pairs Championship division. Got a large heat for you here of teams vying for the fittest team in the world, fittest pair in the world. They're going to start off the day with Triple Threat 4 rounds, 24 and 20 Cal Echo Bike, 24 box jump overs, 24 dumbbell bench, 70-pound dumbbells for the fellas, 50 for the ladies, 24 box jump overs. And they've got to do that 4 times. They get to switch whenever they would like.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, you're going to see some really hot starts, and I would caution you, the teams that are coming off the bikes first, I'm not sure that you're going to see them crossing the line first. That's at least been the way that it has gone throughout the day. Hey, we'll set up the floor for you. In lane number 1, Boston Baddies. Lane number 2, Disney Girls. Lane number 3, Big Bear, Little Bear. Lane number 4, Flex and Furious. They're your current leaders. Lane number 5, Breakville. Lane number 6, the Quigs. And lane number 7, Mad Apple OGs. In lane number 8, on the men's side, Thick Boys. Lane number 9, Ross and Rob. Lane number 10, More Bros. Lane number 11, Short and Tall. That's your current leaders. Lane number 12, CrossFit de l'Est. Lane number 13, Honky Tonk Hustle. And lane number 14, the Krieger Boys. As most of our teams already on to the box jump overs. So you got a floor full of box jump overs right now, back and forth. And on to the bench press first. In lane number 11 is Short and Tall, your current men's leaders. Lane number 13, Honky Tonk Hustle, your first ladies on to the bench press. Number 4, your current leaders, Flex and Furious. Hey, and I'll say this, if you're going to have Flex in your name, you better win the bench press event. Flex and the Furious making a quick transition with their athletes. These 50-pound dumbbells have been a separator for the ladies, so switching early is a good idea. Flex and Furious makes a quick switch back to the bench press. For the men, Short and Tall, your leaders. Lane number 12, CrossFit de l'Est, trying to get off of the bench press, but joined Joining your leaders on the box in lane number 13, Honky Tonk Hustle, as now everybody's on the box. All men on the box, excuse me. Flex and Furious continue with their early lead. Nobody else on the box just yet. 12-minute time cap as 2.5 minutes down. Now, Breakville is going to join Flex and Furious, as does the Disney Girls. Honky Tonk Hustle and Thick Boys trying to chase down your current leaders. But boy, really moving through. Short and Tall pushing that bike. They're going to go off the bike first. Hand in the air for them already here in round number 2. Hand in the air in lane 2 for the Disney Girls. Disney Girls trying to join Flex and Furious and Breakville on the bike. Men continuing to plug away as lane number 11, Short and Tall, lane 13, Honky Tonk Hustle. Short and Tall trying to build a lead. Honky Tonk Hustle is trying to race them down. Lanes 1 through 3 on the bike, 5 on the bike, and your leaders in lane 4, Flex and Furious on the box jump overs, trying to gain a little bit more of a lead here. Breakville was trying to stay within reaching distance. Breakville made up some ground on the box jump overs, but it looks like Flex and Furious may move to the bench press at about the same time Flex and Furious winds up moving to the box jump overs. So we're going to see here as Breakville gets a couple of reps in before Flex and Furious heads to the bench press. On the men's side, Short and Tall with a hand in the air on the bench press already. They're going to move back to the box jump overs. Flex and Furious still the only ladies team on the floor on the bench press. As Flex and Furious now joined by Breakville. Breakville onto the bench press. Flex and Furious have been on the bench press for quite a while, though. Hand in the air on the men's side for Short and Tall. Short and Tall move to the bike, and they're going to get that thing revved up and rolling. They're in round number 3. 12-minute time cap. They're starting round number 3 a minute under halfway. They're trying to finish this off very strong. Honky Tonk Hustle not going to be in second place anymore. Second place is going to be the Thick Boys. So Thick Boys is going to move into second place as a switch on the bike from Short and Tall. Honky Tonk Hustle now hops onto the bike. Saw the athlete from Honky Tonk Hustle looking down the lane, trying to figure out what the cadence looked like. And how about in lane number 9, Ross and Rob destroying that bike, getting that thing revved up, and you can see every back muscle in his body. He's going to make a switch. They're going to switch halfway down. Thick Boys make the switch as back on the bike, or excuse me, back on the box jumps is Short and Tall. Short and Tall moving through Flex and Furious on the bike. Breakville on the box jump over. So Flex and Furious seem to be separating themselves from the rest of the field. Breakville seem to be separating themselves for third place. Excuse me, for second place. Who's going to be in third place? Did the Disney Girls do it to me again? Did the Disney Girls just move into second place? I've talked about them all weekend, that they kind of snuck under the radar. I'm never looking at them. And then all of a sudden they jump up and they're way ahead. Here's the problem. I can't tell if the Disney Girls, boy, if they're on round 2 or round 3, or excuse me, round 1 or round 2 right now. We'll see where they are, whether the bike is first, or round 2 or round 3. Little Bear, Big Bear moving through their box jump overs. On the men's side, Thick Boys trying to push for the lead. Short and Tall have been in the lead the entire time. Are they going to hold on to the lead? And really, will they be the first team that goes wire to wire with the lead? We haven't seen that yet in any of our events. events this morning, I should say, be more specific about it. As short and tall, thick boys are going to get off onto the box now. Short and tall spaced out their lead a little bit more. Flex and Furious on the lady side, still on the bench press, building a lead. Breakville trying to catch up to him, though. And Breakville's going to switch athletes. Boy, really fast cadence from this athlete, flying through these box jump overs. Disney Ladies going to get off of. Oh, Disney Ladies get a no rep as they jumped off the box instead of stepping off the box. Judges trying to uphold that standard, make it fair for everybody, as everybody's got to obtain to the standards. Short and tall onto the bike. Thick boys. Boy, thick boys take a look over at the Echo bike. There's a switch. So I would say that big and tall, short and tall are about halfway down. The thick boys get on the bike and they take a look over at short and tall and really started revving the bike, but short and tall going to move on to the box jumps. They're continuing to hold that lead. However, closing it on the bike is thick boys. Thick boys are going to switch. Boy, as one of the athletes had thought that their workout was over, like, oh wait, I've got to do more box jump overs. Short and tall, boy, using this box as a way to try to gain some ground. They've got a really good cadence. Thick boys starting to slow down, legs getting a little bit heavy as they're stepping off that box. Is Honky Tonk Hustle going to move back into third place? Short and tall is going to head back to the bench press. Flex and Furious is on their final set of they're on their final set of bike cows. As I was talking about, they moved to their box jump overs. Thick boys move to the bench press. They're going to be trying to make some ground up. Not sure if they're trying to make ground. Well, I know they're trying to make ground up on short and tall. Not sure if they're going to make ground up on short and tall, though. Short and tall, a little bit slow on the cadence with these bench press. They're going to switch over to another athlete. Where's Honky Tonk Hustle in this? I want to see a hand up for Honky Tonk Hustle. As Honky Tonk Hustle, no hand in the air just yet. Hand in the air for short and tall. Short and tall about to move on to the box jump overs. Box jump over is going to be their last movement. On the ladies' side, Flex and Furious on the bench press. Short and tall, thick boys make up a lot of ground on short and tall. Short and tall get off just 2 reps before the thick boys, but here's the deal, is the thick boys not moving quite as quickly. A great cadence on the box jumps. Once again, short and tall have used these box jumps to create a lead. It's exactly what they're doing now. Boy, as it's starting to struggle with the legs. Oh no, I think he messed up his Achilles. Oh my goodness. They're going to call for medical as he went to jump and he's just having to hop off. Oh no, as we saw him stumble a couple of times, he was moving through those box jumps well. He's holding his Achilles. Guy, hope that he's going to be okay. Is it bad to hope that it's just a sprain and not a tear? 1 minute left to go as Honky Tonk Hustle and Thick Boys are going to cross. So it looks like, and I'm not sure if he finished the workout or not. If they did, they both went across the line. So if they finished, short and tall are going to be in first place. I believe Thick Boys take second. Honky Tonk Hustle take third. Ross and Rob in fourth. Flex and Furious pretty solidly in first place here in lane 4 in the women's division. Breakville moved to the bench press. Disney Ladies on the bench press as well. Flex and Furious are going to finish off in 11 minutes and 32 seconds. So your leaders are going to continue to be your leaders as we move later into this day. 20 seconds remaining. Teams trying to get as many reps as they possibly can. There's 10 seconds remaining. Every rep is a fight right here. And that's going to be time, and that's going to wrap up our morning action for our CrossFit Pairs Championship competition here in Fort Wayne at the Masters Fitness Championship. We're going to move over to the rig floors. We're going to get a chance to watch the Elite Masters as they take on Above the Rim. We're going to step away for just a moment, reset, and we're going to head over here on the Bear Complex live stream at the Masters Fitness Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We've got a full day of action, and we will return soon. back here at the Masters Fitness Championship presented by Chili Goat, programmed by Mayhem Athlete, and we are in the middle of Above the Rim for our elite ladies in the 40 to 44 division, as Above the Rim is 20 bar muscle ups, 40, or for the ladies 32 bike erg calories, 20 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds, as Carrie Miley already about to come off of the bike. She's going to move over to that sandbag. Carrie Miley in second place, 8 points yesterday. So she's in a tie with Anna Tobias. Miley out in front, got a lead on the bar muscle-ups and has retained it on the bike. She's got 4 reps under her belt before we see hand for Anna Tobias. Miley, a little bit of the smaller athlete. Hey, and as I'm talking about Tobias and Miley, though, let's not forget, in lane number 12, how about Kate Curry, trying to add an E on the end of her name. She's currently in third place, so your leaders in the middle of the floor, they're all right next to each other. Well, yeah, some quick thinking, had to make an adjustment, had a malfunction on a bike, and the athlete did a great job, hops off, runs down to an open bike. Well done. Boy, all credit to lane number 4. That's going to be Lauren Hageman. Hageman and her judge working well together, as now we're in a sandbag battle, 20 sandbag cleans at 100. Miley is surrounded by, in lanes number 6, Dana Bird, 7, Kristen Cooper, 8, Jennifer Lauren, 9, Ashley Carlson, as there is all kinds of ladies on the floor doing these sandbag cleans. And how about touch and go from Kate Curry? Well, she goes one touch and go, puts it back on the floor. No hands in the air just yet on these sandbags. There's a hand in the air for Carrie Miley. Miley trying to finish off an event victory here with a sandbag that, quite frankly, is about as big as she is. Boy, she is absolutely crushed it. Oh, boy, and a no rep as she loses the bag behind herself. Where are we going to see another hand? We haven't seen one just yet. Miley trying to finish this off. Boy, I was giving her a hard time. She was downplaying how good she was going to do this weekend. I called her a sandbagger to her face. Humorously, I'm friends with Carrie. And now here she is slinging a sandbag around as Miley gets another no rep. Can't quite get that up to the shoulder. And Miley's going to finish it off. How fitting that Carrie Miley slings the sandbag around, taking first place in lane number 12. Kate Curry with a touch and go, trying to finish this off. She's got 2 reps remaining. Do we have a hand in the air anywhere else? Anna Tobias, not yet. Lane number 9, Ashley Carlson, not yet. There's a hand in the air for Ashley Carlson. Hand in the air for Jennifer Lauren as well. Kate Curry is on to her final rep. She's going to drop the bag and head to the finish line. Well done for her. Anna Tobias still working through. 2 reps left for Ashley Carlson. Carlson moving really quickly. Is that 1 rep and finish for Jennifer Lauren? Lauren's going to drop the bag and head for a 3rd place finish. And followed closely by Carlson, as several athletes on the bag to finish it up, but a great job from Carrie Miley, as Miley takes the heat, takes the victory. She's going to move into first place all by herself as we move into this day. Hey, we're going to step away as we get the floor set up for your individual elite ladies, 35 to 39. About to get underway with above the rim a very quick sprint. Gonna start off with these ladies 20 bar muscle ups, 32 cows on the bike erg, 20 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds. This is gonna go really quick. A strong heat of ladies. In lane number 3, Brittany Singer. Lane 4, Maren Banker. Lane 5, Allison Spencer. Lane 6, Melinda Golden. Lane 7, Heather Pay. Lane 8, Kaylee Walsh. Lane 9, Heather Teelking. Lane 10, Kayla Wheeler. Lane 11, Katie Sherritt. Lane 12, Mary Terrell. Lane 13, Katrina Rasmussen. Lane 14, Ashley Rincon. Lane 15, Julie Hober. Lane 16, Leah Schaefer. 17, Cynthia Dion. Lane 18, Brandy Jacobs. Lane 19, Veronica Rodriguez. And lane 20, Samantha Fila. As your leader right now in lane number 12, Mary Terrell. Lane 11, Katie Sherritt is in second place on a tie, though. So based on tiebreaker, Terrell is in first. Hand in the air in lane number 8 for Kaylee Walsh. Walsh currently sits in 8th, certainly within striking distance. That hand in the air is actually in lane number 7 for Heather Pay. So Pay is going to be the first lady off of the rig, first athlete off of the rig and onto the bike. As she takes a look around, she's just going to get that thing revved up, takes off her grips. Not joined yet now, in lane number 16, Leah Schaefer. Schaefer's going to be joined in lane number 14 by Ashley Rincon. Now starting to see a lot of ladies as they move towards the bike. Some taking off their grips, some putting on their belt to get ready for the sandbag. 32 cows here. How hard are you going to push this? Lane number 11, in second place currently, Katie Sherritt is really revving up that bike. She's standing on those pedals, and she's wanting to get going here and before she gets to the sandbag cleans. Mary Terrell in lane number 12 onto the bike. Currently in lane number 10, Kayla Wheeler is working through singles on these muscle ups. She's going to head to the bike in one more rep as she's currently sitting in 4th place. Going to be one of the last athletes to the bike, though. We're going to see how she makes this up. Is the sandbag going to be a real strength for her here? May wind up seeing a couple of these ladies go touch and go. I think we're starting to get into a weight that these ladies can handle really well with some touch and goes. How are they going to feel by the time they get there? It's the only question that I don't think any of us can answer as we're watching from afar. Growing crowd here on Saturday morning at the Masters Fitness Championship as hand in the air. Boy, hand in the air. We talked about it early on. Katie Sherritt. Now a hand in the air for Mary Terrell. Katie Sherritt gets to the bike and really got it revved up and going. She has made up a ton of ground, so Katie Sherritt now is going to be first on to the sandbag cleans. She's going to walk back and goes immediately at sandbag clean. Mary Terrell's trying to join her. Mary Terrell, your current leader, will be first. So first and second overall in the middle of the floor. First to the bikes. Lane number 4, Maren Banker, is third to that sandbag as not necessarily seeing touch and go, but we're seeing really quick from Mary Terrell. Terrell goes up quickly, slings that bag around, drops it as soon as she gets the good sign. Katie Sherritt right next to her doesn't have quite the same cadence, though she is moving very quickly. Katrina Rasmussen up, and Katrina Rasmussen is going to do touch and go. Was wondering if we were going to see this. How much ground is Katrina Rasmussen going to make up? Rasmussen's a strong athlete, and she's throwing that bag around. She's going to take a breather now. Boy, I think she might have done 5. Now she's going to step back and take a breather. Is Terrell's cadence going to be enough to hold off the charging Rasmussen, who's doing touch and go? We don't have a hand in the air yet for Terrell or for Sherritt. As Rasmussen, she's about to close out her second round of 5. When are we going to get a hand in the air? That's what we're going to. Got a hand in the air for Sherritt. Boy, so Terrell was moving so quickly. Sherritt, though, is going to take the lead. Sherritt with 3 reps remaining. Where is Rasmussen and all this? A no rep. for Terrell, as Terrell trying to shake out the legs. Katie Sherritt didn't get onto the bike too quickly, then revs up the bike, takes control on the sandbag, and takes the event. What a great job from Sherritt. Rasmussen with a hand in the air. Hand also in the air in lane 14 from Ashley Rincon. Crossing in lane number 6, I believe that is Melinda Golden. Excuse me, that's lane number 7, Heather Pay. Here comes Rasmussen. And Terrell's starting to struggle in lane 14, then followed by lane 4. So 14, Ashley Rincon. Lane 4 is Marin Banker. So Heather Pay was the athlete earlier. I said Golden, it was actually Pay. Starting to see some no reps as we've only got 10 seconds remaining in this workout. This sandbag really becoming an issue as Mary Terrell, second to the sandbag, winds up struggling, had a really quick pace as she's built up a good lead, though. She still is going to be one of the leaders that was still on the floor, had about 5 ladies finish in front of her. Boy, what a great event as we're going to move on to the individual elite ladies, 30-34. We're going to step away for just a moment. We'll be back to set up the event. (30-34). Elite ladies about to take on Above the Rim. It's a fast-paced 6-minute workout, 20 bar muscle-ups, 32 bike erg cows, and 20 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds. We've seen all kinds of different technique, but one technique that we do know is if you don't go unbroken on these muscle-ups, you're going to have a really difficult time finishing in the top of this event. Setting the floor, lane 9, Macy Perry. Lane 10, Alexandra Rizzo. Lane 11, Caitlin Pitek. Lane 12, Emily Salome. Lane 13, Michelle Weir. Lane 14, Elizabeth Jackson. Lane 15, Lindsay Derby is your current leader with 15 points. Lane 16, Omrian Johnson. Lane 17, Casey Wells. 18, Barbara Navas. Lane 19, Lindsay Howell. Lane 20, Natalia Brooks. As Derby, your leader, a local product out of Mad Apple CrossFit here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Elizabeth Jackson out of CrossFit Abilene, a Texas product. They're going to be right next to each other as Derby in lane 15, Jackson in lane 14. So keep an eye on 15 and 14. Derby is first off of the bar. Derby in the bright green sports bra gray shorts. Jackson now is going to come off. She's going to be just a couple of cows behind her. So your 2 leaders are the 2 leaders on the floor right now. In lane number 18, Barbara Navas also going to join, a familiar name here at MFC. Lane 16, Omrian Johnson onto the bike as well. In lane number 12, Emily Salome. Starting to see athletes moving towards those bikes. How's this going to move? Jackson and Derby, both very powerful athletes. If these 2 ladies get off of the bike at the same time, this could be an incredible race to the finish. And actually, boy, standing on those pedals in lane number 12, Emily Salome. Salome currently in 6th, is trying to make up some ground here on these cows. Derby leaning with her forearms on the handles in lane number 14. Jackson more upright. So seeing some different ways of trying to recover a little bit as you pump with the legs. And I'm wondering if we're going to see Salome get a hand in the air really quick. She was a couple of seconds behind our leaders, but now she has sat back down on the pedals. Judges closely watching, waiting to see a hand in the air. No hands just yet. 6-minute time cap, 2 minutes, 35 seconds in. How about a hand in the air for Lindsay Derby? Derby, a hand in the air. She's got 3 cows left. Who's going to catch her, or who's at least going to try to catch her? 2 cows left. Now there's a hand in the air for Elizabeth Jackson. Which of these ladies is going to be more proficient? They're going to have to go straight to. Derby's going to get straight to the sandbag. As Derby goes right to it, is she going to go touch and go? No, but she's going to go very quickly. She's going to follow the sandbag down as it goes down. Jackson's still not off of the bike yet. 3 reps in for Derby. Now 4 reps before Jackson's off the bike. Derby's going to get a 5-rep lead before Jackson's able to pick up the bag. And Jackson, boy, it looked like Jackson might be going, thought she was going to go touch and go, throws that thing up. She's going to drop it down. Her cadence is just a little bit behind that of Derby. Derby's also switching arms. Hey, look out in lane number 17. How about Casey Wells? Casey Wells, a powerful athlete, is going touch and go. Casey Wells trying to sneak up on everybody from an outside lane. Derby focused on her bag as Wells. When is Wells going to put the bag down, I think is the big key here. 15 sandbag cleans. 20 sandbag cleans. How far can she go? Derby with a hand in the air. No hand in the air yet for Wells. Derby looks like she's going to finish this thing off. 3 reps, no other hands in the air just yet. As 2 reps left for Lindsay Derby, your current leader is going to stretch that lead. As she was the leader based on tie-break points, Derby now is going to come across, and Derby with the first place finish. And there's no hands in the air yet. Now there's a hand in the air for Casey Wells. Wow, Derby destroys that event, finishing in about 4 minutes and 15 seconds. As continuing in touch and go now, Casey Wells, hand in the air for Elizabeth Jackson. Casey Wells is going to take 2nd place. Boy, great job from Wells as Wells uses touch and go and just blitzes the bag. What a great job. Elizabeth Jackson trying to take a 3rd place finish here. As 2 reps left, hand in the air in lane number 18 for Barbara Navas. Navas gets a no rep there, couldn't control the bag at the top. And so Elizabeth Jackson looks like currently in lane number 12. Emily Salome is trying to finish off. Barbara Navas having to take a long breath here. She's got 3 reps to go. Now Salome with 2 reps to go. Navas is struggling with the bag as she's going to take another breath. And touch and go from Natalia Brooks in lane number 20. Finishing in lane number 12, Emily Salome. Really nice job from Salome. Barbara Navas going to come across now as Navas, a little bit wobbly leg as she came across. Boy, she gave it everything that she had. Natalia Brooks, touch and go, and really moving through this bag with touch and go. Two reps left for Amrian Johnson. Johnson now with just 1 rep left, gives her the power clean, drops underneath it, picks it up on the shoulder, and she's going to finish as just about 8 seconds left. Natalia Brooks trying to finish it off. As that's going to be the workout, and we finish off with our elite ladies for the morning. Boy, really great job by Lindsay Derby. Casey Wells takes a 2nd place. Elizabeth Jackson sneaks in there at 3rd place and continues to hang around. Hey, we're going to go to our elite men. We're going to set up the floor and make a couple of equipment changes, and we'll be right back. About to get underway here at the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship program by Mayhem Athlete. Thanks for joining us here on the Bear Complex live stream. We got a great day going here as we're moving into our elite men for Above the Rim, a quick 6-minute time cap. We got a couple of heats on the floor, men's 60 to 64 and 65 plus. We're going to do our best to keep an eye on both of them for you. In the 65 plus, they're going to start off with 8 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds, then 24 bike erg cows, 12 chest to bar pull-ups, and 2 bar muscle-ups. Our elite 60 to 64 men are going to go 10 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds, 30 bike erg cows, 15 chest to bar pull-ups, and 3 bar muscle-ups. Hey, we'll set the floor for you in just a moment, but want to highlight a special athlete as we get started. We just got just a couple of seconds. In lane number 20 is Bruce Snethen from Priority CrossFit. Bruce is a 74-year-old athlete competing in the 65 plus division, as Bruce has had Parkinson's for a while now and is a 7+ year veteran of Priority CrossFit. In those 7 years, his coach was telling me that he has not seen his Parkinson's progress. And at 74 years old, that's incredibly impressive. Bruce, an athlete out here really inspiring us. He's got a 400-pound deadlift, a 300+ pound back squat, and the opportunity to talk to his coach and hear about the story of Bruce and the way he's continuing to work through life. And now, as an elite competitor at the Masters Fitness Championship, boy, this is somebody that CrossFit focuses on. This is the type of things that increase the quality of life and increase the length of life. So, Bruce, nice job. You're doing an amazing job. Everybody out here is rooting for you. Hey, I'm going to continue to set the floor for you now as we've got athletes moving up and down the floor. For our 60 to 64 in lane number 5, Brett Kurahara. Lane number 6, Ron Lebsock. Lane number 7, Bob Emery. Lane number 8, Dennis McLean. He's going to be your current leader. He's got 7 points. He's got a 5-point lead on your second place, who is Craig Fegan. In lane number 10, Craig Fegan's in lane number 9. Lane number 11, John Mullen. For your 65 plus, lane number 12, Bruce Biceps McLaughlin. Lane number 13, Stephen Korf. Lane number 14, Ronald Bernardi. Lane number 15, Howard Roberts. Lane 16, John Crockett. Lane 17, David Herbert. 18, Bud Vasquez. Lane 19, Paul Palmer. And as we said, lane number 20 is Bruce Snethen. As we got hands in the air now. So started off with the sandbag, hands in the air on the bike. So trying to move to the chest to bar pull-ups. Remember, our 60 to 64-year-old men have 15 chest to bars and 3 bar muscle-ups. Our 65 plus men have 12 chest to bars and 2 bar muscle-ups. We've got 65 plus men in lane 15 is going to be Howard Roberts. Roberts currently in second place. In lane number 19, Paul Palmer was first to the rig. Howard Roberts really moving through these very quickly. They're being joined on the rig by Ronald Bernardi. Now our first man in the 60 to 64 in lane number 10, Ted Kaminsky. Kaminsky currently in fourth place, trying to close down the gap, as in front of him, he's got to close some ground. Third place is Bob Emery with 13 points. As we've got lots of men on the floor. Bruce Snethen still working on that sandbag. Heavy sandbag for him. Hey, imagine 74 years old as he's out there throwing around a 100-pound sandbag. Come on, Bruce. As Bruce inching that thing up to his shoulder, he gets it up. Nice job for Bruce, as looking to see who's going to move on to the bar muscle. How about in lane number 5? And lane number 5, we're not just doing individual bar muscle-ups. How about Brett Kurahara is going to take an event win? Boy, as he went 3 muscle-ups real quick. Kurahara with a great job on the gymnastics. And waiting to see who's going to be the next gentleman to start doing muscle-ups. As on chest to bar right now, lots of guys on chest to bar, 6-minute workout. Almost 4 minutes in, so we're going to see a couple of minutes of some muscle-ups, hopefully. Kurohara with a great job, completely destroys this workout. He's wondering what's next. And now bar muscle-ups in lane number 8. That's going to be Dennis McLean. McLean is your current leader, only 7 points after day 1. Oh boy, as a near miss, Ted Kaminsky goes up, has that hand slip off. McLean up for his last bar muscle up. Oh boy, as they call a no rep, they say he doesn't lock out on the muscle up. He's not really in danger just yet. In lane number 6, I see hand in the air for Lebsock. I don't know if that's a muscle up or if it's a chest to bar finger. Hand in the air saying one more as Lebsock is on chest to bars, locks out, and McLean is going to jog down, takes a second place finish. He's going to retain his first place ranking. As waiting to see in lane 19, Paul Palmer. Palmer working on his muscle ups, as is in lane 18, Bud Vasquez. In lane 15, Howard Roberts doing the same. As they're working, is any of these gentlemen going to get a muscle up? If they get the muscle up, that'll put them in first place pretty solidly. Haven't seen anybody get close just yet. Oh, boy, so close from Paul Palmer. Boy, that second elbow just couldn't get it over the top. Palmer is going to go back really quick. They've got 30 seconds left. Palmer, to this point, looks like he's been the closest to get there. He's had one elbow get turned over, just can't quite get those shoulders far enough over to the bar to get that next one over. Is he going to go? Oh, boy, couldn't quite get it. Saw that hand slip. He went to the forearm on it. Bruce Snethen now working on his chest to bars. So Snethen at 74 years old, repping through those. And 3, 2, 1 time. That is our 60 to 64 and 65 plus men. Boy, great job from those fellas. How about Brett Kurohara? Rips through that workout. Great job for Brett as we move on to the 55 to 59 men. We're going to step away and get the floor set up. We'll be right back. very competitive 55-59 field here, taking on above the rim as the 55-59 men, 15 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds, 30 cow bike erg, 10 bar muscle up, as we got some really strong men. This 100-pound sandbag is not going to be too much for him. You already see some touch and goes. How about lane number 17, Pete Petrilli? Lane number 16, Ben Kelly. Lane number 15, John Kim. Boy, these are some high-level guys. We've seen their names for a long time. John Kim, couple-time games athlete. As hand in the air, Pete Petrilli is going to be first to the bike. Petrilli gets the bike going. He is a larger athlete, but he also has really good gymnastics. This could be a great workout for Petrilli. He's third coming out of day number 1. It was a real battle on day number 1 between Ben Kelly and John Kim. Kelly, 8 points on day number 1. John Kim, 9 points. That means Ben Kelly is in first place by 1 point. So basically a dead heat at this point. These two men with a lot of work left to go. Petrilli would love to close the gap here, though. He's got a 7-point deficit on the leader, 6-point deficit on Kim. So he needs to find a way to get not only in front of these guys, but get a few people in between him and them. And with athletes the caliber of Ben Kelly and John Kim, that is a tall task. Pete Petrilli is he going to get a hand in the air? Hey, while they're biking, let me let you know in lane number 11, James Roberts. Lane 12, Joseph Nicoloulis. Lane 13, Brian Scott. Lane 14, Daniel Dufour. Lane 15, John Kim. Lane 16, Ben Kelly. Lane 17, Pete Petrilli. Lane 18, Chris Wellborn. Lane 19, Charles Kremians. Lane 20, Dave Deering. As Pete Petrilli now heads to the rig. Petrilli has 10 bar muscle-ups. Petrilli, how many bar muscle-ups can he get? There's still no hands in the air. That's 1 for Petrilli. As a hand in the air now for John Kim. How many reps is he going to get and get ahead? He's got 5 now. What a great set, as he's not going to stop anytime soon. Petrilli was telling me earlier how good he felt coming into this weekend. He's been banged up lately, shoulder injuries, knee injuries over the last couple years. He's going to fail that bar muscle-up. He's got 3 left. As didn't look like a horrible fail, but fails can be difficult. John Kim now onto the bar muscle-ups. Does Petrilli have enough of a lead? He's got 1 more. Is he going to give it a shot here? Boy, John Kim is moving quickly through these bar muscle-ups. Petrilli is going to get the rep. Nice job from Petrilli. And Petrilli takes the victory, gives it the big primal scream at the end, as John Kim now in second place. Right behind him, Ben Kelly comes off of the bar muscle-ups. Kelly struggling a little bit. Kim is going to take second place. And now who's going to come in third? We've got a hand in the air in lane number 13 for Brian Scott. No hand in the air for Brian Kelly. Lane number 19, Charles Kremians comes in. So we're going to see Ben Kim take the overall lead, as in lane number 14, Daniel Dufour comes across. And Daniel Dufour in front of Ben Kelly as well. So now it just becomes, how far is Pete Petrilli going to gain on Ben Kelly, and how much space is John Kim going to create between himself and Ben Kelly? 5 reps left for Kelly. Kelly with a 2nd rep in a row. Now in lane number 13, Brian Scott coming across. Hand in the air for Kelly. Hand in the air in lane number 12 for Joseph Nicoloulis. As I was struggling with Joseph's name yesterday, getting it better today, and Nicoloulis is going to come across the line. 2 reps left for Ben Kelly. Hand in the air in lane number 18 for Chris Wellborn. Poor Chris. I was calling Chris the wrong name yesterday. He came up and was giving me a hard time about it, but he was a good sport. Chris was dominating an event, and I called him the wrong name for the entire event. That seems to happen once a year. Hey, great job from Ben Kelly. Great job as Ben Kelly comes across. And still, this is a 6-minute workout, and we still have 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. If that tells you how quickly these men have worked through this workout. Chris Wellborn coming across. in lane number 11. One more rep for James Roberts. Dave Deering working in lane number 20. Roberts kicks up and gets it. Nice job as Roberts is going to jog across the finish line. Finishes in 5:10. Dave Deering, athlete out of Canada, in 9th place, is he's working through singles on his bar muscle ups here at 55 to 59 years old. Amazing that these athletes are able to do what they're doing. Don't let it fool you that Deering's the only athlete left on the floor. This is the elite division. It's kind of like when you watch a football game and you see a guy and go, man, that guy's terrible. Well, he may not be as good as the defensive end across from him, but that guy is absolutely amazing, as is Dave Deering. So Deering's going to try and get one more rep. He's got about 8 seconds left. Big kick from Deering, up and over. Deering gets it. Nice job. Gets a cheer from the crowd. As that's going to be our 55 to 59-year-old men. Hey, we're going to bring on our 50 to 54-year-old men coming right up. Make sure you stick around here at the Bear Complex live stream. And we're back at the Masters Fitness Championship as we take on Above the Rim, the programming by Mayhem Athlete this year. And boy, it has been a great test of fitness. In the 50 to 54 division for Above the Rim, we're going to have a change as we test the athletes, starting with 12 bar muscle ups, then 30 bike erg calories, finishing it off with 15 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds. As all of these guys at 50 to 54 are going to have the bar muscle ups. Hey, we'll set the floor for you. David Bryson in lane number 4, Christopher Wagner in lane 5, Justin Harmon in lane 6, Chris Lazaroff in lane 7, Keith McNeil in lane 8, Rodolfo D'Onofrio in lane 9, Michael Hubbard in lane 10, Brian Brink in lane 11, Tim Davis in lane 12, Matt Thurber in lane 13, Michael Unkefer in lane 14, David Finazzo in lane 15, Michael Weisler in lane 16, John Wall in lane 17, Scott Abrams lane 18, Greg Whitmire in lane 19, Mark Anderson in lane 20. Hand in the air already for lane Michael Unkefer, but Tim Davis is going to be the first off of the bike. Also coming off in lane number 7, Chris Lazaroff, lane 16, Michael Weisler, lane 17, Scott Wallen. As your leader on the day is Tim Davis. Tim Davis with just 10 points yesterday. In second is Brian Brink. Brian Brink right now struggling with his muscle up, so Tim Davis trying to create a little bit of distance. As lots of bike cows ahead of them, 30 bike erg calories before they get to that 100-pound sandbag. All these men capable of pulling up that 100-pound sandbag, but after all of the work, as Michael Unkefer thought he was completed, he's got one more rep, so Unkefer is going to get his bar muscle up. Now he's going to head on to the bike. As hand in the air for your leader, Tim Davis. Tim Davis trying to get onto the sandbag. He's going to be first to the sandbag. He's going to be joined very quickly in lane number 8 by Keith McNeil. McNeil going touch and go. Davis going touch and go. They've got 15 of these. Now joined in lane number 7 by Chris Lazaroff. Lazaroff going touch and go. Lane 17, John Wallen's going touch and go. Boy, these guys treating this bag like it is not as full as it actually is. Don't be fooled, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you, those bags are 100 pounds. Tim Davis with a hand in the air. He's going to finish this in under half of the time cap. Wait, as Davis has a little bit of a stumble, is he going to open up the door for McNeil? Davis is going to put the bag down, and he's going to finish off. Keith McNeil is going to take a solid second place. McNeil comes across. He's going to clap those big old hands. Keith McNeil, a big old boy with a wonderful long goatee. For those of you that know what I look like, I always appreciate a good set of facial hair. In lane number 7, Chris Lazaroff finishes, followed very closely by Michael Weisler. Boy, apparently Wallen came in at 2:39. I didn't even see John Wallen. Oh, my gosh. Wallen came in at 2:39. He's going to take first place in front of Tim Davis. Oh, my goodness. How about Wallen sneaking in from the side of the floor? Pretty amazing for Wallen. As John Wallen out of CrossFit Thunder Hill, currently in 11th place. Boy, that's going to help close the gap down. Great job from Wallen as Wallen really pushes. So it's going to go Wallen, Davis, McNeil. Still 2 full minutes left in this workout. And it's going to have lots of these men finishing off the elite men 50 to 54 division. Hand in the air in lane number 6 for Justin Harmon. So Harmon's about to finish off his workout. Michael Unkefer is going to finish his workout. So Unkefer sitting in 5th. Not going to lose too many spots, as finishing about in the middle of the field here. And based on the distribution of points, I think Unkerfer is going to be okay. May lose a few spots, but a long day today. We're going to see a lot of movement on the leaderboard, both up and down. Opportunity for leaders to create some distance, or for those that are following them to make up some ground. Yeah, it's working hard in lane number 9. You've got Rodolfo D'Onofrio. 1 minute remaining as Rodolfo D'Onofrio is trying to finish in lane 20. Mark Anderson, nice job from Mark Anderson. He comes across the finish line. And only man on the sandbag is Rodolfo D'Onofrio. Hand in the air in lane number 18 from Scott Abrams. Hand in the air now from Rodolfo D'Onofrio. Also hand in the air in lane number 5 from Christopher Wagner. As Wagner and Abrams is on the sandbag now. He's going touch and go. Wagner now moves to the sandbag. D'Onofrio gonna finish off as D'Onofrio gonna come in with 5 seconds remaining on the clock. 3, 2, 1, and time, as that is our 50 to 54 men. Up next, 45 to 49 men. And hey, if a 100-pound sandbag wasn't heavy enough, we're gonna bring out our equipment team. They're going to bring out an even heavier one. Don't want to miss it here on the Bear Complex live stream. We'll be right back. The 45 to 49-year-old men. You know, you look at these guys and you're like, there's no way these guys are 45 years old. So it fools you. 10 seconds is the 45 to 49-year-old men taking the floor for above the rim 15-bar muscle-ups, 35 bike erg cows, and a 15 sandbag cleans of 150 pounds. Boy, I'm trying to help these guys out and turn the sandbag from 150 pounds into 15 pounds. No such luck, though, as these 15-bar muscle-ups are going to go really fast. Leaders in the middle of the floor. Lane number 12 is Tim Sanchez. He has a 1-point lead on Christopher Anderson, who's in lane number 11. So they're going to be right next to each other. Third place, Rich Lunsford. Lunsford 7 points behind Sanchez. So Sanchez and Anderson back and forth on day one as they are looking like they want to try to run away with it. Hand in the air for both Anderson and Sanchez, as Anderson's going to come off first. He's going to get to those 35 bike calories. As now a whole slew of men, lane 12, Sanchez, 13, Lunsford, lane 14, Viennes, lane 10, Barca. Many of these men now coming on to the bike. They've got 35 cows. I think these 35 cows probably going to go pretty quick, seeing some good cadence from these gentlemen. And then they're going to move on to 15 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds. So we saw in the last heat basically all the men, especially the ones who finished high, touch and go on the sandbag. We're going to see adding 50 pounds to this bag. What is it going to look like? here in this 45 to 49 division. Are they going to go touch and go, or are they going to go with really quick singles? We're watching these men just waiting for hands up in this division, as 11 points for Sanchez, 12 for Christopher Anderson, 18 for Lunsford. Barca behind Lunsford by just 1 point in 19. After that, there's a little bit of a gap to 5th place. 19 points to 25 points. Jason Vienne 7 points back. But this is a fairly full heat, 16 athletes in this heat, and you can really see 6 or 7 points change in the course of one event. Hands in the air. Anderson with a hand in the air in lane 15. DePerna with a hand in the air. DePerna's going to be the first to the bag. DePerna is a big athlete. He's going to be joined in lane 13 by Rich Lunsford. Tim Sanchez chalking up just now, gets a hand in the air. He's pretty smooth on the bike. Sanchez, be interesting to see how he handles the sandbag, if he's taking the bike a little bit slower to really move quickly on the sandbag. Lane 20, Bowers on the sandbag. Lane 19, Rowan on the sandbag. Lane 18, Brian Capone on the sandbag. Sanchez, in his very classic casual style, moves to the sandbag, and he's going to go touch and go. So Sanchez, in an unhurried fashion on the bike, moves to the sandbag. Is he going to go 15 touch and go on the sandbag? He chalked the heck out of that sandbag, and that's chalk is getting all over him now. But it seems to be working. Sanchez, a big, powerful athlete. He is the only man on the floor going touch and go at the moment, and it's going to work for him. Sanchez knew what he was going to do, ran his race, and unless something goes crazy right here, Sanchez is the only athlete with a hand in the air. He's got 3, 2. No, it's a no rep, as didn't get it controlled. Sanchez going to have to take a breather. Still no hand in the air. Sanchez still in his very unhurried fashion. Gets it all the way on the shoulder. Now Sanchez having to drop down into singles. Hand in the air in lane 18 for Brian Capone. In the air for lane 19 for Rowan. Lane 20 for Bowers. Last one, as Sanchez is going to be first place and stretches his lead. Tim Sanchez, in no hurry on the bike, said, I'm going to make up all my ground on the sandbag. He does exactly that. Now in lane 19, Sean Rowan's going to cross in second place. A great job for Rowan, as Rowan looking to make some moves here on day number 2. Lane 18, and actually I think he's going to get outrun in lane 10. Jeff DePerna's going to come, but I think lane 10, Derek Barca outruns Brian Capone. Lane 13, here comes Rich Lunsford. Hand in the air in lane 16 for Michael White. Hand in the air in lane 17 for Keith Bollinger. As who's going to come across next? In lane 11, Christopher Anderson could really use getting across before anybody else. Jason Viens has 1 rep left. Here comes lane 16, Michael White. Jason Viens is going to come across. And now here comes Christopher Anderson. So Anderson's going to drop some points to Sanchez. And not just some, he's going to drop quite a few as Sanchez takes first. Anderson's going to look to some of these other events to try and make up those points on Sanchez. Abe Ezel is in. We got 45 seconds remaining on the clock, as coming across is that Roy Cardwell in lane 4. Boy, muscle-ups and heavy sandbag clings. Cardwell trying to rub out his elbow and bicep. Going to blow up those arms. Lots of men on the floor have finished. 20 seconds left. Boy, a really great race. 1 rep remaining in lane number 7 for Peter Brown. Peter Brown's going to come across and finish. 5 seconds remaining. 3, 2, and 1. And Tim Sanchez doing Tim Sanchez things, looking calm and unhurried. Takes the event win as a spread, because it went from Sanchez in lane 1 to Rowan in lane 19. It is moving day. We're going to see lots of points here on Saturday. We'll get set up for our 40 to 44 individual men, and we'll be right back. Very competitive 40 to 44-year-old men's elite division, as a tight race is shaping up all throughout. 10 seconds before these men take on above the rim. 20 bar muscle ups, 40 bike erg cows, 20 sandbag cleans with 150-pound sandbags. These gentlemen are about to go nuts on these bars, as going to watch these gentlemen. Hey, watch out for Ren Bourgeois in lane 19. Bourgeois's got the gymnastics and he's got the fitness. Luke Offield is your current leader. Watch out for Offield when he gets to that sandbag. Offield is also a strongman competitor and a nationally ranked one, so when he gets to that sandbag, I'm not sure 150 pounds is not going to get thrown all the way to the ceiling. Somebody make sure that he knows this is not a keg toss. You just have to get it up to your shoulder. Ryan Kesterholt in third place, right next to him in lane 14. Brandon Nolan in second. Nolan is behind by 4 points. There's a big separation. First and second, Offeld and Nolan. 10 and 14 after that. 23 points, 23 points, 26, 29, 28. There's a big grouping and a lot of changes to be had today. A lot of guys breaking up in lane number 8. Coming off is Mike Rutkowski. Lane 7, Christopher Pinedo. Lane number 19, Ren Bourgeois. Lane number 11 is Joey Perez. Lane number 10, Matt Lamberti. Now here comes Luke Offield. Here comes Ryan Kesterholt. Nolan still on the bar. We're going to see who gets off of the bike first. Pinedo is really turning those pedals over. Only thing we can't tell is what is their dampener set at. It's going on calories. And then they're going to move to the sandbags. Offeld probably in a similar situation to Sanchez. I'm not sure he's horribly worried about the rest of this workout, knowing that sandbag is going to be able to move well for him. Bourgeois with a high work rate, as Bourgeois, I'm going to see when he gets off of the sandbag, or when he gets onto the sandbag. I've known Ren for a long time. Ren, not exactly somebody who's worried about hurting in the middle of a workout, so he's going to push this bike so he can get to the sandbag and go at the sandbag. Justin Roger now onto the bike. No hands in the air just yet. A 6-minute workout. We're 2 minutes and 18 seconds into it. We saw Tim Sanchez in the previous heat, smooth and unbothered through the entire thing because he knew he had touch and go for 15 in the bag. And if you can touch and go 15 at 150 pounds, you're going to make up a lot of ground on a lot of people. Again, watch out for Luke Offield, a very big, powerful athlete in lane number 13. Weight is not an issue for him. And a hand in the air. Pinedo with a hand in the air. Rutkowski with a hand in the air. Offield has made up a lot of ground on the bike. And he is going to get off the bike first, I'm going to say. No, Bourgeois off the bike first. I told you to watch out for Ren Bourgeois, and I'm the one not watching out. Ren Bourgeois first onto the bike. Offield onto the bag. He's going to go quick singles. Rutkowski having to reset in the lap a little bit, as Offield is able to just go straight up to the shoulder, so he's going to gain a little bit of ground. How about in lane number 10, Matt Lamberti going a couple of touch and goes. Now he's got to take a little bit of time as he drops it down. Offield is continuing to work. Ren Bourgeois in lane 19. Got to keep an eye on Ren. Not seeing a hand in the air just yet. Ryan Kesterholt working on the bag next to Offield. Here comes Brandon Nolan. What does Brandon Nolan have in store for us? Nolan, boy, that looked really easy. He's going to step back as Nolan quick up to the shoulder. No hands in the air just yet. And I feel like we're going to see several hands go in the air all at the same time. Bourgeois, that bag got a little sideways on him, got way up on the side of his neck. He kind of wound up getting spit out the back side of that bag. He's going to step back and take a breath. This 150-pound sandbag is no joke. Tim Sanchez made it look fairly easy. I promise you it is not. Luke Offield now with a hand in the air. He's got 5 remaining. No other hands just yet. Waiting to see a hand in lane 19 from Bourgeois' judge. He's got to take another breather. No, nothing from Rutkowski, nothing from Pinedo. 3 left for Offield. Offield back up on the sandbag, and 2 reps remaining for Luke Offeld right in the middle of the floor in lane number 13. 1 rep as Offeld is going to continue his dominance this weekend. He comes across in first place. Looks around wondering where everybody else is. They're still working, Luke. Great job. Hand in the air in lane number 10 for Matt Lamberti. Hand in the air in lane number 11, Joey Perez. Lamberti with 1 rep remaining. Perez with 3 reps remaining. Lamberti's going to come across. Pinedo with a hand in the air. Rutkowski with a hand in the air. Lane 9, Tucker with a hand in the air. Hand in the air in lane number 17 for Axman. In the air, hand in the air for Bourgeois. Perez is going to come across. Joey Perez with a finish. Lane 17, Axman finishes. Nolan with 1 more remaining. Kesterholt with 1 more remaining. Brandon Nolan finishes it off. As Nolan currently in second place, Kesterholt is going to come just in front of Pinedo. Rutkowski finishes, doesn't cross the line, but gets that last sandbag. Boy, what a great heat. Slow and steady wins the race, and boy, nobody came out flying and did a great job just working steady on those sandbags. Luke Offeld, only 10 points on the day. He's going to have 11 now as he gets another first place finish. The question starts to become, can anyone catch Offeld? As Nolan had some people slip between him and Offeld. Nolan was already 4 points behind. We're going to move on to the 35 to 39-year-old division. We're going to step away as we get set up. Boy, don't miss the fireworks that are about to happen here at the Masters Fitness Championship. The Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship program by Mayhem Athlete, as we are underway now with the 35 to 39-year-old division in above the rim. 20 bar muscle ups, 40 bike erg cows, 20 sandbag cleans. Your leader right in the middle of the floor is Jared Levitt. Levitt with only 13 points yesterday. He leads Gerald Sasser by 4 points. Levitt with 13 points, Sasser with 17 points, A.J. Lizotte with 19 points in third. Those gentlemen in the middle of the Levitt in lane 12, Sasser lane 11, Lizotte lane 13. Going to be interesting to see here with this 6-minute workout. How does everything play out? Are we going to see big changes today? A 6-minute workout with high-skilled gymnastics followed by the bike, followed by a very heavy 150-pound sandbag. We can see a lot of changes that come across in this heat. And quickly, how about lane number 8? There's Anders Grunson. Anders Grunson, all the way from Norway, is first onto the bike. He's going to be joined out in lane number 4 by Josh Stetzel. Lane number 20, Brandon Wallen. Lane number 18, Chris Goad. 17, Sama. Lots of men on the bike now, and we've seen your leaders throughout most of the day. I'm going to give one exception. Throughout most of the day, have made up a lot of ground on the bike and then moved on to the sandbag and finished well. The only exception was Tim Sanchez. Sanchez almost seemed to slow down on the bike, but then goes touch and go on the sandbag. As a minute 45 seconds in, 6-minute time cap. Not sure how much of that time cap we're going to need with some of these powerful athletes moving through the bike. Anders Gronson was your leader off the bike, and he currently has a pretty good pedal rate. Boy, he's really leaning into the front of that bike, leaning out over the front of those pedals, using as much of that body lean to get down over the top of those pedals as he can, maybe trying to save his quads a little bit as they're about to move in to this sandbag clean. I say quads because if you wind up doing a power clean where you wind up having to kind of drop underneath it a little bit, not a full clean, but a power clean, it can really begin to burn those quads. Hamstrings, obviously, as you pick it up off the ground. Let's face it, 150-pound sandbag, everything in your body is working. Gronson is first to the sandbag, hand in the air in lane 15 for Trevor Turner. Gronson is going to get right to it as he's going to go singles and gets a no rep because he did not. He had two hands on the bag. You got to get one hand off of the bag. In lane number 10, Christopher Pay. Lane number 11, Gerald Sasser. Those athletes have to show control by taking that second hand off of the bag. Gronson, not one of the larger athletes in the field, gets an early no rep. We're going to see how that affects him as he moves through this workout. Jared onto the bag. Levitt in the bright green orange shirt. Now look at Levitt going touch and go. Haven't really talked too much about Levitt, and here Levitt with the touch and goes. In lane 17, Blake Sama with the touch and goes. Sama's trying to come up from an outside lane here. Not seeing any other touch and goes, waiting on a hand as Levitt's going to wind up dropping the bag. Sama continues to work with these touch and goes. In lane 18, Chris Goad looked like he attempted a touch and go there. He got the touch and go. Well, a hand in the air now in lane number 10 for Christopher Pay. Having to take a break is Sama. Is Pay going to be able to come across here in front of Lover? Excuse me, is Sasser. It's Gerald Sasser. Is Gerald Sasser going to close the gap here on Levitt? One rep left for Sasser. Nobody else is coming across yet. Sasser is going to finish it off. Gerald Sasser from Phenom Fitness. 5 reps left for Jared Levitt. Levitt no longer in touch and go mode. Waiting to see, are we going to get another athlete across? There's a lot of work for these gentlemen. 2 reps left for Sama, 1 rep left for Sama. Is Sama going to sneak in? Sama's going to sneak in. He's going to help out Sasser by creating some space between Sasser and Levitt. Pay's going to come in. Levitt now bag on the ground, but I think actually in lane 15, Trevor Turner beat Levitt across. In a sprint to the finish, Turner, I think, was aware of Levitt before Levitt was aware of Turner. In lane number 6, Scott Mays is going to come across. Touch and go. Boy, how about touch and go in lane number 7 from Andy Giron? And now in lane number 9, Anthony Luchansky across. Anders Gronson, who was first to the bag, only has 1 more left. Giron is going to cross. As Gronson couldn't quite get it all the way up onto the shoulder to show control. In lane number 4, Josh Stetzel. Barry Peel trying to finish it off. He's got 15 seconds. And the race between Gronson and lane number 16, Weigel. I think Weigel gets across first. Barry Peel now comes across. Lane number 19, Zachariah Jones comes across. 3, 2, 1, and time. Boy, it's an exciting race in the 35 to 39 elite men's division. Hey, we've got the 30 to 34 coming up next. This is going to be a fast heat. Don't blink. Come right back. 10 seconds before we get into the 30 to 34 division for above the rim at the Masters Fitness Championship. 30 to 34 division, 20 bar muscle ups, 40 bike erg calories, 20 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds. Your leader in the middle of the floor, Ethan Motley, lane number 13. Right behind him is going to be Ted Starkweather. Starkweather out of Mayhem, 2 points behind. Motley from Freedom Point CrossFit in third. 7 points out of first place, Chris Shimley out of Top Fuel CrossFit. As lots of very fit, very strong, very large men in this division. Moving down, and a couple of breaks in lane 12 and 13. So Starkweather and Motley, your first and second place, take breaks. 14 points for Motley, 16 points for Starkweather, 21 points for Shimley. So is there a secret that Motley and Starkweather know that we don't with the break? Sonny Zigfoos onto the bike. Danny Campagna onto the bike. Lots of athletes onto the bike. All but one now on the bike. All but three onto the bike, and they're about to head to the bike themselves. Now we've got 40 cows on the bike erg. How are athletes going to use these? Boys, Zigfoos, and right next to Zigfoos, Campagna, those legs are turning over quickly. A little bit more slowly for your first and second place, as a little bit more calm in 13 and 14. Zigfoos has the shoulders bouncing back and forth. Out over the handlebars in lane number 10 is Danny Campagna. Campagna's going to pop the top. He says, hey, if I'm going to do a sandbag, I'm going to do it shirtless and let the muscles ripple. Just waiting now to see hands in the air. Are we going to get any surprises on the bike? There have been a couple of surprises today on the bike with how quickly some guys got work done. I think back to the 40 to 44 division with Luke Offeld. Offeld on the bike didn't look like he was really crushing it, but winds up catching up a lot of ground. There's Sonny Zigfoos. Zigfoos is a big athlete, so going to be interesting to see if he gets to the bike or to the bag early. Is he going to be able to sling this thing around and take a first place? Zigfoos in fourth place, so he's not out of range. Zigfoos, Campagna with a hand in the air. As moving to the bag, Alex Bookout. Bookout, a strong athlete himself. Zigfoos up and down, showing control at the top. They've got to take that handoff to show control. Hands up in lane 13 for Motley. Hand up in lane 14 for Shimley. No hand for Starkweather just yet. Is Starkweather with a hand? Starkweather seems fairly unbothered on this bike. He's just kind of looking around. Are we going to see a touch and go from Starkweather, thinking that that's going to be the way to go? We've seen it once out of Tim Sanchez. We're going to see it out of Starkweather. It'll be interesting if Starkweather's going to tighten up that belt. No hands in the air on the bags just yet. Starkweather is going to move quickly on these sandbag cleans, not going touch and go. He has a very quick cadence, though. Is it going to be enough? Starkweather several reps behind your leaders on the floor. Motley moving through. Motley resetting at the lap. Sonny Zigfoos with a hand in the air. So Zigfoos has had the lead the entire time. Is he going to go wire to wire with the lead? Steps back, has to take a little bit of a breather. Sonny Zigfoos, though, the only hand that I see in the air. So Zigfoos, I think, is going to take first place unless something goes haywire here in a minute. Waiting for the next hand. Zigfoos is going to do himself a lot of favors, hanging out in fourth place. He may move up into third, and depending on where Starkweather falls in this event, may wind up even raising more. Lane 15, there's Alex Bookout with a hand in the air. Here goes Zigfoos, going to take an event win. Sonny Zigfoos, what a great job. Hand in the air for Ted Starkweather. My goodness, he made up a ton of ground with that cadence. Lane 15, Bookout. Bookout looks like he's going to take second as he's up for his final sandbag clean. He gets across. He takes second. Starkweather with 2 reps. Hand in the air down in lane number 6 for Colby Mills. Excuse me, no, that's 7, Cameron Price. Final rep for Starkweather. Starkweather is going to take third place. Boy, and I don't know if he's going to gain too much ground on Motley. Motley is going up for his final rep. Motley loses the bag behind him. Is this going to open the gate for someone? As it is, how about is that lane 9 and then lane 7? Then Motley comes across, so 9 is going to be Niedzwicki, 7 Cameron Price. Boy, Motley is going to lose 2 spots as he loses the bag behind him on the final rep. Does that open the door for Starkweather? Starkweather is going to wind up taking the lead. How much ground is Sonny Zigfoos going to gain on Motley now? In lane 19, Williams comes across. Lane 18, hand in the air for Justin Blunk, hand in the air for Ian Burkhart. Hands in the air all across. We've got 15 seconds remaining in this workout. In lane 18, Justin Blunk, followed but about 1 second later by Ian Burkhart. Wow, as we're probably going to have a new leader. I think Ted Starkweather is going to take over the lead as Motley finishes 4 or 5 places behind him. What a battle as Sonny Zigfoos is going to throw his name into the hat for those top 2 spots. Make sure you're taking a look at the leaderboard on Competition Corner as it is live. Hey, we're going to step away for about 20 minutes. We've got Pairs Championship coming up next here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Want to thank our sponsors as they have been so good to both the Pairs Championship and the Masters Championship. RX Smart Gear, Virus, Yeti, Chili Goat, Mayhem Athlete, and Bear Complex. Boy, it's been a wonderful weekend, and we're not even halfway through it yet. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away. We'll be back at 11 o'clock for more action of the CrossFit Pairs Championship. And we're back for the CrossFit Pairs Championship, taking on Paint Battle on the rig floor, as you're going to see the rope climbs happening. On the floor is our men's 45 to 49 and women's 45 to 49-year-old teams. For these teams, we got I was looking at the wrong workout. For these teams, 8 rounds, 4 rounds apiece, 2 rope climbs, 6 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds, and a 90-foot sandbag bear hug carry. One partner does one round, the next partner does another round. On the floor for you in lane number 10 is Jersey Classics. Lane number 11 is the double unders. Lane number 13, Zero Proof. Lane number 14, We're Okay, as Angel and Rudy from California, unfortunately, having an injury, so they're not going to be able to continue as they were in the lead. So unfortunate to see that. For the ladies, in lane number 15 is the Ponytail Express. Lane number 16, Low and Joe. Lane number 17, G-Slay. Number 18, NCC Buddies. Lane number 19, Milk. And lane number 20 is Storm Surge. G-Slay already on to their second round of rope climbs, as is the double unders. So seeing here as these athletes going to move through this workout has a 14-minute time cap. So going to be a little bit longer than what we've seen to this point today, as we've had some of these 6-minute heats. We'll make the adjustment now as long rounds, 4 rounds apiece, 8 rounds total. Jersey Classics wearing those bright pink shirts in lane number 10, climbing up the rope. And hey, it wouldn't be a Jersey Classic if it wasn't sleeveless. In lane number 16, hand in the air as the sandbag cleans going down for Low and Joe, as Low and Joe took first place in their last workout. So Low and Joe trying to make some moves here on day number 2. Low and Joe going to move into their 90-foot bear hug carry. That's sandbag carry, carrying in the bear hug position. It's got to be in the bear hug, can't be low on the hips. And so having to squeeze that thing is going to squeeze the diaphragm 30 feet down and 30 feet back, so it's 90 feet, 3 trips all together. Doesn't seem like a lot immediately, but this basically becomes a sprint when you're in the middle of it. You have 1 round to rest, but you've got 2 rope climbs. You don't have a lot of time to breathe in between them. You've just got to get right back up the rope. Low and Joe climbing the rope. Coming right behind them in lane number 17 is G-Slay, as Low and Joe going to take a quick breath, step back, back up. G-Slay is going to make up a little bit of ground as they're going to take a shorter break. In lane number 11, the double unders right back to the rope. Boy, a nice, efficient rope climb right there, getting those feet real high. He gets a good jump, feet up. You see that lean back and really comes up, touches that top railing, and back down. Double unders onto the sandbag cleans now, as Jersey Classics going to taking a couple breaths, as these 150-pound sandbags are no joke at all. Athletes walking back and forth. G-Slay in her 90-foot sandbag carry, so she's actually taking the lead on Low and Joe. In lane 18 is NCC Buddies. Hey, let's not forget about NCC Buddies. The team of Beth Smith and Ashley Fiala have hung around all weekend long, and they've really, especially on day number 1, they pushed G-Slay. G-Slay stayed a little bit more consistent throughout the workouts and wound up nipping them at the end of a couple of workouts. But I think we're going to start to see NCC Buddies going to show up and start creating a little bit of havoc for maybe some teams in the middle of these leaderboards. Four minutes in to this 16-minute time cap. So starting off fast, anticipating a slowdown. Rope climbs, I believe, are going to start to really slow some people down. We're going to see the brakes put on as each of these teams continue to working up the rope, and starting to see the rope climbs slow down already. They're going to have 8 total rope climbs in this division. That will change as the day goes on. With these Masters divisions and Masters workouts, they tried to have workouts that were continuing to test capabilities that Masters should be reaching in a competitive stance in each division. So you've seen that workout order changes. We've seen numbers obviously going to change. We're going to see the type change as the younger groups will be doing legless rope climbs. The sandbag weight will change. It will be a good test all around, no matter what age group you are in. As these athletes moving through in lane number 19, you've got Milk, the team of Jen Weiss and Stephanie Butler, moving through their sandbag cleans. In lane number 20, Storm Surge, Kristen Pamazel and Stacy Snowden. The NCC Buddies team of Beth Smith, Ashley Fiala, G. Slay, Angela Curry, Lori Pruitt, Lowen Joe, Jody McCollum, Lori Todd, Ponytail Express, Michelle Hodnett, Renata Duarte. In the men's division, We're Okay, Eric Martle, Frederick Gobel, Zero Proof, Alex Escada, Kuho Font. The double unders, Zoltan Heights, Dave Bauer, Jersey Classics, Dominic Caporeal, Johnny Restrepo. I keep wanting to add another S to Johnny's name. I apologize, Johnny and all of the Restrepo family. And Angel and Rudy from California, as we said, unfortunately had an injury. Angel and Rudy, Angel Cardenas, Rudy Mendez Jr. Not sure which one of those guys got hurt. Wishing him all of the best, though. Medical team got out to him pretty quick. Tried to help him out. We had a couple go down in the pairs divisions. The longer this workout goes, the more these sandbags are starting to take their effect. 9 over the course of 4 different rounds. You're going to wind up with 36 sandbag cleans. That is a larger number than, 6 over the course of 4. So 24 sandbag cleans. I was thinking about the 90-foot bear hug and started convoluting numbers together as in lane number 13, Zero Proof heading back to the rope. Zero Proof right up to the rope. Boy, showing no signs of fatigue. Gets down below the line they're supposed to come down to. Let's go, and hops down. And he is quickly back up. So Zero Proof really trying to take advantage of this workout that seems to be a good wheelhouse workout for Zero Proof. In lane 14, walking back down the aisle. We're Okay. As We're Okay with that 90-foot walk, down, back, and down again. Going to give it over to the partner following. Again, this is a You Go, I Go workout. In lane number 15, Ponytail Express out of CrossFit Octus. Up to the rope and back down. In lane number 18, NCC Buddies. She goes up to the shoulder and then just drops it down to the chest to start walking. Shows really good control and core strength. And she just slid that thing right down to her chest, grabbed on, and started walking. Has 2 sandbag cleans left in this round for Zero Proof. So Zero Proof taking a big, deep breath. 9.5 minutes into this workout. Again, a 14-minute workout. Zero Proof up to the shoulder. And now drops it right down, starts walking. He's got 90 feet of walking. And he's going to drop it after 30 feet. So the fatigue really starting to kick in. A couple of really great rope climbs. A little bit slower here on the sandbag carry. Again, a 150-pound sandbag is not a small sandbag. So having to carry that thing around, move it up and down. 4 minutes left in this workout. Are we going to see anybody finish, get close to finishing here? As the double unders slowly chipping away. We're okay walking back down the lane. Zero Proof climbing the rope. They've got one more rope climb as Jersey Classics up the rope trying to come back up. As we're getting close to the final round of this workout. Low and Joe taking a breather. Ponytail Express walking back and down. Low and Joe beginning their 90 feet of walking. G-Slay controls, and now they're 90 feet of walking. So Low and Joe are going to have a little bit of a lead on G-Slay here. And Low and Joe in their final round, they're going to head to the rope climbs. Low and Joe climbing the rope, trying to get a lead. Here comes G-Slay. G-Slay is going to cross the line, tag, and drop the bag. As now Low and Joe is going to have about a 1.5 rope climb lead. Well, no, a full 2 rope climb lead before G-Slay gets up onto the rope. So we got to head down, get the sandbag. As G-Slay has begun, Low and Joe has begun their sandbag cleans. G-Slay still on the rope climbs. Low and Joe 3 sandbag cleans in. We're going to see how many cleans that Low and Joe gets before G-Slay can get back. As Low and Joe are going to start their 90-foot walk before G-Slay gets back to the sandbag cleans. And so Low and Joe are going to wind up taking another first place finish. Jersey Classics running down for their rope climb, and he was kind of skipping down. Hope his maybe calf or ankle is okay. I don't know if maybe he was just skipping to slow down or what. Low and Joe, though, going to finish it off and take a second victory for the day. Boy, Low and Joe going to start moving up the leaderboard here on day number 2. Has a little bit of a limp looking at it in lane number 10 from Jersey Classics. He's walking back down his lane to his sandbag. So G-Slay is going to try to finish this off as she is 2 reps away from beginning her 90-foot sandbag walk. Zero Proof. 1 minute remaining. Zero Proof climbing up that rope. We're okay heading back towards his bag as sandbag carry for NCC buddies. So G-Slay 90 feet, and then they're going to come in second place for the day. NCC buddies heading back to their rope climbs alongside Ponytail Express. So 20 seconds remaining in this workout. G-Slay is going to finish off the workout. They're going to be one of 2 that don't get time capped in this ladies division. Haven't seen a finisher yet in the men's division. Are we going to see one? As I think the only group that might be close would be Zero Proof. And time. So Low and Joe takes the victory, followed by G-Slay. And not entirely sure where the men finished. We'll keep an eye on the leaderboard as we head to our 40 to 44 divisions next. 10 seconds before we get the 40-44 men's team started, as well as the 40-44 women's teams, and off and running here for Paint Battle. Paint Battle is 8 rounds of 2 legless rope climbs, 8 sandbag cleans with a 150-pound sandbag for the men, 100-pound for the ladies, and a 90-pound sandbag bear hug carry. You got to carry that thing right on your chest. Compress that diaphragm, use those lats as you get to switch out every other round. So partners, you go, I go. One partner takes round 1, next partner takes round 2, as the men all on the sandbag. In lane 17, Blacklisted working their way up the rope and now off the rope onto the sandbag. In lane 19, you've got Little Giant. Lane 18, Canadian Bacon. Canadian Bacon in the lead this weekend. This morning, Little Giant took first place. Canadian Bacon took second place. So got a race going there for our gentlemen. In lane number 13, OG Relentless. Lane number 14, Gator Boys. Lane number 15, Overkill. Lane number 16, We Have the Meat. Gator Boys pretty firmly in the lead as they continue to take first places. But OG Relentless and Overkill really trying to create some problems for them this weekend. See if they can start stealing some points as the weekend goes on. This workout plus one more later today. As now the 3 top men's teams all on the sandbag. Here comes We Have the Meats. Casey Bruns, a former MFC champion, now in the CrossFit Pairs Championship. Working through. Bruns, a big, strong athlete, and boy, don't want to take away from the other men that are in this division. These are all very big, very strong athletes. Kevin Jones out in front carrying his sandbag now on the ladies' side. Working through their sandbag cleans with their second athlete is Canadian Bacon. Now back to the sandbag cleans for Little Giant. Team Overkill, Ryan Jones climbing the rope as he is building a significant lead here. Gator Boys, I say significant lead, we're early on, we're just on round number 3. Gator Boys, though, have done a good job this entire weekend of kind of staying under the radar, and then right at the end they pop up and finish strong to take a victory. Ryan Anderson working his 150-pound sandbag. 8 rounds, 16 minutes, so basically 2 rounds a minute are allotted for you. Gator Boy is going to send the second athlete back as he comes flying into the rope. Jumps up halfway, 2 pulls, and he's there. In all of my time rope climbing, I have never done it that easily. As taking the lead now in the ladies' side is Little Giant. Little Giant ahead of Canadian Bacon. As Little Giant making quick work of the sandbag. Joy Rodriguez now back on the rope after Meg Garrett gives it over to her. Megan Apostolaris climbing the rope for Canadian Bacon. Kevin Jones on his rope climbs. Running and trying to catch up are the Gator Boys. As Kevin Jones is going to move to the sandbags. So 2 rope climbs down before the Gator Boys get onto the rope. Gator Boys working up their rope now. Kevin Jones trying to create a little bit of space. As Gator Boys going to step back, take a breath. Kevin Jones onto the sandbag cleans. OG Relentless 1 rope climb behind. Almost a dead heat now between Little Giant and Canadian Bacon, as Little Giant going to get about 45 feet of a walk in the bag. Head judges making sure everybody's crossing the line. Kevin Jones on his sandbag walk for Overkill. Gator Boys on their sandbag cleans, slowing down a little bit on sandbag clean, having to let the bag drop. They step away from it just a little bit. And so Kevin Jones is going to drop that sandbag before he turns it over to his partner on Team Overkill. Canadian Bacon back on the rope climbs, shaking out those arms. Little Giant also shaking out the arms. Each team with 1 rep down, 1 rep remaining in this round. Little Giant climbing first as Meg Garrett hand over hand trying to get up to the top. She gets there and she's going to come down. Canadian Bacon's going to give it a big jump. And using the kips with those knees, boy, swings them back, swings them forward, going hand over hand, working their way up methodically. Garrett back onto the sandbag as Ryan Jones and Overkill trying to open up a little bit of a lead as they're staying pretty steady. Gator Boys are still on their sandbag walk, so they're 1 round behind currently. Ryan Jones with 2 more sandbags before he starts his walk. Gator Boys now running in. And Gator Boys, we've talked about it, they kind of hang out and they sneak up on you at the end. Are they going to sneak up on him once again? Boy, really quick on the rope climbs. Great job on the descent, comes down. You see that slide, he catches the rope halfway, stops his descent, and then drops the rest of the way. Pick up a lot of time by coming down so quickly as he's got 9 sandbag cleans. Ryan Anderson finishes off his 90 feet, gives away to Kevin Jones. On the ladies' side, Meg Garrett and Little Giant onto their 90-foot handstand walk. Canadian Bacon is still 4 reps away from, on the sandbag clean as she's going to drop it. So for the men, sandbag walk for Gator Boys as Overkill reaching towards the top, using that kip method, swinging those knees and those hips. And as Joy Rodriguez climbing the rope for Little Giant, 1 more clean for Canadian Bacon. Now Canadian Bacon begins their sandbag walk. We have the meets continuing to work in lane number 16. 3 sandbag carries remaining in lane number 13. OG Relentless, boy, methodically climbing that rope. You wouldn't know that they've been working for about 8.5 minutes. It's just hand over hand. Strong arms to do that. 2 sandbag cleans remaining for Team Overkill in lane 15. Now with 1 and a sandbag carry as Overkill starting to move into the back half of this workout. I believe they're 1 round ahead of Gator Boys. And here's the I may be incorrect. We will see as we get a little bit closer. The bag is actually still on the same side of the floor, so I believe they are on the same round, excuse me. So Gator Boys, I believe, have made up some ground on Overkill. As Little Giant working on their rope climb. Canadian Bacon already back to their sandbag cleans. So Canadian Bacon, I believe, have taken the lead back. Well, excuse me, no, the sandbag is on a different side of the floor, so I think Canadian Bacon trying to catch up here. Overkill, touch and go from Ryan Anderson. So late in this workout with a 150-pound sandbag, Ryan Anderson says, I'm really tired of doing this sandbag. Let's just go ahead and knock it out really fast with some touch and goes, like I haven't already been working out for 2 days and 10 minutes in this workout. As Anderson's going to drop the bag down to his chest, and he's going to walk back and forth. As we're getting close to finishing up round number 7 for some of these athletes. And Kevin Jones is going to move on for his final round. This is round number 8 for Kevin Jones. Where are the Gator Boys? I believe the Gator Boys are at round number 7. So Overkill and Kevin Jones trying to finish this off. Canadian Bacon climbing up the rope and going to make that as they slide down. Little Giant still trying to get that last rope climb here, is trying to shake out those arms, having to take a little bit of time. This is rope climbs and handstand push-ups, very similar. When you start failing, it is hard to get it back. As Kevin Jones drops down from the rope, he's got one more left. So Meg Garrett just got to kind of stand there. Meg Garrett showing some experience, though, not continuously trying to go at this, knows that she's not going to get it back immediately, so she's going to give it probably one more really good shot as trying to climb this rope. And Canadian Bacon, so currently I believe Canadian Bacon and Little Giant are tied. 2.5 minutes left. Canadian Bacon is trying to recover. So right now it's just a waiting game. Who's going to wait it out more? Is it going to be Canadian Bacon or Little Giant? Right now, Meg Garrett looking down the lane, getting some information from, I believe, a coach or a friend, a helper, as she's trying to figure out where Canadian Bacon stands. So it looks like Meg Garrett's going to go up for another rope climb. Kevin Jones on his last set of sandbag cleans, as Meg Garrett is going to get her final rope climb, so she's going to run down now. And Meg Garrett is going to start her sandbag cleans. Canadian Bacon is waiting to get the feeling back in her arms. She's done a really good job this weekend. She's going to come up and power through this. 90 seconds left. Meg Garrett trying to create some space. Looks like Canadian Bacon has a chance to get through this. As, boy, that last pull, oh boy, is she going to be okay? Boy, slides down the rope, hits hard. As she seems to be okay, she's going to take a look at her hand, hope her hand's okay. She's trying to grip onto that rope as she came down. Boy, some battling and fighting as she was trying to get up that rope. Still about 1 minute and 10 seconds left, as Garrett's going to kind of slow down. I think she's going to get some assistance from the teammate in a Canadian Bacon as well, saying, hey, she's done. You just stay right here. And so Kevin Jones is going to take the victory. Team Overkill takes the victory as Kevin Jones is going to walk back down the lane. Team Overkill with their, I believe, second victory of the weekend, as this workout destroying people here at the end. 30 seconds remaining. Canadian Bacon going to give it another shot. She's not done fighting yet. They're pretty solidly in second place. Boy, that right hand, that left hand, she's pretty confident in, then the slide down. As 45 seconds left and nobody is left on the floor. Hey, wait, We Have the Meats. We Have the Meats going to keep working. He's like, hey, I came to work out. I'm going to keep working out. With 5 seconds remaining, we're going to wrap up the 40 to 44 division. And we're going to get set up for the 35 to 39 men's and women's division. As we head into paint battle, we're going to step away, reset the floor. We'll be right back. Paint battle is underway for the 35 to 39 men's and women's divisions here at the CrossFit Pairs Championship. As starting off with paint battle, we've got a 16-minute time cap, and that has been heavy on the minds of everybody, as very few teams have finished this workout. 8 rounds, 2 legless rope climbs, 8 sandbag cleans at 150 or 100 for the men's and women's, and a 90-pound sandbag bear hug carry. Partner 1 does round 1, partner 2 does round 2, and back and forth from there they go. As setting up the floor for you is going to be in lane number 12, Kazik. In lane number 13, Biggie Smalls. Lane number 14, Team Tyranno. Lane number 15, B CrossFit. Lane number 16, Raw Training. And in lane number 17, Double D. As already up the rope for round number 2 is Kazik, closely followed by Team Tyranno. This is going to be a long workout to see where everything falls, as the ladies now already moving back to the rope climb is going to be Team Principal Problems in lane number 20. SM, your current leaders, in lane 19, and Las Gorditas in lane 18. 1 rope climb ahead for Team Principal Problems, but this is a long workout that builds. I'll be really honest, when I looked at it, I didn't think the 16-minute time cap was going to be very valid. Boy, was I wrong. I think that's why they called Mayhem to program instead of calling Kyle. Every time I have programmed a workout, I have greatly underestimated how dumb I am when it comes to programming. So thank goodness for the coaches and programs out there that do a really good job of programming, taking care of athletes. As Team Kazik now moving into round number 3, as Team Tyranno is. Going to be an interesting battle to see. We saw Team Kazik came out really fast in triple threat, and unfortunately kind of lost it at the end. Wound up going, I believe, from 1st to 4th. So Team Kazik starting out hot here, as athlete on the bag, Max Ospinov, went touch and go in round number 1, not going touch and go now, and not just not going touch and go, but he's really taken plenty of time between. I'm wondering if he tried to get a lead early on and get out in front. Now Team Tyranno out of Brazil is touch and go on the bag, and so then the walk begins. As Team Kazik, Team Tyranno are neck and neck here in round number 3. Kazik out of Kazakhstan, Team Tyranno out of Brazil. So an international field here in the men's 35 to 39 division. On to the cleans, continuing to hold the lead is Team Principal Problems, Danielle Hirschman and Nikki Berman. Team SM, Melody Honecker, Sarah Levitt. Las Gorditas, Elizabeth Barrison, Fatima Artrola. Lane 17, Double D with Daniel Mass, Daniel Fishman. Lane 16, Raw Training, John Hansen, Ed Hurley. Lane 15, B CrossFit, Travis Holmquist, Ronnie Minervini. Lane 14, Team Tyranno, Vinicius Zola, Fabio DeCicci. Lane 13 with Biggie Smalls, Jesse Diaz, Greg Turner. And lane 12, Kazik, Yerlin Akhmetov, and Max Ospinov. As Team Tyranno on their sandbag carry. Team Kazik still on the sandbag cleans on the lady side, stretching out their lead, already going back up and down for rope climbs is Principal Problems. Taking a little bit of time here is Las Gorditas. And again, you wind up, if you don't have it and you have to take a breather, if you have to take a breather, you just have to take time. There's not much you can do other than just stand there, maybe shake out your arms. And quite frankly, if you don't have somebody to talk to, it becomes a little bit lonely, and you start feeling a little bit like you're in a fishbowl. You feel like everybody's looking at you, even though they're not. And most people have either been in that, or they're just admiring you for the fact that you've done one. But you start to feel a little bit in a fishbowl, and it becomes difficult to take enough time. Ospinov back to the rope climb, but already on to the sandbag clean is Team Tyranno. So Kozik trying to stay within striking distance. Tyranno, though, is trying to move through this workout very, very quickly. SM on the female side goes ahead and picks up the sandbag for their cleans as they're back to the sandbag cleans. 2 more sandbag cleans remaining for Team Principal Problems. So SM moved through their rope climbs very quickly. Great job from SM as Team Gorditas looks like they're probably going to have to call it as a workout. They come back down and hanging out on the starting mat. Well, I say that, Team Gorditas, she's going to come back down. She's just taking her time. She's going to continue to try. She says, hey, why not? I've got another 10 minutes. We're just going to keep trying for 10 minutes. And Team Kozik on the sandbag walk. Team Tyranno now already done with their rope climbs and coming back. In lane number 13, Biggie Smalls. Don't want to forget about them. Biggie Smalls on their rope climbs. Kozik turns it over to the next athlete. Looks like maybe the race to watch now is going to be, can Biggie Smalls catch up to Team Kozik? Still with 10 minutes left to go, not even halfway through this workout yet. SM's going to turn over to their next athlete. 2 rope climbs down for Team Principal Problems. And SM now heading in for their rope climbs. They've got 2 of them. As, boy, impressive there for in lane 19, SM. So she goes up, reaches and misses the bar, and then has the strength as she was coming down. She still hadn't clamped on with her legs. She grabs onto the rope and goes back up to touch the bar. Boy, that's really impressive strength. Just a couple of sandbags left, though, for Team Principal Problems, as Principal Problems really trying to, oh, man, and a miss again. Boy, another near miss and save in lane 19 from SM. Team Principal Problems. Principal Problems already on the sandbag walk back and forth once again. Team Toronto onto the sandbag cleans and continuing to go touch and go, which is really impressive. Not just touch and go, really impressive because that's hard to do, but also they've got a big lead. May just be that this is more comfortable. As I say that, they're going to drop it down. They've got 1 more. He's going to pick it back up and start the walk. Biggie Smalls on the walk. Boy, you can see that gigantic sandbag. He can't even get his hands all the way around it, but really impressive. That's great grip strength and finger strength, too. You think about that. 150 pounds, can't clamp your hands together. You're just pressing into that bag, pulling it up against your stomach and your chest. Team Kozik on their 90-foot walk. As Team Kozik now heading back down for their rope climbs. Getting close towards the end of this workout. Team Toronto, though, I believe has opened up basically a 1-round lead, as they haven't quite got close to lapping Team Kozik yet, but I think that they are near that. This may be their last round. In between Kozik and Tyranno is Biggie Smalls. I believe this is Biggie on the bag. SM working on their rope climbs, trying to get up the rope. Team Principal Problems now is really starting to, Team Principal Problems really starting to open up a lead, as started to walk with the bag too quickly. They still had 1 more clean to do, and she picked it up and started walking. She's got to get that bag up, and now begins the walk. So 90 feet of walking, 9 cleans for SM. Looks like Team Principal Problems is getting towards the back half of this workout. Team Kozik switches over to their second athlete, as He's on to the rope climbs. Team Tyranno on their final walk. And so Tyranno trying to finish this off. Biggie Smalls back to the rope. Now this is the race we were asking about. Biggie Smalls, I believe, has closed down the gap, and it's Biggie Smalls and Kazik as Team Tyranno takes an event victory. What a great job from Team Tyranno. They're going to finish this off. They still have plenty of time under the time cap, a 14-minute time cap. As Team Kazik now moving back to the bag, as is Team Biggie Smalls. Well, excuse me, the bag's on a different side of the floor, so actually Team Kazik is a round ahead of Biggie Smalls. So Team SM heading back for their rope climbs. Team Principal Problems working through their sandbag cleans. Round 7 for Principal Problems. They got to finish this off and turn it over to the next round. They'll finish it off. 4 cleans left and a 90-foot sandbag for Team Kazik. 1 minute remaining. Is Kazik going to be able to finish off this workout? Principal Problems just have to keep slowly working. Excuse me, 2.5. I was hearing a different floor. 2.5 minutes. Enough time for Kazik to finish. As in lane 19, SM finishes up. 90-foot walk here for Team Principal Problems. They're trying to finish off. They've got one more. As they're going to switch off for their final athlete in Team Principal Problems, Daniel Hirschman, Nikki Berman in control of this workout. SM trying their best to keep up. Working through in round number 7, their sandbag cleans. Team Kazik, boy, Team Kazik hurting as that's going to be Yerlin Akhmetov. You can see those knees starting to buckle. He's going to get all the way across, and he's going to finish. Boy, a really good job and a second-place finish for Team Kazik. Biggie Smalls starts into their final round. As Biggie Smalls looking to try to take a third-place finish here. Team Principal Problems into their final set of sandbag cleans. One minute remaining. Team Principal Problems going touch and go on the sandbag cleans. She's going to drop after 2 of them. SM back on their final set of rope climbs. Not going to be able to catch up to Team Principal Problems, though, as SM gets 1 rope climb down. Principal Problems 2-1 now. Sandbag clean left and a 90-foot sandbag walk. As she's going to drop it down and start walking. And finishing it off in lane number 15. Good job from B CrossFit. B CrossFit takes a third-place finish in this workout. Good job as B CrossFit stays consistent. 13:38 for Team Principal Problems. They finish off the workout and wrap up a really nice event for themselves. Well, Team Tyranno first place. Team Kazik second place on the men's side. For the ladies, Team Principal Problems. We're going to turn it over. We've got the CrossFit Pairs Championship 18-34 division coming onto the floor. We're going to step away for just a moment and reset the floor. We'll be right back on the Bear Complex live stream. here at the CrossFit Pairs Championship presented by the Masters Fitness Championship. The 18 to 34 pair is going to be taking on Paint Battle. 8 rounds, 4 rounds for each athlete, 2 legless rope climbs, 8 sandbag cleans with 150 or 100-pound sandbag, and a 90-foot sandbag bear hug carry with that same sandbag. Partner 1 goes first, partner 2 goes second, and then they just keep rotating back and forth, so each partner has 4 rounds back and forth. The men off to a really hot start. Hey, gonna let you know, in lane 8 is going to be Honky Tonk Hustle. In lane 10 is supposed to be Short and Tall. It's a combination of the Krieger Boys and Short and Tall, because one of the Krieger Boys is sick and one of Short and Tall unfortunately wound up hurting himself on the box jump overs in the previous workout in triple threat, as he went down pretty quick. And so it's a combination, so it's the Short and Krieger, if you will. In lane number 11 is the Moore Bros. In lane number 12 is Ross and Rob. Lane 13 is Thick Boys. On the ladies' side, in lane number 14 is the Mad Apple OGs. Lane number 15, the Quigs. Lane number 16, Breakville. Lane number 17, Flex and Furious. Lane number 18, Big Bear, Little Bear. Lane number 19, the Disney Girls. And lane number 20 is the Boston Baddies. As these teams out and running, a 14-minute time cap on this workout. We're just 2 minutes in. As there is a lot of work to be done. We see that these teams across the afternoon have started out quickly, and that slows down as this 150-pound sandbag really begins to build on you. In the 18 to 34 division, I said Short and Tall, unfortunately, withdrawing from the competition. They combine into 2. Short and Tall had a lead, though, and a significant lead, as Short and Tall had taken a first place on every event they had competed in before the injury. So now Moore Bros are in the lead. They've got a 4-point lead on Ross and Rob. And it appears CrossFit de l'Est is not on the floor. They may have had to withdraw as well. So Ross and Rob, and then Thick Boys going to be in a tie with Ross and Rob. Honky Tonk Hustle at 21 points just behind them. On the ladies' side of our 18 to 34 division, Flex and Furious has been doing well. Flex and Furious in first place with 8 points. They've got 2 events wins and 2 second places. Right behind them, the ladies I keep saying I'm not going to let sneak up on me, and they keep sneaking up on me, the Disney Girls. The Disney Girls with 2 event wins and 2 second place finishes. Disney Girls with 10 points. There should be 1 fourth and 2 seconds, 2 firsts, as they've got 10 points. Breakville with 14. So the race is going to be between Flex and Furious and Disney Girls. Breakville still with plenty of time to get back in this event, in this weekend, especially if they do well in this event. Going to see how things begin to shape up as the workout continues to move on. In lane number 18, Big Bear, Little Bear. Little Bear out here climbing the rope. Lane number 17 is Flex and Furious. Flex and Furious moving very well with this sandbag, making that sandbag, even though it's 100 pounds, not look very heavy. Working the sandbag down the lane, going to drop a 90-foot carry. Honky Tonk Hustle, your current leaders in lane number 8 down at the very end. They are starting on in round number 5. It's only 4.5 minutes into this workout, already starting in round number 5. They're halfway through, looking to try to finish under 10 minutes. In lane 17, Flex and Furious on that legless rope climb. Given a kind of an abbreviated kip with those hips and knees. She's up and now moving down to the floor. Looks like they are behind lane number 18, Big Bear Little Bear, and lane number 19, Disney Girls. No surprise the Disney Girls have snuck up on me once again, as the Disney Girls representing Kazakhstan. So 2 teams from Kazakhstan here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, as I'm sure we are now expecting a flood of international traffic from Kazakhstan to Fort Wayne. They've heard about it. They love it. They're all going to be coming. Climbing the ropes now, lane number 20, the Boston Baddies. Lane number 19, the Disney Girls. Appears that the Boston Baddies and the Disney Girls in the lead, back and forth right now. Lane number 16, Breakville. Breakville trying to get up that rope, has to go ahead and pull back as they were trying to get full swing kip. Disney Girls out in front onto the sandbag clean. And Boston Baddies, so Boston Baddies I believe actually are 1 round behind. So it's the Disney Girls, Big Bear, Little Bear in a battle right now. Flex and Furious trying to catch up to Big Bear, Little Bear, and the Disney Girls, which I believe Little Bear was that a Disney film? I understand I'm asking a question to a bunch of people that don't have the ability to answer me. We'll call it a rhetorical question. It was Brother Bear. Excuse me. Just answered my own question. In lane number 19, back to fitness, as Disney Girls with a really quick 90 feet of walking, and now Flex and Furious coming right behind them. Flex and Furious into their 90 feet of walking. Or excuse me, Big Bear, Little Bear into their 90 feet of walking. Flex and Furious just to their sandbag cleans. On the men's side, coming down the floor in lane number 12 is going to be Ross and Rob. Honky Tonk Hustle continues to be in the lead, though, in lane number 8. So let's not forget about them on the far side. Honky Tonk Hustle of Jacob Stoller and Justin Holland out of CrossFit Trivium. As the combination of the Krieger Boys and Short and Tall in lane 10, heading back to the rope climbs. And Honky Tonk Hustle back to the bag. Short and Tall on round 7. Honky Tonk Hustle on round 7. Well, this is going to be a final battle. Honky Tonk Hustle is going to battle the combination Krieger Boys and Short and Tall, even though the score won't count for the combination team, but Honky Tonk Hustle at least has somebody to push them as they continue to try and stay out in front. The ladies continuing to work, as it looks like the Disney Girls continuing to hold the lead on Big Bear, Little Bear. The Disney Girls get their 90 feet of not handstand walking. We've already done that. Their 90 feet of sandbag carry, and now going to get a rope climb. They're going to get several rope climbs as Big Bear, Little Bear trying to keep up. Flex and Furious at the moment now, it appears that Flex and Furious are trying to catch Big Bear, Little Bear. It may not be, the Disney Girls may be running away with this. It may be more about Big Bear, Little Bear trying to hold on to a second place finish with Flex and Furious coming up behind them. As Honky Tonk Hustle now in round number 8. Honky Tonk Hustle has had a good weekend as they've just kind of faded at the end of a few events. Boy, they come out really hot and they try to hang on. Seems to have worked in this event as, boy, they are still flying through. 150-pound sandbag looks like nothing to these gentlemen. As the 90-foot walk begins, 30 feet in, he's going to turn it around, 30 feet back, and then another 30 feet, he'll be done. As I'm sure none of you need me to explain how math works, as I just did. Honky Tonk Hustle going to take the event win here in Paint Battle. And Honky Tonk Hustle celebrate an event win. The combination Krieger Boys and Short Tall on their 90-foot bear hug walk back to the ladies division. Lane number 19, Disney Girls with a significant lead. They've got one climb left for the athlete on the floor, as Short of Short and Tall gives a high five to one of the Krager boys as they wrap it up and finish off. Good to see those guys continue to be able to compete even though their teammates are unable to continue. Disney Girls run down after getting their rope climb. The battle now between lane 17, lane 18. Lane 17, Flex and Furious. Lane 18, Big Bear, Little Bear. 90-foot walk for Big Bear, Little Bear. Big Bear looking to finish this off. She's going to finish her 90-foot walk, Flex and Furious. One more sandbag clean, and then she's going to begin her walk. As no rep. She didn't get the sandbag all the way across before she dropped it, so she's got to come back and then step across. And now they can tag as Big Bear, Little Bear. And now basically dead heat, Flex and Furious, Big Bear, Little Bear. Ross and Rob are going to finish it off in lane number 12. Good job for Ross and Rob. As the race now, one rope climb down for Big Bear, Little Bear. Flex and Furious working methodically up the rope, hand over hand. So Big Bear, Little Bear is a little bit more confident up the rope. Gonna need to. This athlete has been losing a little bit of ground whenever she comes back down on the sandbag clean to Flex and Furious. As Flex and Furious having to take a little bit more time. Still about 2 minutes on the clock. Plenty of time. Flex and Furious trying to take their time. Is she going to get rushed? If she gets rushed into a no rep, could be bad news. Going touch and go. Boy, you can tell. Feeling how important this is to get way ahead. Touch and go for Big Bear, Little Bear. Well, she's throwing those shoulders back, trying to get that sandbag up. 3 reps left. 2 minutes left to go in the time cap. She's a no rep for Flex and Furious. I think that's pretty much going to do it as Flex and Furious gets a no rep. As that means that Disney Girls have finished the workout. Disney Girls take a first place finish. What a great job. They're putting together a heck of a weekend. And they're getting helped out by the fact that Big Bear, Little Bear is going to slide in between them and Flex and Furious. That's going to give them enough points. They're going to wind up tied at the top of the standings. Big Bear, Little Bear going to finish off here at 12:45. Still a minute and 15 seconds left. Great job from the 18 to 34 ladies here at the CrossFit Pairs Championship. Still working in lane number 13. Thick Boys as the Moorbros have finished. Ross and Rob, Honky Tonk Hustle taking the victory. The Boston Baddies in lane number 20 on their sandbag walks, as still here on lane number 7, going to try and turn it over to lane number, or to not lane number 7, in round number 7, going to turn it over to round number 8. As running back in lane number 15, the Quigs going to work through these sandbag cleans. Touch and go from the Quigs here in lane number 15. Now Flex and Furious gets their rope climb in. She's going to run and get as many of these cleans as she possibly can. She's rushing. Don't think she needs to rush. I'm not sure that the Quigs are in the same round. As Flex and Furious going to wrap it up. Boy, the Quigs push there at the end. Flex and Furious pushing at the end. No rep allows Big Bear, Little Bear to move into second place in the event. Hey, make sure you keep an eye on Competition Corner as we're going to move on with our coverage. Go to Instagram. Check out our Instagram page. We have the full schedule of our broadcast of events here for the Masters Fitness Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. We'll be right back.
Being in the water makes me who I am. I need that time in the water to be who I need to be who I want to be. The opportunity to be better is always there. When I wanted to
It's been 12 years of dominance, and he has brought a whole community along the ride with him.
We know why we do this. What about you?
I'm just trying to keep up with him.
When there's a difficult task at hand, I can always tackle whatever that is.
We're choosing to build a better future.
Yeah, Mayhem athletes are fit, but that's only one part of who we are.
Their values and my values align with each other.
I follow Mayhem because I know it'll get me ready.
When I couldn't do anything at all, Mayhem helped me start.
If you're ready, there's a spot for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, back here at the Masters Fitness Championship presented by Chili Goat and programmed by Mayhem Athlete. Hey, we're back onto the rig with rope climbs and sandbags, and I'm being helped out by my buddy Luke. Luke, a 10-year-old football star, as Luke here supporting, watching the Masters. Hey, Luke, let me ask you this. So, football star, what is your favorite position?
I like playing the line.
Very nice. Who is your favorite team, Luke?
The Packers, the Green Bay Packers.
Ah, the Green Bay Packers. We got some fist bumps from the crowd around here. All right, Luke, here's the deal. Those are some big sandbags out there. Do you think that the Green Bay Packers offensive line can lift those sandbags?
Yes.
Do you think that you can lift those sandbags?
Yes.
Yes. I agree, Luke. I think you can, buddy. I think you can. So, Luke, as they're climbing the rope out here, all right, now what do you think of that? You think one day you're going to be climbing that rope?
No.
You don't think you'll be climbing the rope? Oh, I think you will, buddy. I think you will. All right, dude. Hey, so as we're going, all right, taking a look at these guys down the line. You ready? Here's what I want you to do. All I want you to do, last thing I'm going to ask of you, Luke, is I want you to look out and I want you to go a whole bunch of amazing men climbing the rope. Just say a whole bunch of amazing men climbing the rope. Ready? And go.
Whole bunch of amazing men climbing the rope.
Awesome. Luke, if you're not a future offensive lineman, you need to be a future broadcaster, all right, buddy? Hey, do me a favor, everybody, as Luke is currently in the process of kicking cancers, but make sure that you wish Luke well, think about him, and, man, make sure you watch for him on the Green Bay Packers one day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to step away. I'll be right back to finish up this heat. Hey, back up here in the broadcast booth after being down on the floor with Luke. Luke helped me out with the opening up of the 55 to 59 and 65 plus men. Fellows on the floor taking on paint battle as they are battling sandbags and rope climbs. Paint battle in the RX division for our 65 plus men, 6 rounds of 2 rope climbs, 3 sandbag cleans at 70 pounds, and a 90-foot sandbag bear hug carry. For our 55 to 59 men, it's going to be 6 rounds of 2 rope climbs, 4 sandbag cleans at 100 pounds, and a 90-foot sandbag carry. 90 feet is 3 times down the lane. As setting up the floor for you in lane number 20, Greg Petro. In lane 19, Bradley Mosher. Those are your 2 65-plus athletes. In lane number 18, Alani Bumgardner starts off the 55 to 59 men. Lane 17, Richard Whitaker. Lane 16, Jason Dodd. Lane 15, Alex Munoz. Lane 14, Dale Smith. Lane 13, Nate Gordon. Lane 12, Jack Wells. Lane 11, Steve Gibson. Lane 10, Todd Merrill. Lane 9, Mark Pino. Lane 8, Jason Kerr. As this is a 12-minute workout with a 12-minute time cap. I said 14. The teams were 14 earlier, and I had been calling them make the switch back to the individuals' 12-minute time cap. As taking a look at the leaderboard for the RX 55 to 59 men, Nate Gordon tied in first with Jack Wells. Nate Gordon in lane 13, Jack Wells in lane 12, right next to each other, and you can see those two guys working. As in lane 14 in third place is Dale Smith. So Dale Smith and Nate Gordon both on the sandbags, now going to be joined by Jack Wells. Alex Munoz, after a good event earlier today, Alex Munoz actually has moved up into third place. So Nate Gordon, Jack Wells, both with 20 points. Alex Munoz now with 23 points. Dale Smith with 24 points. It is a very close race as Steve Gibson at 26, Todd Merrill at 27, 1 through 6 within 7 points. And that can change literally within one event. In the 65-plus category, only 2 men. As right now, Bradley Mosher with 6 points, as he's taken first in all but above the rim. Greg Petro took first in above the rim, as these two guys back and forth, and there's only a 3-point difference with plenty of time left. So Greg Petro in above the rim taking the victory with the gymnastics that was in above the rim. Another gymnastics, boy, he could possibly close this out as a big race here in lanes number 15 and 13. In 15, Alex Munoz, and 13, Nate Gordon. That's your first and your third place. 9 minutes, as looks like we're in the last round. In lane 10 is Todd Merrill. 1 rep left for Nate Gordon. 1 rep left for Alex Munoz. Munoz now is going to take off and walk. Nate Gordon's going to try and catch him, as Nate Munoz is kind of at a little bit of a trot, actually. See if he can make sure he crosses the line, gets all the way across, doesn't get a no rep. No rep would be really costly right here. As Munoz is going to stop and drop. Gordon's going to get in front of him. Wow, what a quick turn from Gordon. That is a photo finish. As Greg Petro appears to be in the lead in the 65-plus division. Boy, more cheering and yelling, as in lane 14 is Dale Smith. Dale Smith going to come back, as Dale Smith with the trot on the way down, going to drop the bag and head back. So Dale Smith's going to take a third place. Nate Gordon, Alex Munoz, Dale Smith, 1 through 3 in lane number 12. Jack Wells going to be number 4. Finishing off in lane number 8 is Jason Kerr. Still 90 seconds left until the time cap. Greg Petro on his 90-foot walk. He's going to come down. He's got to drop it. No, he's going to put it, and he's going to finish off. So Greg Petro is going to finish off the event. Greg was like, hey, I'm just going to bring the bag back with me. So Greg finishes off. He's going to pull up 1 point closer. As important for him here to start closing down that gap. 1 minute remaining, 60 seconds left. Most of the men in the field have finished. A nice job from the men in this field. $20 seconds down of that minute, 1 minute remaining. As in lane 17, you got Richard Whitaker. Whitaker working with that sandbag. In lane number 11, Steve Gibson. Gibson's going to drop it down to his chest, and he's going to start his 90-foot walk. As I believe he still has one more round remaining. Bradley Mosher in lane 19 starting his sandbag walk. 10 seconds remaining before we wrap up this event. As that's going to be time. And a great photo finish race. Hey, we're going to step away as we reset the floor for the 50 to 54 men. We'll be right back. Starting off the 50 to 54 age division here in Paint Battle. The 50 to 54 fella is going to be taking on 6 rounds of 2 rope climbs, 4 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds, and a 90-foot sandbag bear hug carry. That's right, they brought out the big boys for this sandbag carry and cleans, the 150-pounders. As these guys already starting to move it well, a heat full of 50 to 54 men. We'll give you the rundown of the floor in this 12-minute workout. In lane number 6 is Jason Newman. Lane 7, Michael Bedsall. Lane 8, Jay Scott. Lane 9, Anthony Duran. Lane 10, Yuli Rabiero. Lane 11, Patrick Owens. Lane 12, Steve Griffin. Lane 13, Michael Johnson Munzingo. Lane 14, Derek Mason. Lane 15, Denton Alba. Lane 16, John Ianis Panousis. Lane 17, Jeff Blasco. Lane 18, Alexandre Kazi. Lane 19, Rob Senato. And lane 20, Phil Sawyer. As these gentlemen, already a minute and a half in, we're already seeing some guys making their way through this workout. These 150-pound sandbags, this is the first group that is going to pull these out here in the RX division, and it is a heavy bag, as it is certainly going to slow the pace down. Taking a look at the leaderboard here in this 50 to 54 division, Michael Johnson Munzingo, the man in lane number 13, is running away with the division. He's got 12 points. Michael Johnson Munzingo has a 5th place, a 2nd place, a 1st, a 2nd, and a 2nd, as he is got 8 points clear of Derek Mason. Derek Mason in lane 14, right next to him, so Mason's going to be able to keep an eye on Munzingo, and right now Mason is actually out in front of Munzingo, and he's going to have to be. Derek Mason has taken a first, a 14th, a first, and a third. So outside of the 14th in full court press, Mason has had a extraordinary weekend, so definitely don't want to downplay that. And sometimes domination of Michael Johnson Munzingo just makes some of the others a little bit more glaring. Otherwise, Steve Griffin in third place with 21 points. So it is a battle between Mason and Griffin for third. Patrick Owens at 28, Danton Alba at 33, Jeff Blasco at 35, Jay Scott at 36, Yuli Ribeiro 37, Anthony Duran at 38. So points can change hands quickly here on day number 2, especially with a full heat of 14 men. If you think that you're in third place and you all of a sudden take a 12th, it drops in a hurry. And trust me, as a former competitor, I've spent my fair share of time of realizing how far I dropped on Saturday. And so these gentlemen out here battling, but really doing a good job. A heavy, heavy bag, as well as the rope climb. So battling through the rope climbs. 3:39 on the clock, still with about 7 minutes and 20 seconds left, as this 12-minute workout really pushing the physical limits of these athletes. Up and moving on his 90-foot walk, Rob Sainato. Sainato is going to drop the bag, take the slow walk back to the rope climbs. As this workout will become more and more clear as we move through the workout. Michael Johnson Munzingo back on the rope climbs. Derek Mason now in his 90-foot walk. It appears that Derek Mason is trying to keep pace with Michael Johnson Munzingo. I'm not sure it's possible, though. Mason appears to be one round behind. Next to Mason is Danton Alba. Alba is falling behind Derek Mason as Mason about to drop his bag and head back to the rope climb. Five minutes down in this 12-minute workout. Danton Alba on his sandbag walk, losing ground on Derek Mason. Mason back to his sandbag cleans. Alba still has 2 rope climbs to do. Michael Johnson Munzingo only with 1 more sandbag clean left in this round. Rope climbs down in lane 7 with Michael Bedsall, Is that going to be lane number 8, Jay Scott? I apologize, lane 8 with Jay Scott. Danton Alba up for 1 rope climb. He's got 1 more left. Derek Mason gets his clean in. He's going to have to pick it back up for the walk, as the 90-foot walk for Michael Johnson Munzingo. Michael Johnson Munzingo drops the bag. As I'm wondering if that is Derek Mason taking over the lead. A little bit difficult to tell. Don't have a round counter. However, Derek Mason was right next to Michael Johnson Munzingo. I wonder if the slow pace of Derek Mason, I say slow, let's go relatively slow, let's call it steady. The steady pace, I'm not trying to insult him, the steady pace of Derek Mason has allowed him to potentially overtake Michael Johnson Munzingo, as Johnson Munzingo was doing his cleans right next to Derek Mason. And Derek Mason and Michael Johnson Munzingo begun their walk at similar times. So I think that Mason is a round ahead. Mason, the taller, larger athlete over Munzingo. As Mason's going to come off of the rope climb, I believe Mason is the leader. Dan Alba losing a little bit of ground to Mason, as Mason, though he's taking some breaks in between, is really actually making some good ground on his competitors. This 150-pound bag really creating some issues for men. Not that they can't do it, but in terms of the ability to move quickly through this workout, really slowing them down. 8 minutes down, 4 minutes to go. As waiting for an announcement from the MCs on the floor, see if maybe they're going to let me know where Derek Mason and Michael Johnson Munzingo are in this workout. As Danton Alba working up and down the floor. Rob Sandato, boy, Rob Sandato moving well with that sandbag in his hand in lane number 19. Walking back down the lane in lane number 9 is Anthony Duran. Duran next to Yuli Rabiero. 50-pound sandbag as you walk. Wants you to collapse forward. You wind up having to fight it backwards so much, so difficult. Derek Mason with long arms, is able to grab his fingers around the bag, which please understand for those of you that have long arms, I am not insulting that whatsoever. I know that CrossFit is about all shapes and sizes. There are things that are going to benefit some that don't benefit others. 9:20 left, and Derek Mason is back onto the rope climbs. Boy, Derek Mason starting to really move through this workout well, as haven't seen a lot of slow movement from him. He's been very steady. He takes his breaks. He looks around. He's checking his competition. But, boy, the longest break that I've seen from him to this point, outside of that, in lane number 11, Patrick Owens working through his sandbag cleans. He's got one more. Lane number 13 next to your leader, Derek Mason, Michael Johnson Munzingo. In lane 17, Jeff Blasco. Walking down to his sandbag. So Derek Mason now with several sandbag cleans left. As four athletes lined up next to each other in lane 10, Yuli Rabiero. Lane 11, Patrick Owens. Lane 12, Steve Griffin. Lane 13, Michael Johnson Munzingo. As they've only got about 40 seconds left, nobody's going to finish this workout, but definitely want to make sure that they're preventing people from catching them. So every rep is going to count here. You don't know where anyone else is because they keep walking up and down with the same floor. There's no way to tell, wait, am I around ahead? Am I around behind? As I believe that Derek Mason is your leader, and I believe significantly so as well. Danton Alba, Michael Johnson Munzingo around him. 45 seconds remaining. As I think I told you a little bit wrong a moment ago, but now 45 seconds to go. I believe Derek Mason is actually going to finish this workout. As he's going to put the bag down, he's going to turn around and jog. Derek Mason with a first place finish. So now the question becomes for Derek Mason, where is Michael Johnson Munzingo going to finish, and are there going to be people that finish in between them? We'll definitely have to see how this plays out as we move forward. Keep an eye on the leaderboard at Competition Corner. 10 seconds remaining as these athletes have completed this workout, and that 150-pound sandbag is behind them. Hey, we're going to move it on to the 45 to 49-year-old division. Stick with us. We'll be right back. And the 45 to 49 RX men are off and running. As starting off with their rope climbs here in paint battle. These gentlemen are going to be taking on 6 rounds of 2 rope climbs, 4 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds, and 90 feet of sandbag bear hug carry. These 6 rounds, they've got 12 minutes to do it, about 2 minutes around. I say about 2 minutes around. It's exactly 2 minutes around. As these gentlemen trying to do it quicker. In the last heat, we only had 1 athlete that was able to finish. In this heat, we're going to see how many we've got. Hey, we're going to give you the rundown of the floor. Lane number 3 is Scott O'Neill. Lane number 4, Eric Noonan. Lane number 5, Zachary Cantrell. Lane number 6, Kyle Stepp. Lane number 7, Robbie Williams. Lane number 8, Brett Lurs. Lane number 9, Stephen Causey. Lane number 10, Tommy Kusgard. Lane number 11, Jörg Butler. Lane number 12, Dan Winning. Lane number 13, Ronis Gutierrez. Lane number 14, Stuart Wilson. Lane number 15, Brian Petroro. Lane number 16, Justin Farah. Lane number 17, Josh Elliott. Lane number 18, Brian Pieper. Lane 19, Jeff Rothmeyer. Lane 20, Roland Machea. excuse me. I was putting the A in the wrong area right there. As right now, Dan Winning is living up to his name and dominating this division. When I say dominating, I mean Dan Winning has 8 points. Tommy Kusgard, who's having a very good weekend, is in second place with 26 points. To this point, Dan Winning has taken second in Fast Break Part 1, first in Fast Break Part 2, first in Full Court Press, second in Triple Threat, second in Above the Rim, as he has created quite the gap between himself and Tommy Kusgard. That is a cushion that's going to be really hard to overcome, even in a heat with 17 men, partly because I'm not sure that I see Dan Winning struggling too much with anything else that is remaining after his performances to this point. And it's just staying steady. He's going to be able to finish in the middle of the pack and maybe prevent too much. And interesting, as Jörg Butler out of Germany, Dan Winning out of Australia, battling back and forth. We're going to see as this heat continues to develop, how it plays out. Start seeing who the leaders are, who's moving through this well. As Dan Winning, your leader in lane number 12, Jörg Butler in second place overall, lane number 11, and Ronis Gutierrez in lane number 13. That's your 1, 2, and 3. There is a battle really shaping up outside of the top 3. Fourth place is Stuart Wilson. Stuart Wilson, Jörg Butler, Brett Lurs, and Stephen Causey, all within 3 points of each other. As in lane number 12, Dan Winning heads back to the rope. And so Winning, the Australian athlete who won the Masters competition in Australia. Good friends from Australia. Love seeing those guys every time that they come down. They're always so excited to be here. Not only that, Dan Winning found out 2 weeks ago that he was going to be able to be here. 2 weeks to go halfway around the world. I believe he said it was a 20-hour flight. As Dan now all the way from Australia to Fort Wayne, Indiana. Almost 5 minutes down in this 12-minute workout, as Dan Winning taking a breath before heading back for his next rope climb, moving from the rope climbs onto the sandbag. He was kind of lingering under the rope, moving back to the sandbags, goes up to the shoulder. He's got 3 remaining. Winning, big strong athlete, flipping that thing up to his shoulder pretty simply. In lane number 10, Tommy Kusgard. Kusgard's got the the bag on his chest as he is walking down and back now. He's going to walk 30 feet and take a breather. An 150-pound sandbag gets really tough as you start having to put that thing on your chest, on your diaphragm. It just compresses everything because the only way to hold it up is to squeeze it between your hands and your chest. And obviously, like, yes, Kyle, that's how you hold a sandbag. But when you think about breathing this hard and now you're trying to not only brace to carry the sandbag, but you're also having to press that sandbag into the main area of your body that is responsible for functioning your lungs. It becomes difficult to breathe. As walking back down and forth in lane number 14, Stuart Wilson. Up on the rope in lane 13 is Ronis Gutierrez. Gutierrez is behind Winning, as is in lane 11, Jörg Butler. Right now, your leaders, Dan Winning, I believe, as he is on round number 4, it appears. Trying to get through 6 rounds. He's on round 4, so basically the back half. He is halfway through this workout time-wise. He's halfway through this workout in terms of the amount of work that has been done. 2 floors going here at the Chili Goat Cold Tubs Masters Fitness Championship, programmed by Mayhem Athletes. We got some great sponsors. Naming sponsor of Chili Goat. They make literally the best cold tub on the planet. They call it GOAT because he worked with Michael Phelps to make sure it fit all the standards of a multi-time Olympic gold medalist. Programmed by Mayhem Athlete, we've got RX Smart Gear, Virus, Yeti, and Bear Complex, all chipping in to make this a wonderful event for not only our Masters, but the CrossFit Pairs Championship as well. Dan Winning with 3 sandbag cleans left, steps back, takes a breath. Tommy Kusgard with a couple of sandbag cleans left in his lane, and he's on the same side of the floor as Dan Winning, as is in lane 14, Stuart Wilson, and in lane 16, Justin Farah. Starting to wonder if these guys are creeping up on Dan Winning, if they haven't already taken the lead. Tommy Kusgard is going to start his walk, as Kusgard is going to walk 30 feet at a time. When Winning picks up and starts walking, he's going to hang on to it the whole time. In lane number 15, Brian Petroro walks his sandbag down. He's going to head to the rope now. 4 minutes remaining in this workout. And Dan Winning, boy, breathing hard, trying to force that air into his lungs. Tommy Kusgard is going to stop after another 30 seconds, and Dan Winning drops the bag. Dropping the bag on the same side of the floor after rushing down. In lane number 7 is Robbie Williams. Don't want to overlook Robbie Williams if he is trying to work his way up the leaderboard. Taking a look. Men with the same sandbag on the same side of the floor as Winning. And at the rope now, too, also in lane 13, Ronis Gutierrez. Lane 14, Stuart Wilson. Lane 10, Tommy Kusgard. Winning is going to come off of the rope, and now he's going to head to the sandbag. Jörg Butler on his walk. Still 3 minutes left in this workout. Climbing up the rope in lane 14 and 13 at the same time, Ronis Gutierrez, Stuart Wilson. As in lane 19, Jeff Rothmeyer up the rope. Brian Pieper runs his bag down to the near side from where I'm sitting. And Dan Winning going to take another breather. He's got 2 left. Tommy Kusgard very quick up and down the rope. Back to the sandbag already, so appears to be pushing Dan Winning as is in lane 14, Stuart Wilson, lane 15, Brian Petroro. Still waiting to get a little understanding of where everybody is. Dan Winning drops the bag down to that chest. He's going to start walking, as believe that he's going to move into his 6th round here in just a moment, which may mean that lane 14 and lane 15, 14 Stuart Wilson, 15 Brian Petroro, may be pushing as well. No, excuse me. No, I may stick with that actually to see is Petroro, either it's that Winning is 2 rounds ahead of Petroro, which the way Petroro's moving, I highly doubt that. So I think Petroro may actually be in the lead as he gets up to the rope first. He's going to hit that buckle and come down quickly. Dan Winning now. Tommy Kusgaard starting to fall behind a little bit. Only 50 seconds remaining. Brian Petroro currently sitting in 8th place with 42 points. As he's going to come off the rope, Dan Winning, boy, struggling to get that foothold, can't get that toe lock. Now he gets it, he's going to stand up, and he's got one more short little hitch to make. Now he's able to get and touch. Like, he's going to have to hurry. Only 20 seconds remaining. Not sure he's going to have enough time to catch Petroro, as Petroro already a couple of sandbags in. He's also joined by Stuart Wilson in lane 14 as, boy, and a no rep for Winning, so Winning's only going to get 1 sandbag. I don't think that Stuart Wilson got any. I believe that means Brian Petroro is going to take the heat victory. What a nice job from Petroro, staying consistent the whole way. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away. We're going to bring the RX 40 to 44 onto the floor. Also going to bring a guest on. I'm going to go grab him, and we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, back here at the Masters Fitness Championship as the men 40-44 taking on Paint Battle. 40-44 in the RX division. Changes a little bit as we've got 6 rounds of 1 legless rope climb, 1 rope climb, 6 sandbag cleans at that monster 150, and a 90-foot sandbag bear hug carry. So changes a little bit, adding in the legless rope climb. I've got a guest in the booth with me. I'm not going to let him go for a long time, as joined by my good friend and CrossFit regular, Rick Stevenson. Rick, dude, thank you so much for being up here.
Kyle, thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Man, this is amazing, and so I'm going to throw you into the fire right away. Man, this 40-44 division, a stacked division of RX men. How much are you wanting to be on the floor working out next to them?
I would love to be out there right now. I'm having serious FOMO.
Dude, I figured that you were wanting to be out there. I'm watching them, and I'm quite frankly really glad that I'm a broadcaster right now.
Well, I watched the team version of this event earlier this morning, and it really came down to efficiency with the sandbag. The teams that could touch and go on the sandbag despite the weight, whatever the weight was, they were finishing comfortably under the cap. So you could spell yourself with your partner. There's nowhere to hide out here now.
Nowhere to hide. And tell me this, so in the last heat we saw 2 rope climbs. Now we're going to go 1 legless and 1 rope climb. So tell me something, when you go with the legless rope climb and 150-pound sandbag carry, what are you feeling when you're going through that?
My thought, I think, on this is always going to be do whatever you can to save grip for the legless. Everything else can be managed. If you have to drop the bag, you drop the bag. If you have to cinch it with your feet a little bit more, that's okay. You don't want to put on the legless. So save everything you can for that legless. Go when you're ready, as they say.
And maybe the hidden factor in these 150-pound bags, if you can find a really good grip on that bag, because if you don't get a good grip and maybe you don't know how to situate the bag, that bag gets bigger on you. You're grabbing maybe the top and having to carry more weight. And you talk about it. I mean, let's just talk about, you talk about grip, but not just grip. Boy, if you've got a bad grip on that, a grip on the rope, but if you've got a bad grip on the bag, your biceps are going to be completely gone.
If you notice, the judges are repositioning the bag vertically after each heat. It starts, and so if you happen to catch it in the vertical position, it will shift on you. And I watched that happen a couple of times. You really need to situate it horizontally, and then at least you can get under it. And I'm not great at going touch and go, but some of these guys and ladies have made the touch and go look effortless.
Yeah, I am a 5'7" man with the arm length of about a 12-year-old girl. So, trust me, I know all about making sure that bag is kicked over and as flat as you can. Man, if anything, I'll just stand there and jump on the bag to try to get it flatter. As, hey, in this division, Doug Lavin is leading the way. 18 points for Doug Lavin. Daniel Cota is going to be in second place with James Mobius in third. Really looking like a tight race with Daniel Cota, James Mobius, Tom Hale, and Dustin Trimble all within about 9 points of each other. And with a heat of 16 men, tell me how quick you can change a 7-8 point difference.
Within an event, absolutely. I like the floor orientation, so you know where you stand in the leaderboard, and if you're going to do a little looking left, a little looking right, you have to run your own race, of course, and that's so cliche, I hate to say that, but to be able to kind of stick a beat and know who you need to stay ahead of is invaluable.
Yeah, the realigning of the heats each day has meant that the middle 3 guys are your top 3. At least they were the top 3 at the beginning of the day. As things kind of shift around, we've already had an event earlier today, and now with an opportunity, this can be a separator event, can it? You start looking at some of these things that have high skill plus super heavyweight can certainly separate and maybe figure out, hey, who's going to be here tomorrow?
I really like the high skill. I'm serious. I don't think we've seen enough of that, and I think that's one thing that's pretty consistent with MFC over the years. They have not been afraid to throw skills out at us, and I thank them for that, because sometimes you can err on the side of a some guys like that. Some ladies want that. But if you can find something with this mix, this is great because the bag's not. You can't hide from the bag, but you better be able to climb the rope.
As you know, and you talk about it with you talk about the high skill. I know it's not necessarily in this workout, but tell me, Rick, what do you think about the fact that all divisions in the elite division, and when I say all, I mean all, were required to at least be able to get 15 feet of handstand walking to not get time capped in a workout yesterday?
Again, I like that. The last couple of competitions I've been in, they have kind of skewed away from handstand walking, and I think that's just as essential skill now at this level as a sport as a whole, as lifting a heavy barbell. I mean, it's part of being well-rounded.
Rick, so let me ask you this. If I were to give you one skill and say, Rick, you've got to be the most proficient person on the face of the earth to be the CrossFit Games champion, are you choosing heavy barbell or are you choosing handstand walking? You personally, not talking about
I'll choose handstand walking.
handstand walking.
Do I look like a guy that likes to do barbell? I try and get by, but yeah. And I'm not a gymnast. I've never been a gymnast or anything like that. But the ability to learn a skill and then practice it over time, mix in some obstacles, mix in some stairs, that matters.
As Doug Lavin appears to be your leader right now, he is right in the middle of the floor. He's your leader overall, Doug Lavin in lane 12. Lane 11, James Mobius is going to be right next to him, as I believe your leaders are the guys that have the sandbags nearest to us. Lavin is going to start walking. Lavin, a big, strong athlete.
90-foot walk, right?
90-foot walk, so 3 trips down. One of the things that we've been talking about this afternoon, Rick, is the effect that a sandbag carry in a bear hug fashion has on your breathing in the middle of a workout like this.
I don't know if you're a fan of that, but a lot of the athletes in this heat do have a belt on. So between the belt cinching and your inability to breathe with the bag and the bear hug style, I think takes its toll. And it's 6 rounds too.
6 rounds.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a beat.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean,
One of those middle time, I believe it's a
12-minute time cap.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, that middle
Yeah.
time cap.
Well, and you wind up, it's really interesting, too, because you don't think about it. You see short rounds, and you go, oh, I've got 1 legless, I've got 1 rope climb, I've got, 6 sandbag cleans, and I've got 90 feet of walking. Piece of cake. Rick, if you do the math and you start multiplying everything by 6, that's 36 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds, and that's 540 feet of
Carry.
of heavy sandbag carry.
Yeah.
Like if I were just to say, if in a workout we're in a gym and you were to say, okay, I want you to pick up that 150 pound sandbag, and the way you're going to start this workout is you're going to carry it 500 feet, people would look at you like you're crazy.
Oh, and mix it in. I think my favorite part of this workout might be walking over to the rope, and that's it.
Just walking to the rope.
I mean, these guys are making a lot of the pace has slowed down, as you would expect, but for the majority of the athletes that we can see here, and I'm having a little difficulty seeing the lane line assignments, but their legless rope climbs have remained at a good pace.
Yes.
We're not watching failures. We're not watching climbing to fail. And I think knowing that you can use your legs right after is a nice motivating factor.
As Doug Lavin's going to get the ball up, or the bag up on his shoulder, and he's got 2 more cleans left. He looks like and again, it's a big if, but if James Mobius is in 2nd place, or at least near Lavin in 3rd, 4th, something like that, Lavin is certainly creating some separation, has an opportunity to take a little bit of a breather now with 90 seconds remaining.
A couple of steps back, and now he approaches the bag. I might add that luckily Doug has the hardest working and sharpest eyes of a judge in the competition space, and Dave Hardy. They're not going to let him get away with any. Dave doesn't let anybody get away with anything in the way it should.
Dave is fantastic. It's always fun when you start seeing the judges that you recognize.
Yep.
You start seeing the judges that are always here doing this, and you just know it's not necessarily just like strict, but it's professional, making sure that everything is adhered to. Because I'll tell you, you're a big time competitor. You've competed for a long time. I used to be a small time competitor and still competed for a long time. I got to tell you, it's comforting when you know that everybody's doing the same thing. And I think maybe one of the most frustrating things in all of competition is when things don't feel fair, not because the world is against you. But when things don't feel fair, because it's like, well, wait a second, why are standards different? And I really appreciate our judges that try to uphold to those standards.
Very clearly in the team segment of this, there were a couple of judges that no ref a team member just because they were a step short crossing the bag over the line. And luckily the penalty isn't too severe. They were only pulling them back about 5 feet, but you had to pick it up, re-clean it. And if you look now how deliberate the gentlemen are, making sure both feet get over that red line, red stick line on both ends. And I think that's one of the points of performance that the judges are looking for.
So with just about 3 seconds remaining and time is now up, you saw a lot of guys trying to get one final clean. And here's the deal, we're not going to know where everybody is until the leaderboard comes out. You see all the sandbags that are next to each other. I think that's all the guys that are on the same area. I think they were 1 round short. I believe Lavin was on round number 6, gets time capped at lane number 6. So here's what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to step away for a minute. We'll come back with the 35 to 39 men in just a moment. So getting started here at the Masters Fitness Championship with the RX 40 to 44 in paint battle as the 40-44 guys, 6 rounds, 1 legless rope climb, 1 rope climb, 6 sandbag cleans at, Rick, say it with me, 150 pounds and a 90-foot sandbag carry. And here's the deal, Rick, I think it's one of those interesting things that we have a tendency to, we get used to certain numbers in CrossFit, and a sandbag at 150 pounds feels like a really normal number. Rick, that's gigantic. As flipping the page over, I was looking, I was like, wait, why does this look like the same group of guys? The 35 to 39-year-old men. As leading the way is going to be Gerald Sasser. Gerald Sasser with 18 points with Jared Lovett. AJ Lazard at 27 points. Christopher Pay at 29.
Stopping point right in the middle, so I can't go left. I gotta go all the way right.
Show up here and all of a sudden I've got no idea what I'm doing. I promise I'm better than this, right?
Okay, I'll go 3. You're off.
There we go. That's good now.
Every year we get a chance to talk some Division III football. That's right, buddy. Hey, okay, so let me get back to your leaderboard. I apologize. So Michael Rosa with 15 points is going to be right in the middle of the floor at lane 11. He's going to be chased by Matt Chatham, 18 points. Right now, that's the only racing we technically have. Now, we'll talk about this in a minute, but it's gonna change as the day goes on. Chase Taylor with 26 points, Bryce Warner with 33 points, Richard Hernandez with 35 points. So we're seeing a little bit of a gap, but Rick, we talked about it. Those gaps can change pretty quickly whenever you have 20 men in a heat.
You're off.
I'll tell you, let's say that you decide you're going to get in a race with somebody and you rush and you head for a rope climb and you wind up failing a rope climb late in the workout, you could go from 6th place to 18th place really fast.
Having that full field of 20 provides a pretty nice feeling. I hope everybody's able to, at some point, just kind of
right off. You're off.
Getting harder every year. Tell me, give me your thoughts on you talked about getting harder every year. Give me your thoughts on the CrossFit Pairs Championship being hosted here.
Dude started moving really fast. I was trying to track him, and then he's really going. It's like,
You're off. What's this one in? Oh, 4 minutes. 5 minutes.
That's right. As we are about 7 minutes into this workout, a 12-minute time gap. So 6 rounds, you got 2 minutes around basically. They're trying to get it a little bit faster. Michael Rosa has been really good all weekend. And now I believe he continues to be in the lead. We've seen Rosa on the rope climbs, very proficient on the rope climbs. And one of the things that I really noticed, Rick, is the guys who are doing the full 90 feet of sand all at once and not breaking it 2 or 3 times, really are the ones that are going to stay in the lead. It just takes so long to drop the bag, and quite frankly, your internal clock kind of shuts off after you have 150 foot of sandbag.
You're alive?
gets up for his, I believe his legless, and now he's heading up for his regular. And Bryce Warner very quickly. Now Bryce with about 2 minutes left looking to make up some ground.
You're off.
So Michael Rosa looks like he's going up. I think Michael Rosa is going up for his, starting his 6th round, and following him, right behind Michael Rosa is going to be Chase Taylor. So Chase Taylor in round 12 is trying to catch Rosa, and maybe it's not going to happen now, but he's certainly just trying to make sure that he's going to finish in 2nd with 1 minute left.
We're wide now.
But this really, mentally, this becomes a challenge because when you're hurting as bad as this hurts, and you realize you're not going to finish, that time cap starts to be pretty enticing. When you're maybe a round and a half away, and you're like, how many more cleans do I have to do? So a little gamesmanship. Michael Rosa is waiting on Chase Taylor. So Michael Rosa stands over the bag and rests until Chase Taylor gets down about halfway down the lane. Then he picks up the bag and starts doing touch and go. And so Rosa is just making this a sandbag race as Chase Taylor trying to catch, not going to be able to get there with 10 seconds left. Rosa is going to start walking with the bag. Still 4 reps left for Taylor. So Rosa does a really good job plays the game well and hangs on to getting his work done. Rick, you a fan of that strategy, being aware of what's going on around you?
And you're off. You can come over here if you want. We'll put it online.
As we're going to step away, we're going to let him reset the floor. We'll be right back.
Okay, we'll hang on. There is a little break, like a 5 to 10 minute one after this, because then it's a league for the rest of the night. Also, at any point, you could just park it and leave it. You're doing way more live footage than we've ever done.
Back with the 30 to 34 RX men here at the Masters Fitness Championship, presented by Chillingo, programmed by Mayhem Athlete. Thanks for joining us on the Bear Complex live stream. As here's the 30 to 34, got a battle shaping up as in first place, Thomas Mitchell with 20 points, Andrew Atterbury in second with 21 points, Cameron Lewis in third with 22, tied with Brian Quigley with 22. And Rick, I got to tell you, this is the type of stuff that creates for an exciting battle throughout the weekend. 4 guys all within 2 points of each other.
Coming your way. You're on.
Nine, 10, 11, and 12. So 9 is Cameron Lewis, 10 is Thomas Mitchell, 11 Andrew Atterbury, 12 Brian Quigley. And this is one of those workouts too where, you know, you think about those top 4 guys, but if you sleep on the guys on the side of the floor, that's when all of a sudden you lose points because people start sleeping in front of you. That is, looks like the current leader is Daniel Church has already got a legless under his belt. He's going to take a little bit of time before he goes back up though, as now in lanes 9 and 10, that's going to be Cameron Lewis and Thomas Mitchell that both touch at about the same time to come down. They're going to walk back down to their bag as they're on lane number 2. And Church is just following. Church maybe wise, takes the legless rope climb, takes a little bit of time, and walks back to the bag at the same time as the guys he's in the rail. Church, and I say fatigue, but this is the lack of fatigue on Church's part. You know, if your kids are walking 90 feet unbroken and you choose to break, you're going to lose at least 30 seconds each time. And I gotta tell you, I try not to get too deep into psychology type stuff, but I gotta tell you, Rick, in the workouts where they give Mosey back and forth with the confidence that Daniel Church is Mosey back and forth, those are fun workouts to be a part of, aren't they? Well, I'd say that the moments that I've gotten with Mosey have, they largely have been more in like a local setting where I'm really doing well. You know, the competitions that you and I have been around together, there's been no Mosey.
Oh my God.
They went trunk or treating.
That's so sweet. They're having a great time right now. Where'd they go trick or treating?
They went, I think at St. Vincent.
I was
They
gonna say
had
one of the
it.
churches.
Yeah.
That's fun.
You're right, because it's almost
I love that as a kid. You don't have to work as hard. It's all
Yeah.
right there.
We, like, she mentioned it to him, and then apparently James did not forget. He was
He
like,
said, we're going.
Yeah.
We're going. That's cute. All right, coming back. And you're on. Did they know what they wanted to be right away?
James did, the bigger one.
Yeah.
He wanted to be a ninja real bad.
I think this is round number 5.
Better than last year. Last year he was a transformer.
I remember
And
seeing
it
that
was
picture.
like legit.
There's 4 minutes in that, well, about 3.5 minutes left to go, so Daniel Church
You're off.
with shoot
Do you have
rounds
to make the Transformer one?
What's up?
Do you make the
starting to see
Transformer?
7
Yeah, we bought it from Sam's Club or
Oh,
something.
okay.
around it.
It's pretty good though.
Honestly, right now, Rick, what
Is
I'm
that the one where you like get in it? Like
on
it kind of
sides.
connects you?
Yes.
See, who is it that I haven't seen who all of a sudden has a bag that is in line, or at least will be
Alright,
in
I'll
line
say
to
why
Daniel
you're
Church.
in it.
Don't see it just yet. As there's a couple guys that I believe those 2 guys are a round or so behind.
Yeah.
I'm interested about like 16 Josh Wentz. Wondering if now I'll say this, Daniel is taking a while. I wonder if Daniel starts to struggle with his rope so maybe he's a little bit further behind him right now. saying, like, I'll do it in a minute, which was great because that's what I always said is, listen, as people say pick it up, listen guys, if I could pick it up, I'd pick it up. Hey, how about this? You and I completely miss it. How about giving a high five to his buddy Luke? Carl Christensen is going to take the victory. Carl Christensen's out of nowhere. That was absolutely unbelievable. And now Daniel Church is trying to finish it off to finish second place. As he takes second place. But and Rick, this is what we talked about, you know, I mean, Carl Christensen absolutely running through that. Had no idea. How about
I think you have
right now? Is wearing that team shirt. Luke is here to watch it. Carl takes the victory.
5 minutes.
That Luke is here to watch it. I'm going to tell you what, that fires me up.
All right, we're almost
That
done with
is
this page.
absolutely poetic. Good for Carl. My goodness. Absolutely awesome. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to step away for a little bit. They've got some resetting to do.
How many
As
total?
we're going to move on. We've got the CrossFit Elites coming up next in the Masters Fitness Championship. We're going to step away for just a little bit.
We're almost at 10.
Ladies are going to be coming
Once we're at 10, it's over, basically.
Yeah, it's over.
Stick with us. We'll be back at 3:16.
I'm gonna be deaf in my left ear.
For the next heat.
Probably. It goes so far in your ear hole.
I try to not scream.
No, it's not you. It's just the head. Oh, they're coming out now.
It said 3:16, so I guess they're early.
Big camera too, real quick.
All right.
And then get ready to switch back out.
I like it. Get that sponsor logo.
Sponsor.
Over here. I'm just gonna leave it there. Actually, that's
Better
good.
at.
it will be 6 rounds of 2 rope climbs, 5 front squats at 65 pounds, and 10 lateral burpees over the bar. Rick, you talked about it earlier. The elite team, or the elite ladies and men, have already played with the sandbag. I like how you used the phrase "played with." I'm not sure anybody would consider it "played with," but played with the sandbag. Now moving into the burpees over the bar laterally, which Rick, of all of the forms of burpees, there's only one form of burpee worse than the lateral burpee over the bar, and that is the lateral burpee over the lower. That may be the worst movement in all of CrossFit. We're seeing a lot of kind of the sneakiness of some of these workouts. Go, hey, wait a second, I didn't realize that was going to happen. As now coming through a 12-minute workout, Sorcha McCarthy, Denise Alba, having a really good weekend so far. Only has 12 points. Jackie White with 19 points, and Jackie White is kind of the battle of the podium spots. With Jackie with 19, Sorcha McCarthy with 21, Jim Kennedy at 24, Tammy Hiley at 28, Dawn Rogers at 28. From 2 to 6, everyone is still in podium position. As now moving through, and you know, Rick, I think here's what we're seeing in the 50 to 54 ladies. Like you said, man, pushing the pace forward. I think rope climbs are being separated. To watch may actually be the 60 to 64 ladies down in lanes 19 to 20. Jennifer Harton and Henderson and Karen Rotundo each with 9 points right now, so they have split the points evenly to this point. And so, absolutely right. So now we've got and this is going to make it an odd number. So we're going to wind up leaving the evening. One of these two ladies will be in the league. They're tied right now.
By the way. You're off.
They take away the sandbag. That's right. and I think because kind of what I'm going to be working on is it looks like Jackie White is our leader in lane 13, or she'll be in lane 14. Denise Alba in lane 13. Jackie White. I believe that that's going to be kind of the race to watch. I think those two are the ones that are kind of consistently moving back and forth. Lane 15, Sorcha McCarthy. She's working on the rope now as well, but I believe that we can pace off of Denise Alba and see where she is. And I got to tell you, I think we're going to see finishers here just because it's a little bit different workout without the sandbag. I don't think it's quite as slow. were talking about Denise Alba. Didn't get a chance to look back down and see which came off of the rope first.
Is that new audio one you made?
Yeah.
Can you turn that off?
And Denise Alba in these burpees coming up, and she goes to her knee to stand back up.
It's been pulling
So
us.
gonna see how we're about halfway through this workout. Gonna see if is that an energy saving tactic or is that a scientific which now, don't get me wrong, not picking at her as because I'm exhausted just watching her. So every now and then it's the second time that I ever had to do the open workout with the dumbbells.
You say as I turn that on, you can hear
over their box. The second time that I
didn't hear it.
50, 40, 30,
Can you hear it now? Like with it on?
burpees over the box. First time, second time I was no longer looking to compete. I went to grief burpees. The grief burpees where you lay down and you rock yourself back into an all-four position before you stand up. Yeah, I went to the grief burpees.
It should be off. That's off.
No, that's a good. That's not a good workout for any.
That's it.
You know, Rick, I'll tell you, buddy, if Dave Castro is listening to you and me, White in the front squats, and now she's done with the front squats. White's starting to move through as well, but now here's the deal. We talked about Denise Alba. Denise Alba it almost feels like she moves to the rope and does well, and so now she's coming back, maybe losing a little bit of ground on Jackie White. Just feels like Jackie White maybe not moving fast, but moving consistently. That's 7 points.
I don't even know what to do.
You're off. So you still can't hear the other guy.
But it's still pulling up.
And very well could, as I mean, quite frankly, I mean, here's the deal: we saw the games we shoot from Michael Rosa in a similar way, not the same, but in a similar way. And so in the 19 and 20, again, Arnett Henderson onto the front squats. Arnett Henderson, a little bit of the longer limbs, lengthy athlete, very different from Rotundo. So Rotundo now back to the rope. Going to see how Rotundo does on the rope here. Arnett Henderson a little bit more deliberate on the rope the last couple times I saw her. But again, Rick, let's throw out something you talked about. How about rope climbs in the 60-64 event? I'm a big fan of it. As
Months ago, you and I were talking about big.
You can hear the music in the background too, which is not great.
Do you want me to text you?
Jackie White back to climbing the rope now. So Tammy Hiley going for a legless rope climb in lane number 16, lane number 17. Jen Kennedy also going for a legless, as Jen's going to have to drop down Tammy into the, Tammy was trying to get into that big swinging hip, couldn't quite get there though. As now Jackie White walking back to the barbell. She's got some front squats. About 2 minutes left to go, as Denise Alba with a nice legless rope climb. She's got her leg, I guess regular rope climb.
I see it.
I want to call it a legged rope climb. Just about a minute and doesn't really have a need. Although Denise Alba did a good job. Denise Alba's kind of closed the gap, I think.
I think she might need to get this rope climb in order to, yeah, we're down to.
Yeah, because Alba at the very least is going to get these burpees done. So White, and I'll tell you, boy, that's impressive.
She needs this rope climb.
And she's going to get it really nice job.
That is a rope climb that clinches an event win.
And that is an important rope climb because right before time finished, Denise Alba hops over and gets the burpee. So if no matter picks up a point, no matter how long ago Jackie White finished the burpees, it was about to be a tie if she didn't touch that crossbar. Pretty amazing the way that CrossFit works out sometimes like that. Is, hey, we're going to bring on our next group of ladies momentarily. Don't leave us. We'll be right back. Back at the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship, programmed by Mayhem Athlete, as on the floor now, your elite 45 to 49 ladies. The workout is paint battle, 6 rounds, 1 legless rope climb, 1 rope climb, 6 front squats at 80 pounds, and 12 lateral burpees over the bar. Looks like we got somebody that got their first legless rope climb in lane 16. We're gonna, by the end of this event, we're gonna go, hey, I know how to figure it out, and then the event's gonna be over, which is exactly what happened with the sandbags.
So the weights moved up here from the 50 to 54 to the 45 to 49. Is there front squatting 100?
No, 80 pounds.
Oh, it's 80 pounds.
Yeah,
80 pounds.
115 is the men's weight, so 80 pounds still.
80 pounds, and then they're going to do 12 burpees lateral. separation here shortly. Who has the capacity to go back and attack round 2 of the legless rope climb first? And that will be, I think, the separator.
I think that is the separator, absolutely. As taking a look at the floor, Sarah Blunk is the leader. She's got a 6-point lead. Sarah Blunk is in lane number 15.
6-point lead over Erin Snellgrove in lane 16. Erin is finishing up her burpees. There we go. Here is a situation where actually all of the ladies on the outside lanes are back to their rope climbs first, ahead of our leaders.
Sorry, Rick, I kind of dropped out in the middle there. I was talking to our producer as we were making sure that apparently we were having trouble with one of our mics. I'm not sure what she's saying. We're back now, though. We're back now. So for anyone who's listening who wasn't hearing one of us, I apologize. And if you're wondering, I'm still here.
Yes.
I just dropped out in the middle because I saw that. I go, oh, this is something I need to figure out.
Okay.
So
I have a green light. You have a green light.
we have green lights and we're all good. So.
Everybody out there watching the live stream, thank you for joining us. Ladies Elite 45 to 49.
Sarah Blunk leading the way in terms of the weekends as
But our outside lanes in 17 and 18 and 12 and 13 are farther into their lateral burpees than either Sarah or Erin, our competition leaders so far.
you know, and you talk about it, I mean, you know, Sarah with 12 points, Erin with 18 points, but at 21 points, Allie Weber is sitting outside trying to find a way in that top 2, and Julie Reston at 26.
And it looks like, yes, in lane 12, Amanda Pond is going to be the first to get to the legless in her 3rd round.
Boy, so Amanda Pond efficiently climbing that rope as Amanda Pond in 5th place right now. As she's trying to climb into the top 4, hopefully into the top 3 at some point.
And now successfully completing her regular rope climb, we'll call it that.
As
Who wants to hear us mess up a rope climb reference? Okay, so we're just going to settle into our 6 front squats, attack burpees, finish round 3.
You know, and Rick, one of the things that always strikes me in these workouts is the role that positioning plays. You know, I think sometimes it gets preached early on in CrossFit, and then we just kind of forget about it because we start thinking about capacity. But if you can sit into a really upright position, you're not putting a lot of tension on your triceps as you're trying to hold that bar up forward because it's resting on your shoulders. Your shoulders are back, keeping your chest nice and open, your diaphragm nice and open. It's amazing how much easier life gets in the world of CrossFit when your positioning is good and you're not just battling yourself.
And unfortunately, we're sitting here in a master's competition, and positioning is so difficult at times. You know, body limitations and age just tend to take their toll. And although that is a very efficient way to breathe through front squats, not everybody can achieve that. But those who do have a distinct advantage.
I thought you were about to say, unfortunately, I'm sitting up here with you, and I've seen your positioning as that's.
You're manifesting that.
And how about Amanda Pond? Pond now moving back to the rope climbs. As I think Pond, it appears, Rick, that Pond saw this workout and said, I think that's the one I'm going to go for.
Right. For the ladies, as we work our way through the age groups, that's
Separator is truly the upper body pulling strength of a legless rope climb, because there goes Amanda. She hasn't started the hipping technique, and I don't think she needed to. Yeah, successful with her first legless rope climb. And now if she begins
to scan the floor, probably has a little bit of idea that she has a lead in this event.
So here's what we're going to do. We're getting a little bit of feedback on Rick's mic. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to trade off back and forth, and we're going to play this kind of loose and fast as we can figure out how to make sure it works. Sorry, our production team is actively working for you guys. And so now looking at it in lane number 15, that's going to be Sarah Blunk. Sarah Blunk, you know, we talking about Amanda Pond. We don't want to forget about Sarah Blunk as your overall leader working back and forth. A very powerful and strong athlete. As now moving back to the rope climbs, Amanda Pond, burpees.
This is Kyle's mic now, so we know it's going to work well. And I'm used to getting feedback at home, so I don't want to get feedback on here as well. So let's just keep this clean here, folks. Amanda is going to be finishing up her burpees, her 12 burpees on her 4th round. You know, the rope climb has not been anything but another part of this workout, certainly not a speed bump for Amanda. The rest of the ladies, it looks like just about everyone in this age group will climb legless, but just it's the speed and the efficiency which they're getting done is holding a couple of them back.
Now about 5 minutes to go. As Rick gave me the mic, and all of a sudden I start sneezing. I'm allergic to Rick's scent. His musk is filling my nostrils. As now lane number 11, Gretchen Fisher on the outside, working through her front squats. Sarah Blunk back on her front squats. As continuing, Amanda Pond continues, and boy, now is she going to get, again, there it is. Starting to get a little bit worried is the one thing that you don't want to have is you don't want to fail that legless rope climb rep, because believe it or not, Sarah Blunk is lurking in the background. If you wind up having a failure, I don't think Sarah is going to be able to catch Amanda, but if you wind up having a failure and you've got to stand there for a while, this race gets really sticky, really tight, really quick.
There's nothing that feels better than getting that last tap of a legless rope climb, knowing that the next rope climb, you can use your legs. I think that's and as you can tell, Amanda attacked that regular rope climb, quickly hustled back over, and is 2 front squats away from completing the 6 in the 5th round with 8:20 through on the workout, and a 12-minute time cap staring the ladies in the face here.
8 minutes, 30 seconds down, as Rick was talking about. Time cap looming, but it looks like, I believe Amanda Pond's going to be able to finish. I think Sarah Blunk's going to finish. I think we're going to have several finishers here in this event, as we've got the barbell out doing the burpees over the bar, as Sarah Blunk and Erin Snellgrove both moving back to the rope. Pond, though, with 3 burpees over the bar left. We're going to see, is she moving back to the bar? If she moves back to the bar, this will be for her 6th, or she moves back to the rope, this will be for her 6th round. So it's round number 6. She's about 1 minute ahead of 2 minutes per round. Sarah Blunk just continuing to work methodically on her legless rope climbs. I believe she's on round number 5, though, as Amanda Pond shakes out the arms a little bit. With 90 seconds left, just taking her time.
Making sure we're going to get this last climb to count, because we are approaching the 10-minute mark, giving them just 2 minutes left in this cap. And there she goes up in lane 12 for that legless. Hasn't used the kip technique, and now there's our first one, but she successfully touched the crossbar. And we have a regular rope climb to go, and that's a great feeling. And you notice her time between climbs was not nearly as long, staring at the one that you can use your legs for.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is with the advancements that everybody has made in understanding the rope climb, the ability to get a grip with your feet and feel really solid in that makes it where you can jump up to that and not have to worry about the struggles with your grip in your hands as much. As Amanda Pond trying to finish this off in lane number 12, as she's now onto the burpees. We've got 1 minute and 20 seconds left. She's certainly going to finish this off. Lane number 15, Sarah Blunk trying to move back to the rope climbs. And a struggle in lane 14 with Allie Webster. Allie Webster, boy, is going to have to come down. Oh, and that's tough. As she was up close to that buckle, winds up having to come down. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to get any more. As now Erin Snellgrove gets a couple of rope climbs. Now she's on to the burpees. Thinks she's in round number 5 here. And finishing is going to be Amanda Pond. What a great job from Amanda. Amanda wraps it up and finishes in 11 minutes and 19 seconds. Gretchen Fisher on the other side in lane number 11. Wonder where Gretchen is sitting as she's working with a purpose here.
It's nice to see all of these ladies taking full depth seriously here on their front squats. I've not seen any significant number of no reps and not attaining depth. So, and the pace of the burpees is picked up here with only 10 seconds left in lane 11. Gretchen Fisher, I think with her cycle speed, she is absolutely trying to finish. There we go. And another successful heat done. Congratulations to Amanda Pond for properly pacing and not being run over by those rope climbs at the beginning. Well, Kyle's going to put on his engineer hat here momentarily, and we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the live stream here at the Masters Fitness Championship. Paint battle coming up here for elite women individual 40 to 44. What we have is a reasonably tight race overall in the competition between Carrie Maley and Anna Tobias. Carrie in the lead with 12 points, Anna Tobias with 15 points. And then another battle for the final podium spot between Kate Curry and Autumn Spence, with just 5 points separating the two of those ladies. What is paint battle? Well, we have paint battle is going to be 6 rounds. And we've changed it up where there will be 2 legless rope climbs, 6 front squats at 95 pounds, so the weight goes up for these ladies, followed by 12 lateral burpees over the bar. And what has been the separator, and we continue to use that term, as we've seen the last few heats, has been the ladies' upper body pulling ability. And now that they have 2 legless, we'll see who uses that as an advantage to take a little bit of lead in this heat. Down to 30 seconds to start here. And it's nice to see these ladies have a full field of 20 athletes. So I don't know what it is with us males and having a shrinking field as the competitions go along. I know it's unfortunate, but hats off to the ladies who continue to grind away with event 5, and now they have a full 20 still representing here. Before we get too far into this, I'm going to have to give a shout out to lane 16, Katie Rutkowski, a training partner of mine and a big supporter, and for me to come out this weekend and support her and her husband, absolutely pleased to do so. And 1 successful legless down for Katie. Yeah, it definitely looks like the ladies on their second legless rope climb are going to be taking their time and making sure they go when they know their grips can handle it, because you do not want to get stopped out. All right. Here's a couple of outside lanes. Lane 7, Kristen Cooper. Lane 8, Jennifer Lauren. And lane 9, Ashley Carlson. All knocked those rope climbs out quickly, and we're on to their front squats with a few athletes, including your overall leader, Carrie Maley, in lane 10, onto your first round of 12 lateral burpees. All but 4 athletes in this full field of 20 are working on either their burpees or their front squats. And those 4 that are back to the ropes are doing what you would normally expect. A little shaking out of the arms and giving it a go again. All right, Anna Tobias, a name very familiar in the CrossFit space, in lane 11. Is going to be, looks like she will, her and Carrie exactly jump up at the same time, lanes 10 and 11. And Carrie, with pulling power, finishes that first legless off successfully, as Anna does too. And now the weight to make sure your hands are ready for the second one. And Carrie starts up with making quick work of that legless climb, number 2. And here she goes back to her front squats. But I do have a feeling in lane 5, Darcy Thompson knocked out her front squats first, ahead of Carrie. There we go. Carrie's through front squats, and now starting the burpees. Anna Tobias just reaches the bar. Squat cleans that first front squat. And there she goes with finishing up the last front squat. And now we're on to the burpees. Quick turn, short breath, and we're down. And we're certainly keeping an eye out here on lane number 19. Oh, so close to getting that. Kyle and I have talked about this, one pull away from legless, but if you think you just can't hold on any longer, the first thing you're going to do is slide back down. The grip goes. All right. Your overall competition leader, Carrie Maley, in lane 10. And it looks like Jennifer Lauren in lane 8, both staring at the rope for legless climb number 1 in round 3. Carrie making quick work of that first one. As does Jennifer Lauren. Anna Tobias with her first legless. Gets about quarters up the rope and then begins that kipping motion just to make sure and ensure that she has that little lift to be able to reach the top crossbar. Carry up for rope climb number 2. No problem whatsoever. Looking back at lane 16, Katie Rakowski, one successful legless done. Doing the chalk routine, getting ready, deep breath for climb number 2. Carrie Maley back in lane 10, through the front squats, has taken the lead in this event right now, and is 2 burpees done of the 12. Slightly ahead of Jennifer Lauren in lane 8, who now has just dropped to begin her burpees. Anna Tobias, another squat clean into her first front squat. So it appears that she's 3rd or 4th in the overall heat. But Carrie is wasting no time on the burpees. Looks like 2 to go. Last burpee. And we are back to the rope, beginning round number, should be round number four. Good. All right. Yep. Interference. Well, in this heat, Kyle, after you take your engineering hat off, Carrie Maley, your overall leader, is also the heat leader. As you can tell, she is in lane 10 having no problems with legless rope climbs whatsoever. Anna Tobias finishing up her burpees, heads back to the rope. But in lane 8, Jennifer Lauren holding on to second place with her first legless climb. No problem. I'll tell you, those of you that are here and might be watching in person, I'd make a way over to Carrie here at the end of this event and ask her what her secret is for legless climbs, because she is putting on a clinic. Done with them, onto the front squats. That's 4 to go, 2 to go, last front squat, and now we're back into our burpees. Anna Tobias begins her second legless, as does Jennifer Lauren. So this is going to be a battle for second place in this heat. Katie Rutkowski successfully with the kip. One more kip, and as she's holding on, there we go, touching the crossbar, successfully coming down. And Katie will dig into her front squats. Carrie Maley plowing through the burpees. Looks like just a few more to go. One last burpee. We just have about 8 minutes through on a 12-minute cap, so 4 minutes to go. Anna Tobias with her successful second, but her and it does look like Jennifer Lauren, and in lane 9, Ashley Carlson and Anna Tobias are racing for second place here, because, folks, guess what? Carrie completed another successful legless rope climb. Kyle, I told everybody that if you see Carrie after the event, you need to ask her what her secret is, because she is putting on a clinic.
Well, I'll say this, her secret is that she thinks she's not very good, because anybody that's talked to her, she doesn't think she's going to do well this weekend. I said, what gave you that impression? Look at this, flying up the rope. Wait, I'm sorry. We are 9 minutes into this workout, and she's doing that on her last round. Like, and first of all, I'll say, no matter where the camera is pointing right now, you can see Carrie's shoulders. So Carrie is a very strong athlete. Don't let the fact that she's not one of the taller athletes fool you. She's incredibly strong.
Small-statured athlete, but she has the pulling power. She has lapped Anna and Jennifer and Ashley so far, in that they are just now going back to the rope, and Carrie is on burpee number 5, 6, and there the judge's hand goes up. I think she just has 5 left. Looks like, yep, Ashley's the first one between her and Anna back up to the rope for their, but we've already started that kipping, and so you know you're hanging on at this point.
Well, and you know how difficult this is, as you wind up seeing what we would consider as very professional ladies in the 40 to 44 division standing and looking at the rope, waiting for an opportunity, shaking their arms out. I mean, these are ladies that, and how about this, Carrie Maley? I'm sorry, Carrie Maley, I'm sorry, Carrie, like, are the shoes filled with helium at this point? It's just pushing her straight up. She's got one more to go, but you see as she just kind of walks back, chalks up and heads back to the rope now. She's going to turn around and go that direction, as you're seeing the swing kip from Ashley Carlson in lane 9. Anna Tobias taking a lot of time to get ready for her second legless. In lane 12, Kate Curry. Kate with some nice steady steady hand over hand there, but Carrie Miley is dominating this workout easily. As in lane 14, quickly to the bar, though, is Leslie Raskin. Leslie Raskin trying to move through this and make up a little bit of ground.
And these are going to be Carrie's last burpees. We have exactly 1 minute to go on this 12-minute workout. And again, you get that sense of being able to finish. The pace of the burpees picks up, knowing that these are going to be the last 2 or 3 that you're going to have to do this workout. And Carrie's going to successfully cross the line at about 11:18, putting on a clinic.
Wait, is anybody going to be able to catch Carrie Miley this weekend, as she is on fire? And looking at who maybe is going to come finish next, Anna Tobias really needs to try to keep anybody from coming between her and Carrie. 9 seconds left. This is going to be the last rep possibly for Anna, as Anna is going to have to come back down. She's not going to be able to get there. Looks like there was a no rep in lane number 9 from Ashley Carlson. In lane 13, Autumn Spence, this could be her last attempt. She's going to wind up having to come down. 5 seconds left. And boy, getting a rep at the last second is Kate Curry. That could be really big if that's a rep that winds up putting her in front of some people, as Anna Tobias needing to try to stay within touch of Carrie Miley, or Miley. Why do I keep saying her name wrong? Carrie Miley. I've said it right all weekend, and now I'm reverting back to my 2024 status. As, hey, boy, a great heat of 40 to 44, ladies. We're going to step away. We'll bring on the 30 to 35 ladies next. And we begin with a 35 to 39 elite ladies on paint battle. They're going to start off with 2 legless rope climbs, 6 front squats at 95 pounds, and then 12 burpees over the bar. 6 rounds of that. They've got 2 minutes apiece per round if they want to hit the time cap exactly, as the time cap is 12 minutes. And so starting off with these 2 legless rope climbs, it's got a little bit of a battle here. Katie Sherritt, 15 points in first place. Katrina Rasmussen, 20 points in second. And then Kayla Wheeler in third with 22. And Mary Terrell tied for third with 22 points. So right in the middle of the floor is going to be Katie Sherritt in lane number 11. Sherritt wearing the white crop top, black pants. In lane number 12, Mary Terrell wearing the blue pants and black shirt, it appears. Right behind her in lane number 10 is Kayla Wheeler. Wheeler in the orange pants. And in lane number 9 is Heather Tealking. So off and running, waiting to see who's going to get back to the bar, or not the bar, excuse me, who's going to get back to the rope first. I got used to the bar muscle-ups yesterday. I'm talking about going back to the bar. Who's going to get back to the ropes first?
Going back to the rig, I think we could qualify it as that. There we go. Yeah. See, Kyle and I are learning. We just make up the terms as we go, and it sounds fine. Because if you're watching live along with us, you understand the flow of the workout here. So, and lane number 12, Mary Terrell, first back. Boy, she made that look easy. That's legless number 1 for Mary. Mary has black top, looks like black or navy leggings. Your overall leader, Katie, with legless number 1. Can't sleep on the outside lanes, especially early in the competition. What is that, lane 5 over there? Allison Spencer.
Well, and so in lanes 8 and 9, heading up as well, Kaylee Walsh, Heather Tealking. And coming down now in lane number 13 is Katrina Rasmussen. Don't forget about Katrina. Katrina, a very strong athlete. See how the rope climb is going to go for her. As, hey, right on cue. I'm talking about her being a strong athlete. She takes off the shirt to show the guns as she pulls off pulls the shoulders out of the shirt. And now in lane number 12, here's your leader in the event, Mary Terrell. Terrell already threw her front squats before Katie Sherritt gets back to the front squats and trying to get through the burpees, maybe even before Sherritt gets off of the front squats. Not quite going to happen. But you talked about Terrell, and you talked about how easy that first legless rope climb looked like. A ropeless leg climb would be something else. The first legless rope climb looked, and we saw that from Carrie Miley, is if the legless rope climb is not a limiting factor, there's not really anything else to be a limiting factor.
And it was the speed of the climb, but it was also shortening the length of rest between the two. And to be able to combine those two, it just kept giving Carrie in the previous heat a bigger and bigger lead, and then you can kind of move through the front squats and the burpees at a pace that you know you're not going to blow up on here.
As lots of ladies working on their burpees. Mary Terrell, the only person who's back to the rope now, as Sherritt's going to head back to the rope as well. But lots of burpees. This is looking like it's going to be a pretty contested heat. We've seen that it spreads out a little bit as on her second rope climb. So 2 rope climbs down before Sherritt is even attempting her first. Going to see how quickly Sherritt goes up the rope. Try and be intentional about watching this, as Sherritt does not look like she thinks that her body weighs very much. She's just kind of sliding up that rope nice and easy. A little bit of a struggle in lane 15 from Julie Hober. Hober got about halfway up, had to come back down. So Sherritt with 1 down, and Mary Terrell, though, already into her burpees. And in lane number 9, Heather Tealking. Heather Tealking back to her burpees. And again, so Rick is over here. He was helping me out as keeping an eye on these outside lanes. This is the type of workout where you have somebody maybe who, I don't want to call them a specialist. This isn't a specialist, but they're comfortable with a rope climb. And I said, I'm the one that said, you didn't say, but like I said, a light front squat and lateral burpees over the bar are not really a limiter. If you've got somebody who's really comfortable with legless rope climbs, this could be a good workout for them.
We are 5 minutes through of the 12-minute cap here. And while Kyle and I are sitting up here comfortably in the booth, I don't know. It looks like it's a lot of work out there for just 12 minutes. And seeing very, very few competitors finish under the time cap shows you that it is a full 12 minutes of work, unless you're staring at the rope, unfortunately. Even our outside lanes here in 35 to 39 elite female individuals, I don't think anybody is completely stopped out on a climb. They might take a little bit of time between each rep, but they are confident enough in their skills. Now, and as I say that, we just have a couple that come down. But you know what? They're 75% of the way up the rope. So when you're that far up on the rope, I think it's just a matter of resting their grip, going when you're ready, and you can complete that rep.
As Mary Terrell is starting to threaten to lap the person who's in third place in Katie Sherritt, as back on the rope in lane number 6 is Melinda Golden, and then lane number 5 heading back to the rope is Allison Spencer. And so those outside lanes, kind of keep an eye on them. But still, now on her first rope climb is Katie Sherritt. Mary Terrell is on her burpees. Still with one rope climb left to go for Sherritt. Terrell moving through this workout very quickly and not making it look very difficult. And Rick, this is always one of the really difficult things that I have learned in broadcasting at the very least. I think sometimes we fall into this with CrossFit. Here's the deal. Mary Terrell is destroying this workout. And so it's funny, I'm trying not to talk bad about, I'm not talking bad about, I'm trying not to make it sound like I'm not being favorable to Katie Sherritt. Katie is doing great in this workout. And it's just, Mary Terrell is so dominant right now that second place is just kind of the only thing you're fighting for.
I'm glad you're nice about that, because I find myself never threatening first place like that, but fighting for a top 2 through 6 finish or something like that. And you are working hard, and there are just some events here, like Mary is showing, that just fit certain athletes' skills. And from there, I mean, she was fourth coming in, so tied for third, probably sitting fourth based on a tie break. So the podium is very, very much in contention for here. And with a high finish on this event, it's going to put her in good place going into event 6.
Well, and she's probably going to move from fourth all the way up to second here, as Katrina Rasmussen is. We haven't really seen Katrina in the front. Now here she comes. I think she's just behind Katie Sherritt. So Rasmussen is going to push now for a little bit of the top spots, but out there in lane number, I believe that is that 6, Melinda Golden, I believe. No, excuse me, that's number 5, lane number 5. So there's Allison Spencer. Here's the problem for Mary Terrell right now. As dominant as she is, you're only going to get 1 point if the person who finishes right behind you is Katie Sherritt. And also, because there is a 5-point difference, I'm sure that Mary Terrell would love to see a couple of people get between Katie Sherritt and herself. Katie Sherritt's big job right now is, hey, don't get out of my game and try to chase Mary Terrell. My game is to make sure that Mary Terrell stays within in closing distance, so that way other people don't slide in between us.
We're getting to the point in the competition where some of the leaders start thinking about how many people I need to finish in between somebody that you're chasing, and if you can get a lead on that person just ahead of you in the standings, other competitors become your best friends with separation, and really only 1 point per place. It's again, boy, we talked about this how many heats ago. Middle of the pack finish can be pretty devastating when you're event 5 out of 8.
And hey, by the way, while you were talking, Rick, Mary Terrell goes back to the rope. Katie Sherritt comes off onto the front squat as we've got 2.5 minutes remaining. Rasmussen's going to jump up onto the rope here in lane number 13. Rasmussen looking very strong here, as I think Rasmussen, I'm not sure if she's picking up speed, but she's not losing speed at the same pace that we're seeing other athletes lose speed at. Taking a break now in between the rope climbs, making sure she's not going to fail here, because probably she's going to wind up finishing on the rope. She's going to get one more here. She's going to get through the rest of her work. And I think right now for Rasmussen, the idea is find a way to get one rope climb in the last round and see if you can maybe prevent some other people coming with you. Allison Spencer is going to come down. She's going to head to her bar. So I believe that Katie Sherritt has a little bit of a lead on Spencer, as Sherritt now going to head back to the rope. And so Rasmussen's going to come down as Terrell goes up. Sherritt heads back to the rope.
I'm going to give some shout out here to lane 20. Watch Samantha Falia wait for a considerable amount of time before trying that legless rope climb, and a couple of hip kips later she was able to get it, came sliding down, hitting the ground hard, but that look on her face, looking up at her judge and nodding that it was a good rep. That's what you want to see in a competition like this.
As Sherritt gets her first legless rope climb, Mary Terrell is working at a burpee pace that says, hey, I'm almost done with this workout. I'd really like to be finished soon. In lane number 13, next to Terrell, Rasmussen is moving through her burpees, trying to get back to the rope. Looks like Spencer is heading back to the rope as well. Mary Terrell with a big smile on her face comes in with just some high fives. So Mary Terrell takes first. Coming off of the rope in lane number 10 with a purpose, Kayla Wheeler. We haven't talked about her to this point very much. She says, hey, it looks like she's on her last round. She's trying to stay in front of Sherritt. Rasmussen is taking some time in between rope climbs. Spencer, I believe that Wheeler appears that she is on her last burpees here. We've seen Spencer slowing down on the rope a little bit. We've got 3, 2, and 1 time. And I got to tell you, I think it goes Terrell, Wheeler, Sherritt, and then from there, maybe either Rasmussen or Spencer. Boy, a really nice heat. Man, good finish. A lot of fun to watch that as we're going to bring out the Ladies Elite 30 to 34. We're off and running at the Chili Goat Cold Tubs Masters Fitness Championship. Thanks for watching the Bear Complex live stream with us. I'm Kyle Shipp, joined by Rick Stevenson, as the 30 to 34 Elite Ladies on the floor here for paint battle. 6 rounds, 2 legless rope climbs, 6 front squats at 95 pounds, 12 lateral burpees over the bar before they head back and do it all over again. So 6 rounds. And in lane number 15, Lindsay Derby, as Derby winds up getting a no rep, has to change her front squat stance. And Lindsay Derby in first place, 18 points. Casey Wells in second place. She's going to be in lane number 17, as she's got 20 points. Elizabeth Jackson in third place. She's going to be in lane number 14 with 24 points. A lot of points to be had here in this heat. 11 ladies in the heat. And I think this is going to go fast. A lot of very quick legless rope climbs. Rick, this may be the heat that we see several ladies trying to push.
Great point, because it's just been about 1 finisher per heat. Sitting here on a Saturday afternoon, what would you like to wager here? Maybe 2, 3 finish?
I'm gonna go above 4. Here's what I think. I think that, so right now you've got Elizabeth Jackson, very powerful athlete. We've seen her, and then I think she's got the upper body pulling strength. I'm going to tell you, I know Lindsay Derby has the upper body pulling strength. Casey Wells is a very strong athlete. And then I think we're going to get somebody else that slips in there as well. I think we're going to get 4 or more that are going to have the opportunity to come in and bring in that average that comes up a little bit, as Emily Salome in the red top is climbing up in lane number 12. Lane number 17 Casey Wells climbing up the rope as she's getting a good lean back and a good kip coming down. She's going to move on to her front squats now as well. Derby on her front squats, about to go to the burpees. Jackson on her burpees. In lane number 16, you got Amrian Johnson on her burpees.
Yeah, they're looking over here. Kyle mentioned Emily Salome in lane 12. She's sitting currently in 6th place, but this is one of those, since this is event number 5, you really need to pull a high finish out of here if you want to be within striking distance to have 3 events left. Can't get too far buried now that we're this deep into the competition, and we'll see just how what their ability is. It's a matter of getting through the rope climbs at this level right here. That's what it comes down to. Everybody's knocking out the front squats, and the burpee cadence can pick up as you get closer to finishing the event. But the cycle speed on the climbs there in lane 16. Amrian Johnson, yep, she flew up the rope, and that was the first of 2 legless there. And you know what? She didn't wait too long, because here she goes again for the second, only needing that hip kip for that last little pull, and she's back to the front squats.
And Lindsay Derby goes up. She's got 1 down. Elizabeth Jackson. So Elizabeth Jackson takes some time shaking out those hands. You can see her big deep breath with the shoulders as she's trying to kind of get herself ready to head back up the rope as well. Emily Salome in lane number 12, as I will say I'm starting to get a little bit worried about my prediction, only because Elizabeth Jackson, I thought that was her second rope climb. That was her first rope climb. She took a long time to get onto the rope, and now it's taking a long time to get off. Lindsay Derby and Amrian Johnson are kind of the race right now. Casey Wells is using the big kip as she's going to slide down. Emily Salome taking some time before she gets up on the rope as well. Now, here's the deal, though. Again, Rick, I want to make sure that I'm not getting crazy here. You know, maybe what we're seeing from an athlete like Salome is wisdom, because we're only 4.5 minutes into this workout. Like, we're not exactly like 8 minutes in.
I'm wondering about the pacing here. Some of these ladies might have come out just a little too hot, knowing that it was going to be a pretty big race, and you're just not letting your hands and forearms recover enough. You can have all the intention in the world of speeding through this, but it's going to come down to muscular fatigue.
Amrian Johnson, did you see that, Rick? As she came down, the rope just has a little bit of a curl to it. Who was that? Was that Scott Pantrick that came down on the rope and turned and messed up his knee in the regionals one year? Luckily, she just kind of has it comes down. She's able to move off of it real quick, as it's just barely brushing the floor. Lindsay Derby heads back to the rope climbs. Emily Salome comes off. Emily Salome now onto her burpees, and she's got some, we'll call them heavily paced burpees. I'm wondering if maybe Emily is one of those athletes you were talking about. Came out maybe a little bit too hot. Elizabeth Jackson now looks like she's trying to catch her breath, maybe try and bring the heart rate down. And Rick, it's amazing. I say it's amazing. We have this opportunity where, we all know, hey, I need to breathe. I need to bring my heart rate down. Even when you're in the middle of a 12-minute workout, right now, a 12-minute workout for you and me feels like it's a long time. When you're in the middle of a competition, it's hard to say, I need to take 15 seconds and just stand here and breathe to try to bring my heart rate down.
My heart rate doesn't come down in the middle of a workout. Some people can do that. I use double unders as a recovery tool. I hate that. My heart rate comes down when we say time, and then I'm done. Kyle, this is where he's the best. Look, not all ropes are brushing the floor as much as looked like it was lane 16 there in Amrian Johnson's. Most of them are off the floor, and I think that's a safety issue that the event organizers try and account for and make sure they hang them all at the right length. But you do not want to land with full force and ankle/knee or anything like that. Now, you talked about your pacing there for Emily's burpees there in 12. But you know what? That gave her a chance to make sure she was ready for the rope climbs, and here she goes with another successful legless attempt. So back to the front squat. So maybe there is a We'll see if it takes over again here with after she knocks these front squats out, if the burpee pace is a plan.
Well, and it makes a lot of sense too, because front squats are, front squats are going to be what front squats are. You can't slow those down. If you slow those down, you're going to make them harder. Rope climbs, you're going to have to take the time that your body is going to allow. Really, the only thing that you have the ability to back off on is these burpees, and so I think that's what's going on. Emily Salome is just like, look, I'm not going to rush through these and jack my heart rate up and then go over to the rope climbs and be breathing heavy. And so I think this is actually a really wise move. Elizabeth Jackson now on the front squats, moving really quick through those. Amrian Johnson on the burpees. She's slowed her burpee pace way down as well, as now Lindsay Derby at the rope. Derby's chalking up. She's taking a couple of big deep breaths before she is ready to get going. Casey Wells trying to climb up the rope. She's got kind of a wild kick with that right leg as she's getting the big kick, and she's going to get the rep. Nice job from, oh no, as she gets a no rep. Wonder if maybe she pinched too soon.
Or touch the buckle and not the crossbar. Most of these events, they're telling you to touch the crossbar, and I think I saw her hand hit the buckle, which it's just separated by a couple of inches there. Interesting you talked about pacing. In lane 14th, Elizabeth Jackson, the way she ripped through those front squats, she was taking an inordinate amount of time shaking her arms out on the rope climb. So I think she, knowing herself as an athlete, has said front squats are where I'm going to waste the least amount of time possible, and I know I'm going to have to take a little bit more time before the rope. Yep, Amrian Johnson with another success for her second successful rope climb. And we're back to the front squats in lane 16.
So Johnson appears to be running away with this as we've got 3 minutes remaining. Lindsay Derby's trying to keep pace with her as Emily Salome now one legless rope climb down. She's got one more to do. And we're starting to see a lot more standing and waiting as Amrian Johnson at 29 points. Michelle Weir's been having some trouble with the rope climbs, and so Amrian Johnson is going to move up into third. And I got to tell you, it just depends on where everyone else falls as to whether or not maybe she has an opportunity to move up even more. And even if she doesn't move up even more, what she's really done is, you talked about it, she's put herself in position with a couple of high event finishes. She moves her way up under the podium tomorrow.
Right. And only 2 events tomorrow, just a little bit less time. And there we have Amrian Johnson crossing the finish line at 9:51 unofficially. That, I believe, is the fastest time we've seen. You might expect that in the women individual elite 30 to 34 age group. 2 minutes to go. With looks like Emily Salome again, probably working on her. Yep, the last set of burpees. As paced as they are, we're gonna get a finish here.
Well, and I will say I'm wondering if that's not true. I'm wondering if she's still around behind Lindsay Derby. Now, I could be very wrong. I think Lindsay Derby is here on her last round. Emily Salome, the pace of the burpees makes me think that she's not rushing these, makes me think she's going back to the rope one more time. Elizabeth Jackson trying to move through her burpees really quickly. That's a fast pace on burpees. As we're going to see what Salome does here. You say Salome, I say Salome. Do you know for sure it's Salome, or are we both guessing? We're both guessing. All right. Hey, if there is a Salome or Salome family watching, Instagram message me at Kyle Ship. Let me know how to say Emily's name, as Emily's going to turn and go back to the rig. And now Lindsay Derby with 5 left, and Elizabeth Jackson with 2 left. Jackson spends a lot of time on the ground there. I wonder if Jackson's got to head back to the rope too. Otherwise, I think she's going to head back to the rope. So Salome followed by Jackson. And here's Lindsay Derby. Derby's going to be your finisher. We've got 30 seconds. So, boy, I said we were going to have more than 4. I'm way off, as we're going to have 2. Now the question becomes, Rick, here's the race. Who climbs the rope and who's going to get the rep versus who might fail? Salome's heading up. Salome, at this point, I'm not seeing too many issues. Salome is going to get up there. As Jackson gets a rope climb. And 3, 2, 1. Boy, did they both get it? Did they not? we're gonna. Here's the deal. We're gonna have to wait and see on the leaderboard as we're gonna wind up bringing out some of the older groups of men here. We got a couple of our elite men coming onto the floor, our 65 plus and our 60 to 64. As Rick, what do you think?
I think what we're going to do is ask for. This is an ask on Kyle's behalf and my behalf for them to install a video big board here with a replay function, because we both were watching those last 2 rope climbs, and both ladies looked like they cinched their legs before the top. But the trouble is did they get the hand to touch the crossbar, or did they both know that was they were just saving themselves from falling? So next year, MFC 7, let's get a big board.
A big board. We're gonna bring in the soccer VAR system, huh? As hey, we're gonna step away for just a couple of moments, and we're gonna bring to you the men's 65 plus and 60 to 64 in just a minute. And we begin here with the 2 groups of the 65 plus elite men and the 60 to 64 elite men. These 2 fellas going to have a similar workout, just slightly different. The elite 65 plus men have 6 rounds, 2 rope climbs, 5 front squats at 80 pounds, 10 lateral burpees over the bar. The 60 to 64 fellas have 6 rounds of 2 rope climbs, 5 front squats at 90 pounds, and 10 lateral burpees over the bar. So the only thing different is the weight, 65 plus, with the bar at 80 pounds, 60 to 64 at 95. It's a tight race here in the 65 plus. John Crockett with 12 points, Howard Roberts with 16. After that, David Herbert and Ronald Bernardi tied at 3rd place with 22 points. In the 60 to 64 division, Dennis McLean currently trying to run away and hide with 12 points. Craig Fegan with 21 points. Bob Emery at 22 points. John Mullen 24, and Brett Kurohawa at 26. And Kurohawa really helped himself out in the last event where he took a 1st place blazing finish, as Kurohawa moves himself up not only into the top 5, but in striking distance of potentially moving into the podium. 12-minute workout. You got about 2 minutes per round. Kurohawa in lane number 14, working on those 2 rope climbs. As see if Kurohawa is potentially in the lead here. I think Kurohawa might be in the lead, coming back for his 2nd round. As in lanes 14 through 20 is our 60 to 64 men. Kurohawa in 14, Rob Lebsock in 15, Bob Emery in 16, Dennis McLean in 17, Craig Fegan in 18, Ted Kaminsky in 19, John Mullen in 20. For our men in the 65-plus division, in lane number 5, Bruce Snethen. Lane number 6, Paul Palmer. Lane number 7, Bud Vasquez. Lane number 8, David Herbert. Lane number 9, John Crockett. Lane number 10, Howard Roberts. Lane number 11, Ronald Bernardi. Lane number 12, Stephen Korf. Lane number 13, Bruce McLaughlin. As Bruce, the Biceps McLaughlin, shaking out his arms in lane number 13 before he heads back up for that rope climb. And taking a look across the floor, Brett Kurahara finishing off his burpee. He's going to head back to the rope climbs. Also on the rope climbs in lane number 10 is going to be Howard Roberts. As Howard Roberts in second place in the 65-plus division. Now moving back to the rope in lane 17 is going to be Dennis McLean. McLean, your leader in the 60 to 64. And you'll forgive me, Dennis McLean does not climb a rope like he is 60 to 64 years old. As, boy, so athletic, looking great there. In lane number 19, Ted Kaminsky up the rope. John Mullen in 20 getting a good foot lock. He's going to get up the rope. Lane 18, Craig Fegan, as McLean gets his second rope climb. Brett Kurahara working the front squats, as we saw Kurahara with some gymnastic ability earlier. Is his rope climb ability going to continue with the theme here? Is that going to lead him to possibly a second first-place victory today? A first-place victory would springboard Kurahara up even more. He's been on the outside lanes all day today. He's going to be in one of the middle lanes tomorrow if this keeps up. Completing his second rope climb in lane number 8 is David Herbert. 2 burpees over the bar, or excuse me, 3 now, 2 burpees over the bar left for Brett Kurahara. McLean working through his burpees. In lane 19, working through his burpees is Ted Kaminsky. 18, Craig Fegan is working through his burpees as well. Is anybody going to be able to close the gap on Dennis McLean? Now would be a good time to start. Just 2 workouts tomorrow. In lane number 14, there's Brett Kurahara. Gets a touch on the rig, comes down, and he's going to reset the rope. He's going to get ready to head up once again in lane number 13. Excuse me, lane number 12, Stephen Korf. Korf up the rope. Boy, as Kurahara as controlled at the top of the rope as anybody. I don't think I've ever climbed a rope and felt that in control at the top as I reach up to touch the beam. So Kurahara into the front squats, as he's got 5 front squats. He's going to follow that up with 10 lateral burpees over the bar. Still not even halfway through this workout time-wise. 5 minutes, 44 seconds down. Kind of a mini chipper here. You just kind of have to be patient as you go through. There's nothing that you can really rush through. You can obviously be more efficient in certain things, especially on the rope climbs. And really, that's the main place that if you are efficient, you will gain some ground. Lane number 16, Bob Emery. Emery with a really nice rope climb there. Got the feet nice and high. Had some real controlled pulling. In lane number 18, Craig Fegan climbing that rope as well. Fegan reaches up, touches the rope. Or excuse me, touches the bar. And now he's going to come back for his front squats. Fegan and Kaminsky, I believe, going back for second and third place here. As Fegan and Kaminsky battling for points, trying not to allow McLean to run away and hide with this, but and we'll see where Kurahara is in all of this as well. As Kurahara has been moving through this, and Kurahara, again, he's at the very end of this grouping. So Kurohara in lane 14 is the beginning of the 60 to 64 group that goes all the way down to lane 20. Kurohara is going to come down. I think Kurohara may be in first, McLean may be in second place. As McLean gets his first of 2 rope climbs, Kurohara back to the bar. He's going to step back and take a breath, takes a look over at McLean. So Kurohara pretty clearly keeping an eye on where everybody is. As Kurohara 5 front squats down. In lane 18, Craig Fegan having a conversation with his judge about something, maybe checking on how many rounds that he's done. This is one of those workouts, if you've ever done a CrossFit workout, this certainly is one of those that you can wind up not remembering what round you're on because you've done so many different things. I think I have been guilty many times of starting my workout and then I just blank out on, I'm like, oh, I'm going to keep track of my rounds, and then in the middle I'm counting front squats, I'm counting burpees, and I forget to start counting rounds. Kurohara is going to get his final burpee in either his 4th or 5th round. This is either round 5 or 6 for him. Eight minutes, 30 seconds down, still 3.5 minutes. Plenty of time left in this workout. As taking a look at who possibly the leader is in our 65 plus division. In lane number 10, you've got Howard Roberts. Howard Roberts is in second place right now. Roberts trying to catch up to John Crockett. As 3 minutes now to go. Dennis McLean is going to head back to the rope. Brett Kurohara is going to come from the rope. Are we going to see Kurohara? Is he going to turn around and go back to the rope after he finishes his burpees in this round? Or is he going to run towards the finish mat? Dennis McLean, 1 rope climb down as Kurohara is working on his front squats. In lane 12, Stephen Korf comes down, immediately goes to his forearm. I wonder if he's maybe getting a cramp or just a strain in that right forearm. A lot of pressure on the grip here. Not just pressure in the grip in terms of your pulling power, but also in that front squat. Kurohara is flying through the burpees. This is Kurohara's last round. Nobody does burpees like that when they still have rounds left. Kurohara really moving through this. He's making sure that Dennis McLean can't catch him. How about Brett Kurohara? Kurohara takes a first place earlier. Now another first place as Brett Kurohara started the day in last, moved himself into 5th with a first place on Above the Rim, finished in 3 minutes and 22 seconds of a 6-minute workout. He's going to take a second first place finish. Dennis McLean with a hand in the air for 5 burpees left. As 90 seconds still remain on the clock. A lot of work to be done for these athletes. McLean with 1 rep left. Is he going to finish off? McLean's going to finish off and take a second place as Kurohara takes first, McLean second. As coming back from the rope in lane number 7 is Bud Vasquez. Vasquez trying to push towards the top. We'll certainly see. In lane number 13, Bruce McLaughlin. McLaughlin drops his front squat and turns to do his burpees now. In lane number 19, Ted Kaminsky. Kaminsky's going to take 3rd place as he's going to gain a few points, see if he can continue that trend. Kaminsky in 3rd. Who's going to come in 4th place? That's going to be in lane number 20, John Mullen. As 25 seconds remaining, and we're going to get a finish in lane number 8 from Dave Herbert. So Dave Herbert in lane number 8, currently in 3rd place. He's going to earn some points. The question is going to become, is anyone getting in between John Crockett, Howard Roberts, and David Herbert? Herbert right now is hoping for a whole bunch of pretty quick finishers, but no such luck. The question's going to become, where did everybody finish? Make sure you keep an eye on the Competition Corner leaderboard for the Masters Fitness Championship presented by Chili Goat, programmed by Mayhem Athlete right here on the Bear Complex live stream. Thank you also to our sponsors, RX Smart Gear, Virus Clothing, and Yeti. A lot of people coming out to support the Masters Fitness Championship. Absolutely loving what we're seeing. We'll be right back. Ten seconds before we get started with the men's 55 to 59 elite division here at the Masters Fitness Championship. 3, 2, 1, and go as the men going to be taking on Paint Battle. Paint Battle for this division. 6 rounds of 2 rope climbs, 6 front squats at 95 pounds, 12 lateral burpees over the bar. In this division, John Kim having a heck of a weekend to this point. I actually gave John a hard time. I told him to stop doing workouts so quickly because I didn't have time to talk about him. John Kim, 2-time games athlete. As Kim starting into those front squats, 12 points on the weekend. Pete Petrilli, 18 points on the weekend. Had a really good day earlier with a first place finish. Ben Kelly out of Australia, BK Athletics, 20 points. Daniel Dufour with 32 points. And now that I see that Daniel's from Canada, I wonder if it's Dufour. I'm not sure. When Rick gets back up and ask him, we're starting to get into age ranges where Rick has at least been around a lot of these guys a lot in the back, so maybe he can help me out. I'm going to lay out the floor for you in lane number 11, James Roberts, in lane number 12, Joseph Nicolaulius. Nicolaulius. There we go. Joseph Nicolaulius. Took me a minute. I had to say it in my head again a couple of times. Lane number 13, Brian Scott. Lane number 14, Daniel Dufour, possibly. Lane number 15, John Kim. Lane number 16, Ben Kelly. Lane number 17, Pete Petrilli. Lane number 18, Chris Wellborn. Lane number 19, Charles Cremians. And lane number 20, Dave Deering. As right in the middle of the floor, lane number 15, John Kim. Lane number 16, Ben Kelly. In second place, Pete Petrilli is going to be next to him in lane number 17. So starting with John Kim in the kind of the peach-colored shirt. As if you see John Kim with, he's going to have Ben Kelly with no shirt on in lane 16. Pete Petrilli wearing all black in lane number 17. As John Kim starting to really move through this. Rick, I was telling people that I saw John and I gave John a hard time. I said, John, I need you to work out for longer because I don't have enough time to actually talk about you because you're doing all of these workouts so fast.
You must be referring to that first event yesterday, the deadlift and handstand walk. People were surprised. It was like just over 3 minutes, I think, that he got done with that.
Yeah.
And he said he wishes the handstand walks were longer when I talked to him earlier this morning.
You know, it's really funny. I'm going to tell you, the last time that I heard a Masters athlete dominate a workout and, quite frankly, dominate a weekend and say, man, I wish it was harder, was someone you and I both know, and that was your police friend. I say police friend, at least has the mustache of a policeman. And so, you know, the last time that I heard an athlete say that after a workout was Jason Grubb. It's like, oh, you know, I wish that was harder. I go, Jason, just don't be so good at CrossFit.
Or give me more events, please. Because, you know, like compared to Rich Froning, he was Mr. Sunday at the games. Everybody else was broken down, and he relied on and leaned back into his training, and it was a successful formula.
Pete Petrilli taking a little bit of time here in lane number 17. Talked to Pete earlier today. Pete's had a good weekend so far, but he knew this was his kryptonite workout as Pete trying to just do damage control here. And so the question becomes, with the rope climbs, you know, can Pete just do enough, not blow himself up, slowly and methodically work through this? He doesn't really think he's going to wind up finishing the workout, but can he just move through it enough to make sure that maybe he can stay in front of some of the guys that are much lower than him on the leaderboard? As, you know, Rick, something that I actually am really liking, that we didn't see it until we saw it with Emily Salome. Now we're seeing it with John Kim, these heavily paced burpees. We know that John is super fit. We know that he can do burpees way faster than that, but he's just kind of saying, why need to? Why don't I break here and then I'll spend less time standing under the rope?
That is just absolutely knowing your strengths and weaknesses in an event like this that has such diverse movements. And there's John, you know, and it's a very deliberate pace walking back. If you watch enough of his Instagram posts, he's very deliberate in going between movement to movement. But you know what? As soon as he got to the rope, it was right up the rope. There's one rope climb done. Looks like he's got one of those tails on the end of his ropes. At least it's not dragging along the floor. 2 rope climbs done. So the standard must be buckle or crossbar, because it looks like the buckle is at the same height as the crossbar, and you could certainly clearly see John hit the buckle twice, and it was good reps. There's front squats, really no problem. Hitting depth out here on the competition floor for his last one. Boom, now we get into the methodical burpees.
I'm going to propose that we bring something back that I think you, along with me, are old enough to remember when we did it. How about we bring back the bell at the top of the rig that you have to hit? And here's the deal. That was never a CrossFit thing. So if anybody's like, we never did that, that was never a CrossFit thing. Listen, that was a 1980s PE thing that when I look back, I was a short, fat, chunky kid. The fact that I used to climb ropes and like reach with one hand and hit a bell so that way I could get a sticker on like a certificate. Holy moly, to think that I used to do something like that is absolutely wild. When I, you know, we used to have, you know what we used to have, Rick? We used to have like those nap mats, like those 2-inch nap mats. That was what you would fall on if you fell down from. Now, I'll say this too, is I think we remember how big things used to look from our perspective back then. So I remember climbing to like a 25, 30-foot ceiling. It was probably about a 9-foot ceiling if I had to guess.
They weren't letting elementary school kids climb to a 25-foot ceiling. But I love the perspective. Very aside note, my first walk through the high school when I was in 8th grade going on a tour, I thought the ceilings were taller, the lockers were huge, and I thought, how am I ever going to navigate through this building? And then in a few years, you're like, get me out of here. It's so small. Now, what I was going to say is watching John back, I mean, those 2 rope climbs were absolutely nothing there whatsoever. To your PE test days, do you remember that was where I was first introduced to pegboards. Maybe not in the same way, shape, or form that we might complete a pegboard now, but those are good throwbacks now that we get to train with them.
Oh, are we throwing it down? Are we saying, hey, MFC, let's do pegboards next year? Oh, man. As John Kim moving through. Here's my question, and I'm not positive. Daniel now, okay, I saw that he's from Canada. Do you know, in lane number 14, do you know him personally?
I do not.
Okay, because I'm not sure if it's Daniel Dufour or Daniel Dufois, because he is from Canada.
I recognize the gym.
Okay.
But I do not know Daniel.
That works. So, hey, if anybody's listening that knows Daniel, hey, do me a favor. Let me know if it's Daniel Dufois, Daniel Dufour. I want to make sure I'm saying it correctly.
Your Instagram is going to be blown up with all the people that you've asked to send you the pronunciation of their names. I love it. Please tell me how many responses you get. Is anybody out there?
Hey, here's the deal. I said it yesterday, and nobody said anything. Now, maybe now that it's Saturday, there's more people watching. As Pete Petrilli is going to finish up his burpees, heads back to the rig as well. So Dufois, I'm going to call him Daniel Dufois because it makes me sound smarter. Daniel Dufois up. One rope climb down. John Kim, nice mosey back to the rope, but now he's back up, heading up the rope. As he's one down, Dufois coming back. As now Dufois has a heavy chest heave as he's trying to catch his breath as he's walking. Here's the deal. Just because he got a heavy chest, if he goes right back to it and picks that rope up, or picks that bar up, Pete Petrilli, we talked about trying to kind of damage control. He's taking some time under the rope here in lane number 16, Ben Kelly. Ben Kelly in third place as he's moving through the workout. And I believe that John Kim is on his last burpees.
Did the pace of his burpees kind of give that away? Yes. So we are approaching the 9.5 minute mark, so 2.5 minutes left with this 12-minute cap. And the judge's hand is up in the air for John with just 4 burpees, 3 burpees to go. Looks like he's down to his final 2, and his final burpee. He'll cross the finish line at 9:39 unofficially. Another event win for John.
Hey, and there's Daniel Dufois. So Dufois, now here's the deal. You ready for this? Dufois came off the rope, got to the bar before Kim did. Kim, though, because he'd saved so much energy, had the burpees in the tank at the end. And again, if you're not punished for not beating people by more than a couple of seconds, you know what? It's smart to save your energy. We talked about it earlier with Michael Rosa in the RX division. Did the exact same thing. As now the question is going to become, who's going to come in next? It looks like it's going to be Ben Kelly. Ben Kelly, as he's going to move through, he's got some purpose with his burpees. The question's going to be now for me, I know I already said once the question's going to be, now I figured out, we know who's coming next. Where's Pete Petrilli going to come in? Because he's only got a 2-point lead in Ben Kelly. If Pete has to go back to the rope, Ben finishes here. If somebody else finishes in the middle, we're going to have some, we're going to wind up with a tie, if not more. In lane 13, Brian Scott, we got a minute 15 left as Ben Kelly's going to finish. So that's first, second, and third. Is Pete going to try to finish this? Pete's burpees, again, I hate to go back to this. Pete's burpees kind of tell me that he's going to wind up having to go back to the rope. In lane number 11, James Roberts, there's a finish from James Roberts. So there's the one place that Brian Kelly was looking for to catch up to Pete Petrilli. Pete Petrilli now with one more. It looks like he's going to turn around and go back to the rope as he's going to go back to the rope. In lane number 13, Brian Scott's going to jump up. He's going to have a rope climb under his belt. So at the very least, that's going to be another place between Ben Kelly and Pete Petrilli. Petrilli really needs to get up the rope to prevent in lane number 12, Joseph. I'm not going to attempt his name again. I've butchered his name enough this weekend. As Joseph in lane number 12 is, Petrilli's going to call it. Joseph is going to touch, as that's going to be another person in between. So Brian Scott and Joseph Nicoloulis, I think it's Lulis, or Nicoloulius. And that's going to be it. First place is Kim, second Dufois, third is Kelly, fourth is Roberts, fifth is Scott. And so Petrilli trying to do some damage control there. And I'm sure he's ready to get to the next, but boy, the story continues of the weekend. John Kim not only continuing to be impressive in winning, he continues to be impressive in how he's winning. He just looks so good.
You know, he has a lot of games experience under his belt. He trains what appears to look like nonstop. Battles an injury here or there, but I think the consistency really shows up when it comes to competition time. He knows exactly what his capacity is. In fact, I spoke with him earlier, and he was wishing some of the barbells were a little heavier because he'd prefer the heavier barbell, knowing that the lighter barbell is going to force everybody to either not drop as often or go at a pace that he doesn't like or doesn't feel as comfortable with. So that's just years of experience right there.
Can I just say, dang games champions, always talking to games champions, and they're always wanting things harder. And they're wanting to say, hey, man, some of us are chunky. Some of us want it light, and we want it easy. Unbelievable. Hey, here's what we're going to do. We're going to step away for a minute. There's a weight change on the floor. We're going to come back with a 50 to 54. And my first question is going to be to Rick. Like, hey, Rick, by the way, are you feeling a little FOMO right now? In seconds before we start the 50 to 54 age group here at Masters Fitness Championship. Made the joke about seeing if Rick had FOMO. This is Rick's age group as they're getting started, and 50 to 54, 6 rounds, 1 legless rope climb, 1 rope climb, 6 front squats at 115, 12 lateral burpees over the bar. So we're going to increase the difficulty, we're going to increase the weight, and we have also increased the point difference across the leaderboard.
Yes, I have FOMO to answer you. I do. It's the first year of not competing here, and I do miss it. But I'll tell you what, being able to spend a Saturday afternoon describing the action with you is a pretty nice consolation prize. So yeah, 50 to 54 we have coming into this. Tim Davis has a 7-point lead over Brian Brink. And then the real battle, which Kyle and I are going to discuss here, is Michael Hubbard, Keith McNeil, and John Wallen. The battle for third place separating all of them by only 5 points.
And an interesting story that's maybe shaping here is that John Wallen, who's in 5th, and he's within striking distance, 3 points out of 4th, he's on the complete other side of the floor from Hubbard and from McNeil. There you go. Boy, I was getting lost in my thoughts from Hubbard and McNeil, as Wallen is in lane 17, Hubbard and McNeil in 8 and 10, so he's a long way down. Up the rope in lane number 12 is Tim Davis, so the leader continues. Number 11, Brian Brink. He's next. Joined, though, in lane number 14 by Michael Unkefer. Unkefer is also going to be joined in lane 7 and 8 by Chris Lazaroff and Keith McNeil. The aforementioned Keith McNeil is working up. Tim Davis moving back Tim Davis moving back, and following him is going to be Brian Brink. Brian Brink on his way back. In lane 14, Unkefer is going to be on his way back as well. Unkefer trying to move his way up a little bit. Unkefer currently sitting in 8th place with 53 points. Would love to see a nice finish here, as Unkefer, a guy that I recognize from years past as well.
Just pointing out Tim Davis there as he's starting his second round, well into his second round, making it super easy on judges. His front squat depth was well below parallel. I think the biggest job that the judge had there was just making sure the rep count was correct. He wasn't even close to riding the line. He's going to be cold. Okay, judge's hands in the air, so 5 burpees left, and he'll go back to the ropes for round 3.
Okay, so I'm going to pull out the old fogey discussion here now. Not discussion, but I'm going to sound like an old fogey. It's really interesting. You keep talking about making it easy on the judge, squat depth. You know, I think there was a time, and I'm saying it was like 5 years, for like a period of 5 years, back as CrossFit was really starting to get popular, that a lot of the discussion amongst competition athletes was, how can you ride the line to not have to go down an extra 2 inches? And the question just became like, there were very few instances. There was none. Well, I'm not gonna say none. There were very few instances where I was like trying to earn money in a competition. You know, but it's interesting in maybe some of the things that it did as the trickle down effect, that, you know, you see some of those athletes talking about it almost in the same way that maybe if you heard, you know, I don't know if you heard Tom Brady talking about something that was only relevant to he and a couple of top level quarterbacks, and yet low level quarterbacks start doing it, which, by the way, we see that all the time.
Well, look, this is a competition, and I think you're going to ride the line until you get called out on it. Now, some people's just body makeup or shape just allows them to do a movement a little bit easier, but Tim Davis's squat depth doesn't look like he's purposely going down. I think the weight of the bar just pulls him down into a great position, and he has very good hip flexibility. But I don't think you need to make a point to go so far below parallel that you're wasting energy and in the effort. I mean, you go as far as, and again, the judging is imperfect. As much as we want high quality judges and they go through training and instruction, it's still visual and it's a judgment call. And so you're going to go until you get no rep, plain and simple. And for some people that might be a parallel, and that judge just might be giving you the reps all that day, and then you might run into a stickler. And as long as there's good communication and they're pointing lower, you can self-correct.
I never really got upset about the getting no reps on the squat. My legs are only about 18 inches long, and my quads and my hamstrings are a little bit large, as in lane number 10, Tim Davis is starting on, did you just tell me he was starting in number 4? Boy, he's only 5 minutes in. He's on round number 4, gets his legless rope climb in. As in lane number 17, we've got John Wallen. Wallen kind of standing, taking a look, as now we're seeing what we have seen in some of the previous heats with legless rope climbs, where it's not just automatic, I'm going to go back, I'm going to walk slow, and I'm going to jump up onto the rope. Now it's, I got to make sure I'm going to make this, as Tim Davis is starting to run away with this event.
Folks, it wouldn't be the first time that I'll correct myself or be corrected, but I really think I think Tim correctly is in the 4th round. His rope climbs have just been effortless, and I know I've seen him on squats already quite a number of times. But then, as Kyle correctly points out, we're just 6 minutes through this 12-minute cap of a workout, so we'll keep an eye on him. And also in lane number 11, Brian Brink finishing up his burpees, but I believe he is a little bit behind our leader in the heat.
You know, and watching Tim Davis and watching him with the slow burpees as well, it strikes me how remarkably intelligent that is, just to do a nice slow burpee and move to the rope quicker. And yet, knowing myself, I would 100% be the guy that the first 3 rounds, I'd feel great on the burpees, and I would fly through the burpees thinking I was going to make up some measure of time because I'm good at burpees. And the only reason I'm good at burpees is because I'm a solid 5'7" on a good day. low center of gravity is right. So 7 minutes into this workout, Tim Davis is at the rope. He's going to head up for his first legless rope climb. A slow walk from Brian Brink. Brian Brink, I tell you, Brian Brink looks like, I was talking about Tim Davis running away with this, but Brian Brink is kind of slowly closing the gap. Not real fast. He's not rushing into it. And a no rep in lane number 15 for David Finazzo. Boy, but trying to keep track, spread out not just spread out all the way across the floor, but spread out in various movements. So kind of tough to tell where everybody is. We know that Davis is 1. We know that Brink is 2. And the question kind of becomes, how far out in front are they?
Back to our set of front squats here for your leader. And in lane 11, Brian Brink finishing his second rope climb, the one with legs. But it's very deliberate walk. I know we're gasping for air at this point. We're trying to keep the heart rate under control because we know the chest is going to be compressed with each front squat. And then, oh, by the way, you need to drop onto the floor and knock all the rest of the air out of your lungs.
Again, you talk about it, it's the same thing. Climbing the rope in lane number 10 is going to be Michael Hubbard. So let's not forget about Michael Hubbard. Hubbard is sitting in 3rd place. That's his second rope climb. So Hubbard trying to keep pace here, as Hubbard is 15 points out of second place, excuse me. So not really worried about Brian Brink or Tim Davis. Really, Hubbard is worried about McNeil, who is right next to him. That is 2 lanes away. And so maybe the interesting thing is that McNeil can see Hubbard, but the way that Hubbard's facing, the only time he can see him is when he's either walking to and from the rope or when he's maybe doing a burpee. Rick, I always thought that I was going to be looking around and keeping an eye on people when I was doing burpees, but I've actually found that I never wound up looking around as much on burpees as I thought I was going to.
No, I think I'm just aiming for the floor more than looking around, to be honest with you. And we did see a no rep here on a front squat, so I think there was a little bit of a balance loss there by Keith. Looked like he took an inadvertent little stutter step, and the judge was real quick to call the no rep. So, you know, the sharp eyes out there are keeping the standards held in place there, because that extra rep for him cost him at least 2 burpees cycle time as he's trying to chase Michael Hubbard down. And here's Tim Davis back on the front squats again.
You know, I feel like Tim Davis is doing more front squats than anybody else, only because every time I look up, Tim Davis is doing front squats. It's like that's the only thing that's taking him any measure of time at all, as this may be Tim Davis's final round here. And once again, I'm going to say something that feels really intelligent the first time I said it. The second time I said it, it made sense. The third time, it's just going to sound like I don't have anything else to say. Pretty sure this is Tim Davis's final round of burpees because his burpees are faster than they have been the whole time. Now, he's not having to rush them, so he's slowing down a little bit. But he's got 5 reps left. Brian Brink is going to drop down into his burpees, but I'm not sure that he's going to catch him. Still 90 seconds to work, so there's time. But if this is Tim Davis's final round, then you don't have enough time to make up that ground. And I think Davis starting to feel it. Davis moving slow. Davis hunched over. It is Tim Davis's final round. Nice job. Tim Davis is going to continue what can only be named as domination. Brian Brink now trying to finish off Brink in his final round. And who's going to be next? Where's Michael Hubbard and Keith McNeil? McNeil is doubled over by the rope. Hubbard is trying to climb that legless rope climb. Boy, this is going to become the sticking point for the next minute now. Brink's going to finish. Hubbard winds up coming down as Hubbard in lane 10. Hubbard was trying to get the legless, couldn't get there. McNeil got the legless, took some time, got the legless. Hubbard did not get the legless, so McNeil jumps in front of Hubbard, and now McNeil, as we talked about it, those rope climbs with legs, you're more comfortable. He's going to get another one, and he's going to make it with 30 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and call it impossible for Hubbard to be able to catch him. As McNeil's going to move to the bar for these front squats. Hubbard's going to try and climb. Now for Hubbard, the question becomes, has anybody else gotten a legless? Hubbard's not going to get it. So 10 seconds left, and Keith McNeil is going to wrap it up. Tim Davis followed by Brian Brink. I believe Keith McNeil. If there was somebody else that maybe was a little bit further, please understand, scoring does not listen to me even a little bit. I think I'm probably the last person they listen to because they know me.
That was an impressive performance by Tim. Looking at his event finishes so far in this competition weekend, that was his first event win. He's racked up 3 second places so far, a couple of thirds, and then this event win with Paint Battle.
As we're going to step away for just a moment, we're going to bring out the 45 to 49-year-old men as the race is heating up. Is Tim Sanchez going to try to run away and hide? Ten seconds before we get started. Paint battle on the rig floor here at the Masters Fitness Championship. 3, 2, 1, and go as we start paint battle for the 45 to 49 men. It's going to be 6 rounds of 2 legless rope climbs, 6 front squats, 12 burpees, lateral burpees over the bar. Oh, wait, I'm calling it wrong. Hang on, I'm going to make sure I look because I just saw the guys doing a legged rope climb. I apologize. 6 rounds, 1 legless rope climb, 1 rope climb, 6 front squats at 115, and 12 lateral burpees over the bar. As the race largely right now for second, things can change going into tomorrow, but Tim Sanchez doing his best to try to run away and hide, as Sanchez is going to be followed closely by Chris Anderson. Anderson, a multi-time games athlete, and boy, at moments we have certainly seen why throughout the weekend. He's had some impressive finishes.
Just finishing up the first round here. Chris's burpee cycle pace is just a shade faster. Everybody else with the judge's hand in the air first here, but just a rep or 2 lead over Tim Sanchez at this point. We'll see how they think they want to pace this with their walk back to the rig. And there we go.
So Jason Viens is the first back to the rig. He's going to be the third on the rope, though. Viens walks back to the rig, chalks up, looks at it for a while. Sanchez and Anderson walk immediately to the rope, jump up, as does in lane number 10. That's going to be Derek Barca. That's your 1, 2, 3, and here comes Anderson off of the rope climb. Sanchez comes off the rope as well. Viens is going up for his second rope climb. Anderson onto the front squats before Sanchez. We talked about it earlier on the broadcast. Tell you what, nothing is going to speed Tim Sanchez up. Sanchez knows what he wants to do, how he wants to do it, and doesn't matter how fast you do it. He's just going to continue to do it his way. So it'll be interesting to see how Tim paces this throughout the afternoon, as slow and controlled Viens back onto his front squats as well. In lane number 10, so is Derek Barca.
Chris is literally running his own race, and there are certain events that are in his wheelhouse. I mean, he's a gifted all-around athlete, no doubt. But there are certain events they just must look at on paper and know this is one of them. The barbell is relatively light, and he is strong for his size. And again, easily back to the rope. We're going to be starting round number 3. 2 rounds done, and we have just 2:46 elapsed on the clock of the 12-minute cap. Now, Tim taking his time to chalk up as he should, but just like that, Chris has the one legless out of the way and the one regular climb. And so before Tim is able to touch the crossbar with rep 1, Chris is already back to the barbell and begin his next set of 6 front squats.
So Jason Viens beat to the bar just barely by Derek Barca. Barca now going up for his second, Viens going up for his legless rope climb. Anderson puts the bar down, takes a look over down the lane to Tim Sanchez. I got to tell you, this vantage point is fun to have because you see things like that. You see leaders taking a look at who's coming up behind them. Where are you? How fast are you moving? Now 3.5 minutes in, as Chris Anderson at about 4 minutes is going to have 3 rounds done when this at least the time cap is designed where you'll have 2 minutes around. Chris said, I'll take that and do better, as Tim Sanchez working on his burpees. In lane number 13, Rich Lunsford in 4th place works on his second round of rope climbs. Anderson with one more burpee, and Anderson, here's what he's going to do. He's asking what round, and now he's going to walk straight to the rope, and he's not even going to stop. He's just going to walk, jump, and climb basically like he's got the arms of a much larger man. Sanchez still in his burpee, so here's what we're seeing. Anderson knows where his advantage is, and he's really pushing it right now.
Also, no chalk. I'm chalk's best friend, but in this case, we never saw Chris grab chalk one time, and then the time for me to say that, the second rope climb's done, and we're back working on our front squats in round number 4. He just moves with efficiency, and nobody's saying that Tim is not having or pacing this event correctly for himself, and he's certainly right up at the top, but he just knows his capacity, and those couple extra breaths and a little chalk on a legless rope climb, you want to ensure success, and that's what he's done, and he continues to chip away at this, at the work, but it's just not at the same cycle speed as our leader.
Well, and it's amazing to think, because really the way that Tim is approaching this is very much like a CrossFit mentality of, hey, by the way, I'm going to run my race, and there are some things I'm going to be better at you then, and there's some things you're going to beat me on, and I think at the end of the weekend I'm going to come out on top. It's funny the way that we look at dominance, though, maybe because of some of the stars of the sport, guys, especially lately, like Matt Frazier and Tia Claire Toomey, that when they win, they don't just sort of win. If they win, they're going to beat the ever-living snot out of you, so much to the point where, honestly, second place isn't even a battle. And nobody's talking about it because all they're talking about is the dominance. Oh, hey, by the way, as we're talking about dominance, Chris Anderson is heading back to the he's four done, and at 5:40, he heads back to the rope, and he's about to finish his second rope climb. Anderson working VNs, drops his bar on the front squats. Barca is just starting his burpee, so the race right now, in the heat at least, is for 3rd place between Viens and Barca. And if there's somebody else that's in the mix here, I haven't seen him just yet, as Brian Capone on his burpees, but I think he's 1 round behind. Tim Sanchez heading back to the rope as Chris Anderson doing his burpees. When is Chris Anderson going to finish his 5th round here? Chris Anderson is going to set a time to beat, and I'm not sure if anybody else is going to beat it because of how quick this is going.
Interesting that the way the barbells are staggered, the people closest to the fans here have slightly farther to travel each time. Most competitions don't address that, but I do remember watching World Fitness Project recently where they had them go back an extra, tap a marker towards the ends to make sure that everybody had the same number of steps back. In this case, 10 feet, but 10 feet when it comes down to 1 rep or 1 rope climb at the end, might make a difference.
7:10 for Chris Anderson. Chris Anderson climbing up the rope now. Chris Anderson is on his 6th round. He's going to finish this well under 9 minutes. Tim Sanchez, by the way, let me say this. Tim Sanchez completely blowing this workout away. As is Jason Viennes and Derek Barca. These guys are doing great on this workout. Anderson is just continuing to move through this. Anderson's going to gain some points here as he's hoping that Anderson is going to get Sanchez between himself and Derek Barca, and they would love to see Jason Viennes, or Anderson would love to see Jason Viennes climb in there as well. 8 minutes now down. We still have 4 minutes in this workout. A third of the workout remains. Chris Anderson, as I feel like I have to say it now. This is the problem, is I have to say it, is, by the way, based on the pace of Chris Anderson's burpees, this is his last round.
5 to go. Judge's hands in the air. Just 3 burpees to go here now. And I'll tell you what, Kyle, you're a good predictor. You said sub 9, and here we go. Anderson's going to cross the finish line unofficially at 8:37. That is the fastest that we have seen in any of the heats. Yes, congratulations. And I might have to say, there was a 7K run this year at the games, separated by 5-minute starts between age groups, and I remember being passed by Chris towards the end of the race. And now you want to talk, I heard the feet coming behind me. I was like, uh-oh, who in my age group is going to pass me? I got worried. I looked over as he flew by me. I'm like, I don't care if he beats me. It just shows you when it's his race, it's his race.
Yeah. 7K, a 5-minute gap in 7K. That's amazing. It doesn't even feel possible. That's incredible. As Sanchez trying to finish his burpees and move on, Viennes is going to get passed by Barca. Barca now onto his front squat. Viennes is trying to get his it's his first relentless rope climb. So Barca, Tim Sanchez will be 2. Barca trying to come in third place. As a hand in the air in lane 13 for Lunsford. Is Lunsford heading back to the rope? Yes, Lunsford heads back to the rope, so Barca looks like he's going to take a solid third place. Of course, lane 16, those burpees are really fast for Michael White. Have we missed Michael White the whole time? Which direction is Michael White going to go? Michael White, look at Michael White hopping in here in third place. We missed him the whole time. Nice job, Michael White, from an outside lane. As Barca trying to finish off these burpees, and there's his last one. He's going to head in. He's going to take 4th place. So Anderson certainly likes what he's seeing there as he gets another couple of spots between himself and Barca. Jason Viennes looks like he's going to be the next finisher as he's just got burpees left. They've got 90 seconds left. Viennes is flying, absolutely flying on these burpees. That is awesome. I'll tell you what, there's no one who's going to give more effort than Jason Viennes in a workout, though, as he is a constant MFC competitor. Love getting to see that guy every time he's here. In lane number 6, so Viennes is going to cross. Lane number 6, Nicholas Birdsall. Birdsall is working through his burpees quickly. He's trying to get finished up and earn as many spots as he can. 4 burpees left for Birdsall. Birdsall with just 1 left. Those legs are starting to get heavy. You can see it. Birdsall is going to come across the line. Nice job for Nicholas Birdsall. 30 seconds remaining. Hand in the air in lane 13 for Rich Lunsford. As Lunsford looks to his side to see who's going to be with him. Rich Lunsford's going to trot across, and very quickly coming in behind him in lane number 5, I believe that was Paul Clark. Clark comes across. Lane 15 is going to be Jeff DePerna. And lane 17, lane 17 is Keith Bollinger. Jeff DePerna with his last burpee. And time, boy, that's going to wrap up the 45 to 49 individual men. We've got more weight coming. We're going to step away before we bring out the 35 to 39, or excuse me, 40 to 44 men. 30 seconds for the 40 to 44 division, as we've got a change of weight. We also have a change of requirements. 2 legless rope climbs, 6 front squats at 135, 12 lateral burpees over the bar. I got to say this as they get started. Actually, no, excuse me. That was 3, 2, 1 rest for the near floor. Now they're going for the far floor. Hey, I'm going to call a win for the workout from lane number 19. Ren Bourgeois. Listen, here's the deal is if there's anybody who is excited about doing burpees, it's going to be Ren. Now, I understand that the rope climbs are the thing here, but this just feels like a Ren workout to me. As by the way, I think Ren really pacing this out as lots of guys coming onto the front squat. Listen, I'm going to stick with Ren as the winner, even though he is next to last to the bar. And Luke Offeld in first. Offeld trying to run away and hide. 12 points on the weekend so far. Brandon Nolan in second with 21. Joey Perez in third with 32. Matt Lamberti in fourth with 33. Ryan Kesterholt in fifth with 37. So Offeld in the middle of the floor. Offeld, we've seen him and I've talked about him. He's a big, strong guy. He's also a strongman competitor. Went to Nationals last year. That's why he wasn't competing at MFC, because he was at Nationals for strongman. Not sure that Luke is excited about the burpees. And Brandon Nolan is your leader. He's going to be back first. Christopher Pinedo is going to be back to the rig at lane number 7. You know what? I'm going to tell you what. There's as much of a chance that Chris Pinedo wins this as well. I said an outside lane. I said Ren. I'm going to give a backup here with Christopher Pinedo.
Shout out to my Saturday morning training partner there in lane 8, Mike Rutkowski. He was trailing Pinheiro back to the rope, but there's a number of athletes working on their second, and okay, Mike is actually back to the barbell to start his front squats in the second round. So a little bit of you picked Rin on an outside lane, and I think there could be a good little action on the far side here. But I'll tell you what, our leaders are leaders for a reason, because they've shown the consistency across this many events so far. So let's just see if that pace is able to be held as we move through this.
Yeah, I will say the one thing about the 40 to 44 division is the leaders right now. The leaders are the beefy boys. Our leaders are some large human beings, and not large in a negative sense, but they are just big men. And so going to see how this shakes out. Justin Rogers shaking out his arms. He's going to get back up the rope in a moment, as Christopher Pinedo is your leader. Pinedo has taken it from Brandon Nolan. Can Pinedo keep this pace? Because this is a crazy pace right now. Dare I say this is a Christopher Anderson pace.
Well, a smaller statured athlete all over again. I mean, the front squat weight for these boys at this strength is not going to slow them down. So the lighter the athlete that has pulling capacity, make yourself up the rope, and you just have less weight and less mass to move on the burpees. And our last two, look, Chris's 2 rope climbs, both legless, done without a problem, and he's right back to the barbell.
Mike Rutkowski up the rope. Boy, hey, whatever you do, he's your training partner on Saturday mornings. Don't challenge him to legless rope climbs. My goodness, that guy's flying.
I don't challenge him to rope climbs. I challenge him to burpees. So the big thing can he keep this pace up? And we'll watch. But, yeah, look at the speed and efficiency with those rope climbs.
And so in an odd turn of fate, I've kind of lost track of the guys in the middle of the floor, because we're watching Rutkowski and Pinedo, because they are really flying through this. Pinedo taking a slow burpee pace like we've seen a lot of the leaders, really smart, as Rutkowski now on his burpees as well, and a whole mass of men moving back to the front squats. The leader overall, Offeld, on his front squats. In lane number 11, you've got Perez on his front squats. Nolan still trying to get that second rope climb. So Nolan falling behind just a little bit here, shaking out his arms. And Pinedo goes back up the rope. Pinedo, and then in lane number 10, Matt Lamberti. I think Lamberti is around behind Pinedo. I think Lamberti and Nolan are on the same round. Pinedo is a whole round ahead as he's back up the rope. And he's using that real strict type rope climb, but then when he gets to the top, he gives that kick for that second rope climb.
Chris wasting no time on his rope climbs onto the front squats, starting in the middle of round 4. Mike Rutkowski,
There's your leader,
lane 13.
That's Offeld.
Luke Offeld. Well, there we go. And what did we say? The leaders are the leaders for a reason, given their balance of work here over the first 5 events. He's going up for his second. There we go. And Mike Rutkowski finishing his second rope climb.
Boy, I want to keep an eye on lane 15 on James Puckett. As I saw Puckett, I think Puckett went back at the same time that Offeld did. So James Puckett is going to move. And I think Puckett and Offeld maybe moving at the same time together. Pinedo is in the lead. Rutkowski on his front squats. As Pinedo with just 1 burpee left before he heads back. He's now done with 4 rounds. He's on round number 5, starting at 6 minutes. Luke Offeld on his front squats, as is Puckett. Now they're going to drop to their burpees. The question becomes, how far is Rutkowski going to get before, or how far did he get before Offeld and Puckett started their burpees? Offeld cycle time faster than Mike Rutkowski, and Puckett and Offeld are basically the same. Almost wonder if one of them's pacing off the other one. Rutkowski with a hand in the air. When are we going to see a hand in the air for Puckett, hand in the air for Offeld? So Offeld and Puckett are together, and they're going faster. They're going to take over from Mike Rutkowski here, as Pinedo is running away and hiding in this event. Christopher Pinedo, I want to make sure I keep saying his name. There's going to be a good race here for 2nd and 3rd and 4th place. I want to make sure I keep telling you how good Christopher Pinedo is. But he is running away with this.
We've got the battle for 2nd place here. They're all going, okay. Oh, Brandon is still back. There we go. Lane number 15, James Puckett with that first one done. Mike with 1 done. And 1 more to go for our overall leader in the competition, Luke Offeld. But, oh yeah, don't sleep on Mr. Pinheiro, who's finishing up his burpees in his 5th round. And we're going to be approaching the 8-minute mark with the judges' hands in the air for less than 5 burpees to go. So this will be rivaling a Chris Anderson time, but here the level of difficulty with 1 extra legless rope climb. It's very hard to compare across heats.
And that's a really good point. Hard to compare across heats, as Pinedo, but you can compare within the heat, and Pinedo is dominating. Offeld on his front squats. He is now taking over on the 2nd place from Puckett thanks to the front squats. He was very quick on those front squats. Mike Rutkowski onto the burpees, though, so Rutkowski quicker on the rope climbs than Puckett and Offeld. As Puckett now, it looks like Puckett's trying to pick up the pace of the burpees over Offeld, and honestly, I'll tell you the truth, it looks like Rutkowski maybe took a look to see his burpees have picked up a little bit. They're 8.5 minutes in, hand in the air for Offeld, hand in the air for Rutkowski, hand in the air for Puckett now, and Pinedo his 2nd rope climb here. And Pinedo coming down. He is in his last round. He's going to finish under 10 minutes. Really impressive from Christopher Pinedo. Luke Offeld. Now we're looking for 2nd place here. Offeld's going to squat down, taking some breath. Rutkowski chalking up, squatting down. Puckett bent over. They're all waiting. Who's going to go first? Offeld goes first on this rope climb. Rutkowski's faster on the rope climbs than either of these 2 guys, though, than Offeld or Puckett. Doesn't really help if I start pointing and saying these 2 guys. As Rutkowski going back up for his 2nd. Now Rutkowski really making a push. Rutkowski has 2. He's flying now. Takes a look. realizes Christopher Pinedo in 9:34. What a workout for Christopher Pinedo. As Luke Offeld now, James Puckett falling a little bit behind. Offeld is way behind Rutkowski, though. Is he going to be able to catch up? As Offeld moving through the front squats. As Joey Perez, wait, have we missed Joey Perez? He's flying on the burpees. His burpee pace tells you it's his last set of burpees. Joey Perez, what a great job for Joey Perez. He's going to take a second place. Boy, that is absolutely amazing. Perez with a great job. He's going to finish right at 10 minutes. And how about in lane number 17? That's going to be Matthew Axtman. Matthew Axtman's going to finish. He's going to take third place. Offeld looks like he's about to take fourth place. He's got 2 more burpees. Rutkowski has 4 burpees left. And here comes, how about Ryan Kesterholt? Kesterholt finishes. Offeld finishes. Now Rutkowski away. Who's going to get first? Rutkowski gets in front of Puckett. Oh, my goodness. What a finish from these guys. Hey, we haven't even reached the 11-minute mark yet. Well, as they just, everybody was so smooth. No one was rushed. And I think this is one of the first heats that we've seen. This is one of the first heats that we've seen where really everybody was moving largely together. So it did become difficult to pick out who exactly it was. You had Pinedo, who was so far in front that your eyes get drawn to him. And then we started watching that 3-horse race. And you know what? We forgot about 3 horses in the middle.
Well, at least the horses know how to finish. I think that. And I'll tell you what made this heat, and we still have 25 seconds left. Your preheat call for Rin is going to finish up with his very respectable, and you're not kidding about burpee pace here on the last few. As Rin finishes up nicely in about 11:38 unofficially. What has made this heat special so far is so many of the competitors finished, and it was a mad dash because everybody knew about where they were. The pace was pushed in order to get over the line instead of get as far as you can, which we've seen in most of the previous heats. And that wraps up with time. Paint battle, men's individual elite 40-44. Outside of an outstanding time, we had a really, really solid race for the rest of the spots in this heat.
Hey, we're going to step away from them. We got 35-39 coming up next. And we're off and running with the 35-39 men here in the elite division. As quickly up, we're going to have 6 rounds of 2 legless rope climbs, 6 front squats at 135, 12 lateral burpees over the bar. And if the 40 to 44 division told us anything, it's that we're not going to need the time cap for too many guys. We already have guys flying off the burpees. How about lane number 8, Anders Gronson, our Norway connection, is already on to the burpees. He's going to take a nice slow burpee pace as, well, you know, Rick, we've got somebody running away trying to hide for Sunday, but we've got a really tight race after that, don't we?
Yeah, it is going to be a battle for, looks like, second place. After Gerald Sasser, who, as Kyle so accurately described, is running away, he has a commanding 11-point lead over Jared Lovett, Christopher Pay, and A.J. Lazzotti. Lovett and through Lazzotti are separated by 2 points, so the battle for second overall. We'll see if some of these outside lanes, which have proven to be quite a force to deal with here because of the capacity to climb rope and do burpees under fatigue, is another winning formula.
In lane number 12, that's going to be Jared Lovett. Lovett already has one burpee, he's got 1 rope climb under his belt as Gronson is back to the front squats. And here it is Gronson the athlete that's going to throw a wrench into this with some of the guys in the middle and try and maybe create some space here out in lane 16. That's going to be Joseph Weigel, as Weigel with the front squats.
Starting to feel old now, as a number of these names that I recognize in the 35 to 39 were individual competitor athletes in the Central East region years ago. So it just tells you, boy, they were youngins back then.
Yes, you did describe them as youngins moving through this workout and moving through it quickly. And you know what I'm noticing here? I'm actually noticing, so Gronson moving back to the rope for round number 3. I'm noticing that the burpee pace here is faster overall than it has been previously. And you wonder if that's a mistake, if that's guys following other guys and not following their own plan. We'll see. Gronson is really moving through this. As moving back to the rope, Joseph Weigel in lane number 16. Weigel goes up for he's going up for his first one. In lane number 3, I see Mark Carpenter going up. Carpenter went up pretty easily as well. Makes me think that maybe Carpenter is trying to follow Gronson as well. Doesn't look like he's struggling, so I don't think he's been having issues. So Weigel's going to come off. Carpenter's going to come off. Are we going to see a change here? Because we've got a lot of guys on the outside that come in. Once again, in the elite division, you got to earn your way in, as this is a difficult division to get into, especially when we start talking about the 35 to 39-year-olds. Gronson with the burpees over the bar. Lovett now onto the burpees over the bar. Taking a look here as Gronson moving back to the bar as well, or excuse me, back to the rig now. He's going up. Lovett on his burpees. He's got 4 burpees left.
Yeah, outside lane. Mark Carpenter finishing up his burpees, and we'll see how telling, those rope climbs that Kyle was describing just a minute ago certainly didn't give us any indication that he was struggling at all at the outset. So he could be easily one of the leaders here in the heat, and going up, I think, with ease there for rope climb number 1.
As taking a look over, so Carpenter climbing his way up. Gronson's still in the lead, it appears, but Carpenter following him closely, as is lane 16, Joseph Weigel. Weigel following him as well in lane number 11, Gerald Sasser, your overall leader. Sasser not needing to hurry too much, but he's starting to creep up. I think we're starting to see Sasser slowly make his move, as he's just kind of sucking him in. It's kind of, as Rick described it earlier, it's kind of it's a short chipper. It's 12 minutes. It's not a 30-minute workout, but you still have to just kind of slowly move through these movements. Gronson, by the way, going back to the rope, as Gronson now in 5 minutes, he is now in round number 5. 5 minutes down. He's going a minute around as he's looking at, is he going to finish this at 7 minutes? Like, is that what we're saying? I feel ridiculous saying that, but it sounds like, is he going to finish in 7 minutes? Oh, 4 rounds in 5 minutes. Okay, I feel way better. I was like, holy moly, I feel way better. I was doing math wrong. As anyone who's been listening to the broadcast for this weekend knows, math, not a strong suit. Carpenter burpees over the bar, as is Weigel. And these guys back and forth. Carpenter's walking back to the rope with a purpose. Lovett is at the rope as well.
Looks like Gerald Sasser, rope climb number 1 for him. Sorry for the pause there. I think he's keeping the leaders just kind of within striking distance.
Lovett on rope climb number 2.
Lovett's on rope climb number 2.
Sasser's moving back now.
Here we go. And our overall leader is starting round number 6 at roughly 6.5 minutes, and he goes up for his first rope climb. No problem, 1 kip, and he's down.
And I'll tell you what I'm starting to get nervous about, Rick. I'm starting to get nervous about the fact that who is it that we're not seeing that is going to finish like 3rd and 4th and 5th? Because I feel this is such an exciting heat. Gronson back up as Carpenter moving through his burpees. Weigel moving through his burpees. In the middle, so Lovett is on to his burpees. Lovett kind of feels like he's starting to pull some of those leaders a little bit closer. Not necessarily Gronson. I think Gronson is easily going to win this, but Carpenter and Weigel feels like maybe Lovett starting to bring those guys in a little bit. Sasser back on his front squats. Sasser's not going to lose too many points no matter where he finishes as long as he's somewhere around here. Andy Giron going up the rope in lane number 7, lane number 13. That's going to be AJ Lazzotti. And Weigel up the rope, Gronson onto his burpees. 5 burpees remaining. Is that 5 burpees remaining in this? Is that his 6th round? As he's going to finish off, is he going to get under 8 minutes? He's not going to try to get under 8 seconds, but he's going to get there at 7:59. Unbelievable, as Gronson in 7:59, the man from Norway, winds up coming across in a ridiculous amount of time. Carpenter's going to walk to his bar. Already at his bar is Weigel. Weigel has 1 front squat remaining. Carpenter's got a really fast front squat cycle. Who's going to go with the burpees faster? As Weigel, he's going to have 3 burpees, 4 burpees under his belt. Can Carpenter do burpees faster? He's got a slightly faster cycle rate. Lovett onto his front squats. And in lane 17, how about Blake Sama? Sama's moving through these burpees. I think Blake Sama's about to finish himself. Weigel with a hand in the air. Sama with a hand in the air. Weigel looks like he's going to come in front, but Sama is going to come in behind Weigel. Carpenter doesn't have a hand in the air yet. As Sama is going to cross. He's going to take 3rd. Carpenter takes 4th. Lovett. And in a burpee battle, it's going to be Lovett as well as Pay. Lovett and Pay back and forth. Lovett. Pay is actually going to take it. Lovett is going to come in 5th. Sasser on his front squats. Who's going to come in between? In lane number 9, that's going to be Anthony Luchansky. Is Luchansky about to finish up? Boy, this has been an incredible heat. Hey, by the way, and so there in lane number 9, there's Luchansky. Sasser, your overall leader, with a hand in the air. In case anybody's wondering, we haven't reached the 10-minute mark yet. It's 9:30 right now. Sasser on his burpees. He's going to finish off. Sasser winds up finishing. As, wait, now it looks like probably that's lane number 5. Andrew Doman Doman is about to finish his burpees in lane number, is that 8? No, excuse me. Lane number 7, Andy Giron. Giron looks like he's on his last set of burpees. "10 minutes, 15 seconds down, and that's going to be in lane number 5, and Andrew Doman. Giron trying to finish off. We got a hand in the air in lane number 13 for AJ Lazati. As Giron finishes, Lazati's going to finish.
You know, AJ Lazati, we mentioned at the outset of this heat, was one of those gentlemen that's in a very tight battle for second place. And AJ's finish, probably more middle of the pack than anything else, might cost him a couple of spots. Certainly Christopher Pay finished ahead of him, and so did Jared Lovett finished ahead of him. So we'll see how the leaderboard shakes out. And I love it the way Kyle updates us. There's still a minute to go in this heat. And we only have maybe about 5 competitors left on the floor.
So Josh Stetzel's going to come across as, well, these guys, it looks like probably in lane number 15 is going to be Trevor Turner. Hey, let's not forget Trevor Turner was 5th coming into this. Turner's going to take some hits on points as Turner is now going to come across. In lane 14 is Barry Peel. Still in lane 6, climbing the rope, Scott Mays. In lane 19, Zachariah Jones. There are going to be 15 seconds left. Barry Peel is going to head back to the rope.
And I'll tell you here, just showing what can happen here with Mark Carpenter, came into this heat in 18th place. Really sitting in last place overall. Pulls out a 4th place finish. So when an event lines up, he took advantage of it, and that's some valuable points that he gained with that solid finish.
Final workout of the evening for this floor is going to be the 30 to 34 men. We're going to step away. We'll set them up when we get back. Five seconds before we get this, quite frankly, an entire floor of beef going. Men's 30 to 34. There are some athletes out here as these gentlemen are going to get started in paint battle. 6 rounds, 2 legless rope climbs, 6 front squats, 12 lateral burpees over the bar. My goodness, as quickly moving on, lane 15, Alex Bookout, joined by Sonny Zigfoos and a whole slew of men, as this is a tight battle for a couple of different spots. As Richmond taking a look at the leaderboard, and notice there's some potential movement ahead.
Yeah, we have Ethan Motley in the lead at 21 points, followed by Ted Starkweather at 25 points. So just a 4 points separating the top spot. The race for third really comes down to the next three gentlemen, Danny Campagna, Sonny Zickfuss, and Alex Bookout. Only 5 points separating third through fifth place. Everybody is working on their burpees right now. And then once we get that first athlete back to the rope climb, we'll know in round two. And there we go.
Alex Bookout is your first athlete moving back. He was first off the rope. He's first to the rope, but first up the rope is going to be lane 17, Ian Burkhart. Burkhart says, I'll take your walk and raise you a trot. Lane number 11, Sonny Zickfuss, one rope climb in. Now Bookout, now here's the deal though, Bookout was faster on his second rope climb, and Burkhart slows down just a little bit. Zickfuss coming off of the rope climb, coming off of the rope climbs as well. Well, excuse me, no, I thought I saw in the middle there, I thought that maybe it was going to be Ted Starkweather coming off. He's just getting his second rope climb now, as Starkweather going with the full kip early on. In lane number 7 is Cameron Price. Cameron Price with the front squats as he comes off. Going to be interesting to see as this begins to shake out. Where's everybody going to finish? The last heat was incredibly fast. Are we going to see that again? Obviously, now these have the same the same weights, same requirements, so you can sort of compare. But boy, that the last heat was so good. It makes me think that maybe that was the outlier. Maybe this is going to be a little bit more spread out.
Just a little bit more pacing. There does look like to be some pretty big boys out there on the floor, and we saw with the last couple of heats some smaller statured gentlemen really ran away and hid with it. So here, this might be just all about kind of pacing the efforts. But, you know, there we go with Alex Bookout in lane 7. Excuse me, no. Ian Burkhart in lane 17. One legless done. And so he's working on round 3.
Sonny Zickfuss just coming off.
So we have Sonny Zickfuss there we go, with his front squats there.
Yeah. Sonny Zickfuss, looks like maybe Sonny Zickfuss is taking the lead. Sonny Zickfuss is working pretty quickly. Zickfuss, a big guy, but a high work rate athlete for sure. So Zickfuss with some good rope climbs, as looks like Zickfuss in the lead right now. And also in lane number 9 is that Ned Niedzwicki. Niedzwicki is on burpees as well. He may actually be, is he around behind at the moment? We're going to have to see when the rope climbs come, because it would look like he's actually in front of Zickfuss, but I thought Zickfuss was in the lead. So Bookout back to the rope climbs. Bookout has kind of pumped the brakes a little bit as he's going to slide down. Yeah, I believe Niedzwicki is actually around behind. Zickfuss is heading back to the bar. Zickfuss takes a look over and doesn't see anyone to his right. He sees Bookout as Bookout quickly up the rope. And Bookout takes a look to his right and to his left. And Bookout actually gets a little bit of coaching about who is in second place. So Bookout in first place, Zickfuss in second, as Bookout is getting communication from his sideline about how fast do I need to go.
That's the sharp eyes of Kyle picking up the off-lane communication between everybody. Very nicely done. Just looking at our leaders through 3 rounds, they were about 20 seconds slower than the pace from the previous heat. So your point about last heat being an outlier, there's a couple of rounds left to go, but I think we saw the race for the day in the previous heat.
So now, the race for the day in the previous heat, but now all of a sudden we've got a tighter race for a couple of different spots moving through. And the interesting thing about this is we really have not discussed the 2 leaders that are battling for first and second, Ted Starkweather and Ethan Motley. Starkweather is in the lead of the 2. Motley still has a rope climb to do. Back to the rope is Bookout. Bookout taking a look around. Bookout has no concern about the time. Bookout is only concerned about staying ahead of Sonny Zigfus right now. Bookout just kept looking back and forth and wasn't trying to get back to the rope too quickly. He's conserving energy. He's going to try and see if he can pull Sonny Zigfus with him and maybe make Sonny Zigfus a little uncomfortable. In lane number 7, Cameron Price. Not sure where Cameron Price is at the moment. Alex Bookout is back to the front squats. Sonny Zigfus getting to his first of 2 rope climbs. Ian Burkhart has fallen off the pace a little bit as Ted Starkweather moving back to the rope climb. Sonny Zigfus is standing in there, but Starkweather is starting to move and catch up to Sonny Zigfus. Okay, is this too ridiculous of a reference to say that Starkweather, as we're moving in the middle of this workout, in the middle of this workout, is starting to creep up on Sonny Zigfus, maybe in an almost Rich Froning-like fashion?
It's pacing. A lot of these are all about pacing. And no, I think that's how we describe our sport, is we talk about the GOATs, whether it's Matt Frazier running away and hiding in a competition or Froning doing his patented Sunday domination or his expert way of working through and just putting you in and catching you.
We've got 7 minutes to go here. Alex Bookout is already back up onto the rope as Bookout taking a look around. Zigfus working on his burpees as Zigfus, in trying to slow these down, Zigfus has kind of turned the burpee into a, what would we call that? Kind of the seal push-up where he goes and then kicks the hips way up and really slowing him down. He's trying to slow down a little bit in the burpees, but feels like that breaking it up is maybe taking a little bit longer. Now, here's the deal. Sonny Zigfus is a really good athlete on the floor. Last thing I want to do is be the guy up here in the booth that probably had too much dinner last night that's saying, oh, boy, what's he doing? Alex Bookout with the front squats. Zigfus now heading back to the rope. Hey, by the way, here's Ted Starkweather. He just finished his burpees. Starkweather may get to the rope at the same time as Sonny Zigfus. And trying to keep an eye on the rest of the floor, too. I feel like somebody's going to sneak up on us, trying to make sure that doesn't happen. But right now, Zigfus touches the crossbar just a little bit before Ted Starkweather. As Sean Pontone in lane 16 working his way up. He's around behind, though, so working his way up the rope. In lane number 10 is Danny Campagna. Danny Campagna in third place right now. And here's, boy, how about a race between Starkweather and Sonny Zigfus? Hey, they are synchronized right now. 8.5 minutes down. Alex Bookout is going to finish. Alex Bookout finishes in under 8.5 minutes, and the race between Zigfus and Starkweather, they're trying to figure out who's going to finish next. Starkweather, Zigfus, is their hand in the air. They're the only two that right now are threatening. Hand in the air for Starkweather. Zigfus hand in the air. Looks like Starkweather only has 2 more left, though. Ted Starkweather is going to wind up catching Sonny Zigfus. Hung out in the middle, and then comes across, beats Sonny Zigfus. Hey, by the way, though, Sonny Zigfus finished in 9:06. That's unbelievable. What a workout from all 3 of those gentlemen. Who's going to be next now? In lane number 10, looks like it might be Danny Campagna. Is Danny Campagna going to come across? Danny Campagna comes across in 4th. Now looking for, in lane 16, Sean Pontone. Sean Pontone's going to head back to the rope. In lane number 7, we've got Cameron Price. Cameron Price in the bright green shoes and purple shirt. Dude's got some fashion sense, as also showing a little bit of fitness here. He's about to finish up as Cameron Price finishes in under 10 minutes. Lane number 8, Kevin Lescarabou, as he's trying to finish up. Coming across in lane number 14, that's going to be Chris Shimley. Shimley across now. As in lane number 8, that's going to be Lescarabou. Probably Lescarabou. Good point. And now in lane number 13, Ethan Motley, your overall leader. So Motley probably going to lose the lead to Ted Starkweather. I feel like there's been enough. Either way, it's either going to be really close or he's going to lose the lead. As now,
there we go. Colby Mills in lane 6. Have to give him a shout out crossing the finish line. The final of my training partners are here. He was looking forward to this workout, especially with the rope climbs. And nice middle of the pack finish by Colby.
Tim Sheftick comes off, looks for his final round, lane number 20. Austin Kapatanakis, or Kapatanakis probably. You know, we've talked about how my Texan is going to flow into this. Kapatanakis is going to come across the finish line. Boy, lots of cheering and yelling. And lane number 16 is Sean Pontone. Lane number 9 is Ned Niedzwicki. Hand in the air all the way down in lane number 5, Tim Sheftick. Here comes Sean Pontone. Sean Pontone finishes off. He's excited as actually heading back to the rig. Okay, so Tim Sheftick heads back to the rig. Niedzwicki is moving back towards the rig as well. And 3, 2, 1 time. Boy, as that wraps up the day for Paint Battle. What a great day. All right, Rick, you were up here with me for about 3.5 hours. What are your final thoughts on the workout of Paint Battle?
Thank you very much for the invitation up here. Pleasure to spend the afternoon with you calling this exciting action. As expected, as the heats got younger, the races picked up and intensified, and you know that's just our sport and how it's organized, and you know what your capacity is for this type of high work. But well programmed, again some high skill mixed with you better have an engine. I think it played out the way that they designed it on paper. Very nice spending the time with you.
Been my pleasure, and I'm glad for once that you weren't on the floor. It's fun to call for you, but it's more fun to call with you, honestly. Hey, we're going to head into Sunday. Make sure you check our Instagram account as we head to day number 3 at the Masters Fitness Championship. On the Instagram account, let me say this, not only are you going to find some really awesome media of what's been going on all week, some of the great stories, some of the shots from the volunteers, shots from the crowd, and from our athletes. You're also going to find the broadcast schedule. Make sure that you head over there because tomorrow is Championship Sunday. Take a look at the competition corner leaderboard so you know where everybody stands. I'll be doing that all night long. Hey, thank you so much for joining us on day number 2 at the Masters Fitness Championship, presented by Chili Goat Cold Tubs, working with the GOAT Michael Phelps himself to make sure they create literally the best cold tub in the world. You got to try it, got to get into it. Workouts programmed by Mayhem Athlete. Thank you for joining us on the Bear Complex live stream. RX Smart Gear providing some prize money on the first workout of the weekend. Virus providing the best looking clothing for the best athletes around. And Yeti supporting Masters. Thank you guys so much to our sponsors. As I'm going to sign off for the day, I'll join you bright and early tomorrow at 8 a.m. as we get the CrossFit Pairs Championship kicked off and continue with Championship Sunday. Ladies and gentlemen, for Rick Stevenson, I'm Kyle Shipp. We'll see you out on the floor.